I link the God. Don't do anything. Like, it was like link my channel, right? Oh shit! There's some fucking crazy uploads today. Crazy uploads. It does not sound like it's doing well. It's probably very full of dog hair. Yikes. Better not be the quality. Oh, okay. Also, I feel like I do look like way worse on YouTube. Just like, not like physically, but the camera fidelity is where, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. So, I wanted to watch this. I don't think it's very long.
Tell you something, Zerka.
Oh, we already were watching it. Right, it was really confusing.
Yeah, here we go.
This is a dude sat here, defamed my fucking character.
Can you at least cam up, dude?
Fucking enemy.
Huz, can you
Staying
cam
up
up?
all fucking night doing this. Not once you defend your so-called ally.
I'm moderating, you fucking idiot.
I ain't never gonna forget that shit. Just know that I ain't never gonna forget that shit.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually thinking you're manic at this point, dude.
Oh
like,
no!
I even actually got DMs saying, "Hey, you're siding with Haas too much. Shut the fuck up."
He left, man.
What?
He left.
Oh no!
I'm the only other person in here. He left.
Bro, this guy's actually emotional. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, he gets all the support from.
Dude, the condemnation from Zerka. Oh man. Grug challenging Grug. Dude went off the rails. Infrared is a wacky guy. I've said this before. I took a little more time to watch his stream because I'm not, you know, I'm not an alien to watching train wrecks or anything. It's funny, he kind of reminds me of train wrecks too.
I was gonna say, is that what he meant?
But he's really quite insecure, isn't he? The thing that really bothers me is that in terms of the type of humor that I like, I actually really, really like people whose gimmick is they overperform masculinity. I think it's a funny bit, you know? But it doesn't work when they're doing it out of insecurity. And the thing that keeps disappointing me over and over again is that I feel like that keeps happening. I keep thinking that it's like, oh, it's funny. He's doing like the masculine posturing thing. And it's like, oh, wait. Oh, God. This isn't a bit. He's actually trying to, he's trying it unironically. Oh, no. You know, I think we've all seen.
All right. Well, we finished that. Let me get some of these tabs done. Guys, can you guys remember that I'm streaming on YouTube? Let's come to YouTube. At least Discord's still shouting me out with that. I did the work. I put my actual photo. What is this? Oh. Right. That was all that. We finished that. Also, I rebuffed this. Probably shouldn't be just like straight scrolling my Twitter. Not that I can scroll my Twitch. I wish I could. Out bisexual. Ugh, God. Isn't. Wait, is she usually? I think she is. You guys got like videos or what? This is disappointing. This is really disappointing. No, wait till I'm actually talking to somebody though. I just watch something fun. I'm really afraid to do anything that has to do with CNN. Just because I don't want to risk it. What are the rules of YouTube? I don't know what I can watch. I think as long as it doesn't have music in it, it's fine. I would be so sad if I just get like no viewers this entire stream. Like people just like forgot. Oh, Inside Edition was weird shit.
At the beach, a giant gator in the surf in salt water. Amber Cagliano spoke with an animal expert to learn how that could happen.
Imagine going to the beach and seeing this.
Okay. Is it Alabama? Holy shit, I was gonna say it was Florida.
You better be careful. A massive alligator catching some waves off Dauphin Beach in Alabama.
Poor guy. Just gotta keep him off the beach for now.
Alligators don't like salt and are typically found in fresh water. So what the heck is this guy doing in an ocean?
It's unusual, but it's becoming less unusual as time goes on when we have these torrential rains.
I feel like this is really odd to have a bunch of like dead animals on your desk and then pictures of your family like right next to each other. I don't know why that's odd, but it just feels weird to me.
These torrential floods, alligators are having basically highways to different areas that they didn't normally have.
It's also mating season, so this gator is probably more interested in love than making a beachgoer his lunch.
They're not into saltwater hunting. They're into saltwater basically by mistake as they're traveling from
Pussy gonna bring you anywhere, you know what I mean?
one place to another.
Goodbye.
Wait, so it's not like deadly, they just don't like it? Because I feel like I didn't really explain that well enough. What else is Inside Edition? Remarks after what? UP passes immigration bill. Oh my god, what is this?
Republicans passed the strongest border security bill this country has ever seen. This bill secures the border from President Biden's record crossings, record carelessness, and record chaos. Securing the border is one of the top priorities, and it is the priorities of the leaders who are behind me. I do want to thank Mario Diaz-Balart, Tom McClintock, Jim Jordan, Mark Green, Mike McCall, Elise Stefani, and Tom Emmer. I want to give a special thanks to Steve Scalise. Not only did he help pass this bill on the floor, but he has been working for 2 years to educate the members, leading Codels to the border and working with our task forces and our committees. And I want to thank every single member of this conference.
What does it do? Is he just going to do a circle jerk here?
Retiring from work of all those years to spend the time with her grandchildren to travel.
Oh, he's just going to circle jerk.
Voting the president's actual SAP veto message on H.R. 2. He claims that the administration's approach to border strategy is, quote, safe.
What is this bullshit that passed?
And humane. You know,
Wait, you guys not going to link what it is? The fuck is this immigration bill? GOP passes immigration bill. I'm sure it's going to be incredibly not racist. Thursday to build more U.S.-Mexico. Oh, it's for more border wall? Oh my god, what a fucking waste. God damn, this country is fucking stupid. Are you serious? Oh, Biden vows to veto. Veto it. Do it. Dark Brandon. Fuck it, they cheat. Wait, it's sweeping though. I assume it does other things, correct?
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The bill is passed without a...
Wait, what? Up.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213.
Oh, I thought you said 230. I was like, wait, that doesn't sound like that's the right amount.
The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Oh shit, let's learn more. Oh, I didn't mean to not play it.
By passing H.R. 2, House Republicans have shown we're focused on addressing our nation's biggest challenges. By contrast, the White House has 2 years to plan.
I think maybe I shouldn't have the chat on the screen while we're doing.
We all knew the deadline.
YouTube.
But the White House produced no plan, missed the deadline, and bumbled into another crisis.
That's a bad idea.
How has the president handled this? The exact same way he's handled the border. He ignores it and hopes it goes away. But President Biden and Senator Schumer are stuck on no. They have no plan, no proposed savings, and no clue.
Okay, he's not gonna tell me what. When TLDR me this? Wait, April 17th. The fuck? There is go. New asylum restrictions on Title 42 ends. Biden promises to veto. It was passed a sweeping bill Thursday to which build more U.S.-Mexico border walls, so waste more of our taxpayer money. Love that. That saying that it was provably ineffective, and imposes new restrictions on asylum seekers, creating a hardline counter to President Joe Biden. Okay, but that's like literally international law. What's in Joe Biden's policies, just as migrants are amassing along the border with the end of coronavirus pandemic restrictions. The bill has virtually no chance of becoming law. Oh, okay. So they're just being performative here. Democrats who have a narrow hold on the Senate have decried the aggressive measure in the bill's cruel... Can I just read it? Like, does somebody have... Wait, no, can I just... You never like the bill or what? Oh, you're just gonna go back to this. Maybe they'll... Alright. What is this bill? What's the number? Oh my god, why is this so hard to find? Oh, 213-page bill. I'm not gonna read that. Never mind. Fair enough. Representative compromise in the Republican conference between mainstream lawmakers who want to focus on beefing up. Oh my god, this is... So it's just dumb bullshit. Using international law gives migrants the right to seek asylum from political, religious, or racial prosecution. But conservatives say many people take advantage of the current system to live and work in the U.S. while they wait for the asylum claim to be processed in court. I mean, what else are they supposed to do? Not work? Wait, so they're contributing to our economy? Whilst they're waiting for their asylum claims. And problem, question mark? The package would return to many of the same policies pursued by former President Donald Trump, such as building walls along the border, which doesn't work. It would also restrict asylum by requiring migrants to cross legally, pay a $50 fee, and meet more stringent... Wait, to cross legally? So that means that they'd have to have, like, a passport? Is that... Is that even a thing? I don't know how other countries work. Like, if you're like some like poor ass farmer just trying to run to like the United States, or agriculture worker, which obviously our economy needs. Like, I don't even have an up-to-date passport. It's fucking annoying as shit to do. I don't even know what I'm looking up. Bucky, stop. He's growling. I mean, more stringent requirements to show an initial interview that they... You know what's like kind of fucked? Like, it cost me like $70 to get my passport renewed, and then they rejected it. They didn't refund me. This extreme MAGA Republican piece of I just assumed it was going to say piece of shit. Will throw out children who are fleeing, in many cases, extreme violence and prosecution. Hakeem Jeffries, the top House Democrat, blah, blah. At the Thursday news conference, it will build a medieval border wall that is a 14, he's not wrong. The bill could also scrap a program that has allowed U.S. officials to accept or quickly turn away some migrants from Venezuela, Haiti, and Nicaragua. The program is a cornerstone of Biden's immigration efforts, allowing migrants from those countries to apply to come to the U.S. for 2 years legally and work. Okay, what's the problem here? I mean, like, people don't understand, like, that a lot of the agriculture industry is based off of these migrant workers, even the illegals, and they do know that, but I don't know. I mean, I guess that's why they're doing something that's so performative. Because this isn't going to do anything, right? Like, this isn't going to do anything because they said, again, it has virtually no chance of passing. So this is just them being racist without actually, like, harming their bottom line, so to say. We're already raising concerns about whether the agriculture business... Oh, here we go. Would be disrupted by the bill's requirement that agriculture business verify the immigration status of employees. Well, I mean, like, you could just put in whatever the fuck you want at this point. They know it's not going to pass. Splitting his vote against the bill, Duarte, who represents the district comprised of farmland in California's Central Valley, said in a statement that the bill would harm many families that work in our valley and create difficulties for our food producers. Yeah, like, because we need more of that now, definitely. Massey, the other Republicans to oppose the legislation, made a libertarian argument against a system that tracks people's immigration status. Okay. Meanwhile, Senator Dick Durbin, the number 2 Senate Democrat, Dick Durbin just sounds like such a Republican name. Introduced legislation that would assist border officials and speed up the asylum application process. And Tolis joined with Senator Kristen Sinema, an Amazon independent who accepts committee assignments from Democrats to push a bill that would resurrect the government's power to quickly expel migrants. Why the fuck? Who was voting for this bitch? Wait, oh my god, I just realized. That other woman is doing the same thing. This out bisexual Nebraska, she's doing the Kristen Sinema playbook. Because isn't Kristen Sinema say that she's like bisexual? Alright, I'm not gonna trust the buys anymore. Clear that Biden's administration, while it has 2 years to prepare for the end of Title 42, failed to do so. Oh my god, she fucking sucks. And in the last several weeks, I've had the unfortunate job of communicating on a daily basis, something even hourly basis, with the sheriffs, the border patrol agents, mayors, and even the why, I don't like talking to him? Governor of Arizona, to figure out how we can prepare to deal with this crisis. Biden has received countless barbs from Congress, but one Texas Republican key to immigration negotiations, Representative Tommy Gonzalez, is already thinking of how to get the president on board. Until the president of the United States signs a bill into law, all of the theater, said Gonzalez, who represents a large swath of border country. A lot of people are good at political theater. Meanwhile, back in my district, we're dealing with a real crisis. What? Okay. I mean, they said it was not going to pass, right? Would need bipartisan to get the Senate. And yeah, that's just not going through. What's going on up here? Bro, this is some Jurassic Park looking shit, dude. Oh man. Looks like it didn't work. You know, it's kind of ironic. I watched this movie once called Monsters, and it's about like in Mexico that they're like American citizens. They're just in Mexico. It's like a photographer. It's like a very small scale movie, but there's like monsters, like literal like basically they look like tentacruels monsters in Mexico, and they're trying to get back to America, but America has like a gigantic fucking wall. This is like a movie that came out like years ago. That has like a gigantic wall to keep out the monsters, but then the monsters break through it. Now, is that like a weird metaphor for like immigrants or something? I mean, it's an interesting movie that I don't really think has that much of a message. I don't actually remember how it went. Maybe it did. I don't know. Oh, I think it was actually the guy that ended up directing the like one of the first like Godzilla remake, not like the one with what's his name? Fuck. I feel like I'm talking to nobody right now. I'm so sad. You stream and there's nobody watching? Are you really streaming? Here, I'm gonna do at. Okay. Maybe it's good practice to not have to just be reading the chat all the time. I actually have like things I want to focus on. Well, apparently he's gonna veto it, so this is kind of a non-story, which is probably why I didn't get covered that much. This story, the reason why is just like, I want to have other people's opinions on this, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so again, doing the Christian cinema fucking playbook, apparently. Out bisexual Nebraska State Senator Megan Hunt. I just want to also make sure, like, it's actually live, right? I mean, it looks like it is. I assume it's working. Go to my channel. Literally nobody's watching. Sad. We gotta change the title. It was helped fill. Oh shit! I gotta put like the number to. They don't have like. They don't give you like enough characters. Wait, how do I do that? Hey, Funky, thank God. I was like, I hope somebody's gonna come and hang out with me. I was gonna feel very sad. 103 or 104? I can't check because my fucking account's banned. We're going with day 104. Stream. How do we usually have a daily stream? Daily stream. Day 104. Good to see you, Funky. I'm gonna change the title to that. News, videos, and more. Usually how I title stuff. Okay, so apparently, Megan Hunt, who did a good previously. What's up, Grumpy? In the streaming minds, I will show up for my shift. I always do. I've been doing it for 104 days. She did a good. Hopefully they have a link to the video on this one. I want to show, like, I don't know if you remember hearing about this, but Megan, yeah, she wanted to do an anti-trans law. So she ended up filibustering. Oh my god, why do they not, like, post... You know, LGBTQ nation don't have, like, the bandwidth to have, like, video players or what? Just link to it. Not there.
Throughout the entire course of this negotiation, let's see, today's day 49. So, you know, for the last 49 days of...
She was basically doing what I was doing, but she was filibustering. So it's kind of the same thing, because I'm basically just trying to filibuster you guys.
Conversation, which... with the speaker, with other legislative leaders in this body, has kind of revolved around this bill, frankly.
Wait, could you just get plastered in Congress? Like, that's what I would do. I would just get, like, absolutely drunk out of my mind to filibuster, because I think I could stand up for, like, 1,000,000 hours if I had enough combinations. But I guess the peeing would be probably an issue, because you can't leave, technically. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, people have peed in buckets before, so if I have like a stage, like, you know how the king had like that weird like outline thing that he went to go like to change his clothes in, but I don't think he actually did it. Like, it's just like a little like PVC pipe thing that has just like curtains. Oh, I don't think I could do an adult diaper. That would be difficult. Maybe just like a catheter. I heard those are really uncomfortable. But like, I'm not above peeing in a bucket, dude. I'm not above it at all. I would not necessarily want that to be seen, but I'm not opposed to being on the floor. Because that's happened before. Like, people have literally like peed in like buckets and shit. But I'm telling you, I could filibuster. I could. I'm basically already doing it. That's not really true, because usually I'm reacting to stuff, so it's kind of like the opposite, but I think I could if I was just like plastered. Because you don't really have to be saying anything, right? You just have to just like be talking. I talk about how I think it's important that we talk about gender abolition or something, or just tell my stories, like my entire like life story. Just read a book. Oh, that's true. I guess I could like react. I could just like be reading news stories to them. Wait, how much digital help could I get? So if I could use my phone, I could like play a video and then like react to the video on my phone. Like, it doesn't even matter if they can see it. It would just be doing kind of the same thing. I guess, like, I don't know, do you have to continuously talk? Like, how much gaps in between your words do you get? I guess that would be the problem if I was like, I don't know. I don't understand a lot of the rules of filibusters. It seems very stupid. Yo, what's up, Mike?
We've made it clear that this is a line in the sand. And people have said, well, what if we go after your bills? What if we put a bunch of bills introduced by progressives up on the agenda? Are you going to filibuster those too? Yeah. Yes, because we're not like you. We have a principle and a value that actually matters that much to us that we're willing to stand up for.
Well, we'll see on that one.
This is how much this matters to us. You guys really don't get it. You really don't get that the session is over.
And please daintily, like, do it like this. Oh, fuck! I didn't think I was actually gonna click anything. What? Or do that with the like button.
And you're asking what
First time I'm saying that. Here. Oh shit! I'll write it down. We got a list of of names we have to translate. That this was gonna be a disaster stream because I was like talking to myself for one. It was like, oh, maybe people just aren't talking, and then it was like literally like you have one viewer and it's just you. It's just like, oh no. You have to keep talking unless somebody wishes to ask a question, and then you can just take a pause to address the question. Some states have rules against sitting/leaning. What about being suspended like a marionette? Like you gotta get really creative in these. Like if you're gonna filibuster, you gotta break the rules, dude. Or not break the rules, but get like in very gray area, I guess. What if you're like handicapped? Like what if you're like in a wheelchair? Like what if you're like not Matt Gaetz? Who's the other one? The one that got in trouble for like saying that they all have sex parties. And like, is that guy even like a thing anymore? Who am I talking about? My head wants to say something Michelle. He was in a wheelchair, whatever. Yeah, I figured that's why I hadn't heard of him. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's gonna bother me now that I can't remember. I mean, would he... Oh yeah, Madison Cawthorn. That's why I knew there was an M in there. Yeah, Madison Cawthorn. Yeah, he got fucking clapped, dude. Madison Cawthorn. Sure. Think they call him Maddie? In New Mexico in 2 weeks for his summer's internships with Los Alamos Labs. What is Los? Should I be Googling that? I don't want to like dox you too much. Are you creating super mega COVID? They make the atomic bomb. Wait, seriously? They make the atomic bomb? I'm not huge on literally hanging out with anybody because of the streaming schedule. I don't really have anything going on. Like if we were having like an event or something, I'd definitely invite you to come to it. But why don't you message me on Discord and we can see. Maybe if we're having like a get together, you can come over. But we haven't done one in a while because our pool's all fucked. But I'm really happy that you're getting an internship. I hope you're going to find better ways to destroy our enemies. What would you call that type of lab? Like just like when I think of lab, I'm usually thinking like medical stuff. Like a destruction lab. But that's really cool that you're being able to work there. Is more like physics. Yeah, more like physics, yeah. All right, but you need to do your physics to be more efficient at destroying COVID somehow. Well, now I'm curious. This is where you're moving to the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Sorry, that's mean, but the first picture is just like... I don't know if this is... I just typed in Los Alamos. I don't even know if this is the right place. I'm sorry, that was probably really mean sounding. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck did I just click on? What is this? Oh, here it is. Okay, this actually looks like civilization. Oh, I think you said internship. Did I misread that? Oh, no, you said that. Is it one of those, like, internships that are basically just a job? I see. Energy duck. Oh, it's a government. I guess it would be. I don't know why I was expecting it to be private. What is their mission? Supports the Secretary of Energy and other stakeholders by enhancing the Department of Energy's safety, security, and cybersecurity program. That's okay. Razor got this weird thing to put in the backyard that when the dogs bark, it like plays a high-pitched noise, and I feel like it's just always playing it because the dogs are always acting really weird. There have been after like freaking me out. Like staring at me. 10-week summer school program, but our contract with my school wants to be hired. He gets a cut of it. Ah, I see. Make sure to leak all of the secrets on Discord, because it'll make people feel really cool. Oh my god, this one guy is super fucking weird. Do you guys remember when we were on Playing with Fire show thing? Not the last time we spoke to him on whatever's. And there's that one guy that was just like being super weird. I forgot who it was, and then he added me on Discord, and then I was just like, oh, I kind of remember the name. And then now he's just like, oh, join my Discord, join my daughter's Discord, I like you. It's like, it's kind of making me so uncomfortable. Yeah, the gender abolition one. That's not you, Grumpy, right? Because you're being really weird if it is. Benthrop? Yeah, I am thinking. I am talking about Benthrop. He's got like a little bit of a histrionic personality disorder going on. I love that for him, but it's just not my vibe. Definitely not you. Well, now I feel like you said it's definitely not you. I'm a little sussy now. Conduct timely and effective independent. Wait. I hate when like things like this are not. I don't know. Whatever. Objective, timely, and efficient contractor enforcement activities promote workforce development and performance improvements. That's training and learning activities that utilize a systematic approach, enhance the use of risk. Okay, you're not really saying it. All right, I don't know why I'm being distracted by it. Because we have ADHD. That is why. Let's stay focused. Okay, so we were talking earlier about like. I find it really interesting. We all know like Christian cinema is a piece of shit, right? She's like never done anything good for anything. She's not a progressive by any means. She's way closer to being a conservative than even like an establishment Democrat. I have no fucking clue why that bitch is still like in office. No idea who is voting for her. Speaking of, isn't she from New Mexico? Well, there we go. Well, if you're gonna go to New Mexico, I guess you're not gonna be there long enough. But if you get hired there, vote that bitch out, dude. Anyways, so Kristen Cinema is also known as being the bisexual, the quirky bisexual. I don't play by nobody's rules. I don't like the establishment. So unfortunately, it seems like Senator Megan Hunt, the one that we just saw that did the filibuster, that was obviously very powerful for her to do. It was very nice of her to do, to block anti-trans legislation. That's, you know, we'll give her the dubs. We'll give her the dubs for that, because that's, you know, a dub. So now, I haven't read this article yet, but I'm a little worried about this, because she is a Nebraska state senator who have filibustered transphobic legislation in her state, has switched her party affiliation from Democratic to Independent. I personally don't know how I feel about the ability to do said action. I kind of feel like this is kind of a non-thing. Besides just sliding the Democratic Party, which just, it seems very self-serving. Like, I don't know what you really get out of doing this. Like, what it's historically meant when you go from Democratic to Independent is that you're basically just going to become like a right-winger. Like, the exact same fucking thing that Tulsi Gabbard did. Like, Tulsi Gabbard is also a gigantic fucking piece of shit that does nothing but spout, like, transphobic nonsense. Thank you. So, what we want to analyze is what she's saying here. I have not read this. I read a little bit of it earlier, before the stream, because Cupcake linked it, and I wanted to go through a few of it, because I was really interested. I was like, oh, wait, I recognize Megan Hunt, because she was, like, being brave and stuff. This is not a good look, in my opinion, but let's read on. I want to know why, right? So, Hunt has... God, I'm telling you, I can't say the C word. I can't say the C word on YouTube. And I'm just, like, I'm not calling her that, but it's just, now that I know I can't say it, the impulse to say it is just, like, so much higher. I don't know what it is. You just switch to live chat, it's hiding messages? What do you mean? This is live chat. What? I don't know how to do anything, dude. Top chat hides messages that drop down. Oh, this? Oh. Bro, I don't know how YouTube works. Is it going to show it retrospectively? Oh, yeah, they were hiding some messages, right? Oh, because they're long. I see what's happening. That's stupid. Okay. Mod, fix it. I'm sorry. I didn't know that it did that. Well, thank you for letting me know. I would never have noticed. I'm sorry. Feel free to retype anything you said. I'll read it. I don't want to really scroll back up because I want to stay focused on this for the moment, but you can retype anything that you said or copy paste or whatever. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a thing. Lesson learned. I should write that down in case I forget. Live chat. YouTube. Or it will hide messages. That is going on my other list of YouTube sticky notes. Deleted to protect me from weirdos, but it's like I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I did not read it. It just didn't pop up for me. I don't know how the chat works on this. Okay, so Hunt has switched between the media hyper-focusing on political affiliation. Wait, Hunt has switched because of the media's hyper-focus on... Oh my god, libertarians. I like hate being outside now. The lack of support from national groups like Emily's List or the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee. Is that? I don't know what Emily's List is. Campaign Committee for liberal candidates in conservative-dominated states. The Lincoln Journal Star reported. So she's pissed off that they're not getting enough funding. The parties are not the future. Hunt. Oh my god! Stop. The political dysfunction is extreme and at the national level, and parties are ideologically bankrupt. I mean, she's not wrong about that, ideological bankrupt, but I mean, this is so frustrating. You're not gonna make change by doing your independent thing. It doesn't work. Move on. Like, we don't have the chance. You can't be the spoiler right now. We need to, like, the opposition is so... Like, what the Republicans are doing right now, and she should know this, so she's gonna, like, be against, like, trans bills and stuff. Like, you can't just be like, oh, the sides are the same. No! The fucking left-wing, like, as much as you could call it that, like, Democrats, even, like, the establishment Democrats, they're not trying to genocide trans people, okay? They're not gonna try and take away, like, gay marriage. They're not gonna try and do any of that stuff. They are morally bankrupt as individuals. They are very capitalist pigs. Yeah. We know that. But what they're not going to do is try and get rid of democracy because it really works for them. That being said, this is a very, very fucked up thing to do if you actually give a fuck about these people. Because we're not going to change anything by just weakening the Democratic Party. Because all that does is it strengthens the right. It strengthens the psychos who want to do these things. She got a lot of votes to be in her office because she had a D next to her name. It doesn't matter how fucking progressive you are. Even Marianne Williamson, like, obviously recognizes that. You need to... A lot of people know it like that. Like, she's, like, thinking way too, like, in-depth. Like, everyone's, like, hyper, like, into politics. They don't know what the fuck's happening. They know that they, like democratic policies. They're not gonna vote for an independent. And when I see an independent, I'm like, ugh. But I will always vote for somebody with a D on a local election. Because I don't know who the fuck they are. Doesn't matter. If they're against someone with an R, I'm voting for the one against a D. Yeah, that's just how it works. You're gonna get a lot of free votes because I don't have the time to pay attention to every single fucking local election. Nobody does. So you're losing out on your own voter base by doing this independent bullshit. I don't care if you think that the both parties are ideologically bankrupt. This is not the time to do it. You're gonna just concede like all that shit to like, okay, so now you're gonna lose to a Republican because you're an independent. Okay, so get like, you think that's gonna help? You think that's gonna help anybody? That her party switch isn't a reflection of her state's Democratic leadership and said that her politics would remain on the progressive left. Then why even switch, you dumb asshole? It doesn't matter. Just, like, I'm a registered Democrat. I think I'm more of a, like, obviously a progressive leftist. I don't like being, like, an establishment Democrat by any means, but, why? Rather, she accused the national group of taking credit for her legislative accomplishment. That's fine! This is like an ego trip here. Wait. Oh, I was like, wait, did somebody just like pretend to be you? Rather, she accused national groups of taking credit for the Oh, I can like not remember your real name if that made you uncomfortable. That's fine. I can. I don't know if that was an accident. She accused national groups of taking credit for legislative accomplishments for progressive politicians in red states. Wait, national groups of taking credit for the legislative accomplishment of progressive politicians in red states. Right. Like her, well, not financially supporting those candidates. Who cares? She's just trying to do this as like a Mix Michael. Got it. She also pointed out that in Nebraska's unique one-chamber legislator, party affiliation matters less than in other states. Okay. Leadership roles are determined by chamber-wide vote, and committee assignments are divided evenly among Nebraska's 3 congressional districts rather than by which party is in the majority. Okay, but you're not understanding. People will vote for a party that they recognize. Is she really that myopic, or am I missing something? The aforementioned publication noted, as such, when media focus on Nebraska's politicians' political affiliation, Hunt feels it doesn't accurately reflect what's happening in... I feel like she's talking like about her sexuality or like her gender identity when she's talking like this. Like we're not talking about your personal identity, my dude. Like we're what are you doing? And also poison her colleagues' relationship with one another. This only misrepresents who I am and what I believe. Oh my god. It really feels like she's having a moment about like her like personal identity. What we say is important when we talk about electoral politics is people are gonna vote for people that have a D next to their name. There's a lot of people who don't keep track of this type of shit, and they're just gonna vote for people who have a D next to their name. You're alienating a lot of people, like a lot of free. I don't know why you're just like hamstringing yourself for no reason. Who my colleagues are and how things work here, and I don't want my name to be used to contribute to the problem. Oh my god, this is an ego thing. This is literally an ego thing. To continue the narrative that is lazy and inaccurate. Yeah, okay, so you're the most important thing. Do you, Nina? Yeah, vote for me. Yeah, fuck that disaster. In a statement in the Lincoln Journal-Star, Jane Klebb, chair of the Nebraska Democratic Party, said, I, like many liberals, are pushing our Democratic Party constantly from the inside, working to build the infrastructure and message across the state. We respect the choices of politicians decide if our party fits them or not. Okay. Commenting at Hunt's party switch, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she had a really good take on the, we can watch that out also on the CNN thing. I wrote on the new social media app Blue Sky, I think it's brave. People often complain about the two-party system, but it starts at the state level. She's trying to educate people on Nebraska's system and how their landscape allows for this. In my opinion, most third-party conversations can be unserious because they don't grapple with reality. Yes. So this is interesting to see. She's not complimenting it when she's saying it's brave. This is actually a very measured and interesting response. She's not praising it. She's just saying it's interesting to see. I'm being very critical of this, but this is a very measured and curated response. You know what I mean? State Senator Hunt has been one of this banned parties. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about like that type of sentiment. I think that it is an easy way to understand the world in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, I've known forever the Democrats generally are the good ones and the Republicans are the bad ones, in my lifetime at least. And I think it's a way to ground yourself, especially when you're first understanding how politics work. Obviously, there's been like a shift what was it called? Fuck, whatever. Well, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people who should be. You don't want to have to like look into every single independent policy, because then you're gonna have the kind of like the paralysis of choice type of thing, where it's just better to know what generally one party or one group of people believe in. Generally, not every single individual, but generally the party. You know, these, if you stand for some very simple values that you feel very strong about, like gay marriage, like gay rights, like trans rights, like you know, free healthcare, socialized medicine, whatever you want to say, like, you know what to vote for. You don't have to look into the policies of each individual. Like, we don't have time for that. You know what I mean? Like, nobody has time for that. It's not, okay, yes, people are lazy. They don't have time to look at politics. You rather they just, like, what, vote for nobody? Of course it's an umbrella that people are generally under. I'm not saying that, but if you don't give a fuck about paying attention to, like, your local leaders, if they're at least a Democrat, then you can kind of get a general sense of what they, at least their social values. Like, it's a very digestible way to understand, like, or to like, okay, I still want to participate in my local election, but I'm not going to spend, like, I don't have time to go through each one's, like all of my, like, individual citizen, or, like, that's unrealistic to think that people have time for that. Yeah, okay. I bet you don't vote, little bits. You know what? You with your ideology, you can do that then. You can do that. That's fine. I'll still vote for the things that are aligned on things that I want to see. Would you want to add, like, spelling, or like you want to, like, do the grandfather bullshit where, like, people have to do, like, literacy tests again? Because that's definitely very democratic. Just trying to educate people on Nebraska system and how to, okay, whatever, we read that, sorry. State Senator Hunt has been one of the several Nebraskan senators who have filibustered the so-called Let Them Grow Act, a law that would block minors from accessing gender-affirming care. Age-appropriate gender-affirming care is supported by major medical organizations like American Medical Association, American Psychological Association, and American Academy of Pediatrics. Hunt has been put under investigation by Nebraska's Accountability and Disclosure Commission for a possible conflict of interest because she has a transgender child. What? Why would that be a conflict of interest? Like, what? So anyone that has any kid of any sort can't do anything related to kids? Like, can't like vote on anything related to kids? Can't, like, talk about any, like, bill related to... That's so stupid. That is so insanely... Like, what, if you're gay, you can't vote on, like, gay legislation? Like, that's so stupid. The law requires that public officials and employees disclose potential conflicts of interest. I mean, that's not... I mean, what is considered a conflict of interest? You have to disclose that you're gay? This is first to when a decision could have financial benefit or... Right, I should just keep reading, sorry. Financial benefit or detriment to the public office or public employee, a member of his or her immediate... No NB, representation. Kidding. Immediate family or business with which he or she is associated. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Just about the like, literally, if that was, like, the level of what you'd have to do, like, literally anyone that has a kid would have to disclose they have a kid. Anyone that's, like, been around, like, a poor person would have to, like, disclose, like, if you have family members that are poor, you can't, like, do it. Like, that is an insane, like, accusation. Like, because she's like, that's, you have a conflict of interest because your kid's trans? Get out of here. That is so stupid. This colleague is not serious. She said, yeah, this is right. Yeah, it absolutely is. This is using the legal system we have in our state to stop corruption, to increase transparency, to hold government accountability, and using it to harass members of legislature who you all know is trying to do the right thing, I did not read this sentence correctly in her tone. I get what she's saying. Is trying to parent her child in a way that keeps her child alive. In a way that keeps the child successful in school, with friends, and healthy. Both Republican and Democratic lawmakers in Nebraska are standing up for Hunt. My colleagues stood up offering support, but I don't need their words. I need their votes. Okay. I mean, she's not wrong here, but I don't think this is a good move. For the financial benefit, you know? All of the months. Many stances bundled together. Well, I think that's just like a good jumping off point. Because like if we're talking about like generally when you say Democrat, what do you think of? You think of like gay rights, you think of progressive policies, you think of if we're talking like a direct middle, that's kind of like this spectrum, right? Like where you have like, okay, I like progressive social policies, and you have like the progressive like more socialist policies. That's all going to generally be on the left, right? So that's just like an easy shorthand. It's an umbrella, right? You're going to think of like AOC, you're going to think of Bernie Sanders, you're going to think of Nancy Pelosi, unfortunately, but you're still going to think there's a wide spectrum among like Democrats, right? On the right, you're gonna have the QAnon freaks, some like well-meaning Republicans that just like are more like fiscally Republican but socially progressive. I mean, that's like obviously like right here, like in the middle. Like you're gonna have like a bunch of psycho libertarians that like for some reason think that we should all have business corporations rule our lives. You're gonna get a lot of generally negative things. And I'm saying that just objectively. Like they're like the right, unless you're rich, the right has nothing for you. The right, unless you're a bigot. If you're a bigot, the right's got you. If you want less rights, ironically, the right's got you. If you want other people to be more like religious, like fundamentalist, the right's got you. That's what you're getting with the right and what you're getting with Republicans. So you know what the Republicans are. What's up, Woot? You like my cave house? Thank you. I like that it's all built into the wall. That's a bad take. How is that a bad take? Am I wrong? Join the Discord. Let's talk it out. Little bits, you hate everything that I do. I don't really feel like it matters anymore. Okay, but I'm not saying that as like a granular like interpretation of what they represent. Generally, my entire point is that you know what you're getting generally when it comes to the two-party system. There's a lot of people who don't have fucking time to pay attention to every single thing that's happening. What the fuck do you mean? Oh my god, you're not gonna join the Discord, are you? Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll see. I'll wait. And fully filibuster, huh? Filibuster, I barely know her, am I right? Same thing from both parties. Both parties cry when not in power. Okay, but that's like a very silly way of looking at it. Of course we're talking about like a representation of like, or what do you mean they both cry when they're not in power? That's what you're supposed to do. How else do you get in power? If you don't complain about not being in power and work towards rectifying it, you're never gonna get any power to begin with. Do you think that you're just like appointed it? Yes, you need to complain about it to be able to like gain power. What do you mean? Like, why do you believe what you do? I just think you're making the Democrats be the good guys because of the stated goals. Yeah, they are generally better people. I mean, like, progressive, there's no progressive Republicans. I'm a progressive. I align with the values of left wing as much as I hate the establishment Democrats, and they are demons. Nancy Pelosi's an absolute piece of shit. I'm not going to say any otherwise. I'm not trying to say that that's not the case. Nobody should like her because she's a Democrat. Like, she fucking sucks. She's like horrible. Fucking Clinton's horrible. Like, have ruined this country. Obama's also a piece of shit. And a lot of his governance. Like, I understand that, but they're nowhere as those people should be Republicans. They should be what Republicans are. But in this country, we unfortunately have fucking psycho Marjorie Taylor Greene as a serious person in the fucking Republican Party. And it's not just her. Obviously, Trump's a fucking psycho. Like, we all watched that fucking town hall. Obviously, that's why I'm banned. That results in a better society. Bernie Sanders. What do you mean? Oh, I thought you meant progressive. Idea? Fucking free healthcare? Are you serious? You think that free healthcare would not be a better idea for this country? Because I got banned from watching, I got DMCA'd by CNN being a bitch. Expanding Medicaid. That is a straight up progressive policy. What do you mean? To call in, you just we linked it earlier. You can either join it through the browser or you can download it. It works better if you download it, but it doesn't really matter. Depends what you want. Just 48 hours. It's just a DMCA takedown, so it wasn't like a ban. It was, I mean, it's like a strike, I guess, but I don't know how that works. What if it's free and low quality? I mean, we've already seen how free healthcare works in other countries, dude. It's not low quality. Okay, but we've already seen it happen. It is still good then. What do you mean? Wait, what the fuck? Funky! Here, it's this. Being lazy. I wanted the mod to do it. I think that's the right one. I don't know. Just join any of the rooms and we'll move you in. To find your channel? Yeah, just click the link. We don't have any commands as YouTube. Little bits. How much work do you think we put into this? Yeah, Funky's on it. That should bring up the server. Yeah, she'll bring it up in like a website, and then it'll be like, do you want to join on? Hey, do you mind? Hey. Yeah, I know, because I fucking typed the things in too quickly, because I was trying to do it fast, so whatever. We'll be unbanned tomorrow. At like, I don't know, like 7? Kind of fun being on a new platform, though. I don't know. It's like getting into a new relationship. I feel a little uncomfortable, but it's interesting. What? What? Don't tell me you're hungry. You ate so much. Stop. I just ate. Oh, there you are. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good. So we're live now, right? I guess I'm not on YouTube now, so that's why I don't know.
I did not turn off the stream now. we are currently still live.
Okay, cool. Okay, so
Please,
yeah,
please
like I
don't
said,
say the N-word.
I won't do anything like that.
Okay.
No, I saw you on the Crucible before, and you actually won the debate, even though I tend to agree with what Richie supposedly believes, but
Okay.
but I understand why he's not exactly maybe the best person to try and represent those ideas. But anyways, yeah. So
Do you want to just so we can get to know each other here? Do you want to what exactly do you agree with?
well, let's just talk about the ideas because
Yeah.
that's probably the worst way I could introduce myself. So
okay, fair enough.
because I understand your point of view. So I'm not sure where to start, but let's just talk about, I guess, you said, you don't have to be hyperbolic with me. I'm not saying that you would be. I'm just saying, like, just we could just have a plain conversation. I'm not gonna like throw you under the bus or something. Because I actually understand where you're coming from, I think, and I could be wrong, but I understand what you're saying. You're saying essentially, the Democrats want to help the poor and the under whatever, right? So, I get
they're
that
more
perspective.
populist, right? Yeah, like they actually give a shit about. I mean, obviously not every Democrat, but generally the Democratic Party is for more populist values. So yes.
Well, it depends on how far back you go in history to make that argument, I guess
Right,
you'd
of
say.
course, but we're talking about like current Democrats.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You have to kind of parse it out. The basically what I would say to that is, progressive policies almost never have the supposed intended result, right?
Example?
Like you said, let's start with healthcare. So like, if you go to Canada and you get cancer, you're going to be on a waiting list for some period of time, right? That may or may not line up with the level of cancer that you have because you're on a waiting list like everybody else, right?
Well, I mean, to some extent, anywhere you would go, you would be on a waiting list because that's how appointments work. Are you talking about like just getting healthcare? Because I don't believe that's how it works there. I'm pretty sure that it is like we're talking about like waiting lists. What do you mean?
Okay, so like if you have universal health care, then you put everything in the hands of a bureaucrat or an official, essentially, rather than the
Not
hands
an
of the doctor.
individual, no.
No, I know what you mean, but I mean, there's still, it's, the government is made up of individuals, right? Like it's always going to be made up of individuals. So
Yeah, so is the healthcare like privatized
Yeah.
healthcare?
yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is, like, if you remove all incentive for people to take action by de-incentivizing, profit or whatever, then you're dealing with a different set of incentives, which is, a government mandate or, and I use that as example.
Can I flip that on you a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. So do you think that it is a good system you understand what inelastic demand is, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, inelastic demand just means that basically you'll pay anything for it. Healthcare, for one, obviously you're going to pay everything you possibly have to not die, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So in a capitalist world, I mean, I assume you understand capitalism, right? It's basically just, or I guess.
Yeah, I think it's way more complicated than most people think, including most right-wing people. But yes, I know what it means. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So in the capitalist system, right, where like just the main goal is basically how much money you can make, right? Like, what is there to stop you from charging as much money as possible to save somebody's life? Because it's an inelastic demand, they will pay anything they possibly can to not die. Does that not seem like a good vertical for you if you're trying to make money?
Yeah, of course. So what I would say to that is, if we were actually in a capital, I'm not a full-on capitalist either, which is something that might surprise people on the right who, I don't really consider myself right-wing, but I get thrown into that category. So I just accept it. Right. But what I would say is, like, if you're in a somewhat more capitalist society, it would just be the next person who comes along and offers it at a relatively acceptable price that would come and undercut you as a competitor because you want to be greedy, right? Like, if people just don't pay, then you would have no business, right?
But if you're going to die, you're not going to be shopping around.
Well, my point is, the will of the people is has always been a thing. So what I mean is, even before the internet and technology and guns, people would typically, grab the pitchforks and torches and go burn someone's house down.
You understand that's why we have like regulations and stuff, right? Like there used to be like, I mean, like you're right, that used to be the way that it was like, and then we realized that didn't work, which is why we have regulations now, because it's like why we have like OSHA and stuff like that, like because.
No, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying, like, regardless of what happens, people will act upon it in the absence of that. But okay,
but we're talking about people's lives. We're not talking about like buying like shoes that like don't work very well and then you like blast them on Twitter.
No, I understand. But what I'm saying is, like, people will handle that kind of situation if it arises. And
well, not if you're dead, then you're just dead. You don't think maybe the government's job is to like take care of you?
No, it is, and I'm not anti-government either. But what I'm saying is, like any institution, the government can become corrupt, and so
but the government has less of a capitalistic okay, would you disagree with me? Hold on, I guess I don't want to be talking over you too much, but like, would you, if you're going to talk about corruption, would you not believe that corruption is going to be more prevalent in a capitalist company that doesn't give a fuck about anything, who has no reason besides like profit values, which, we all know that you can lie about things, like you can scam, like scams exist. We all know those things happen with crypto. That was just a lie, right? Like companies who just lie to make, it does work to make more money a lot of the time. Where your government is actually held to your votes and to like the power of us as a democracy. Which one do you think is going to be more likely to be corrupt? Something that like you have to have the votes. It doesn't matter how rich, how poor, whatever you're doing. You are not going to have that position of power unless you have the support of the people, or somebody who can make a lot of money and then everyone can hate them later, but you still made money, so that's still a dub in their book.
And so I'm going to say some things, and I'm not, in principle, I totally agree with you. But what I would say is there are factors that I don't think you're fully accounting for. And so,
well, of course, there's the factors I'm not accounting for, but I want you to just like follow that chain of logic. So why would you think?
So let me make my argument, and you can see where I'm wrong in interpreting it, because I don't disagree with your argument. But what I would say is I want to put a finer point on it, because I think you'll understand where I'm from.
Go for it.
As things exist today, I think we in America know that the medical system and the insurance system and the pharmaceutical system and the government are all corrupt and frankly colluding against the average person. I don't think that's debatable. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, you said the pharmaceutical, and then what? You said
So like basically the medical, basically what I'm saying is those companies that you refer to now are doing exactly what you're saying now. Like they're taking advantage of the situation and taking advantage of people as it is now with all the laws and stuff as it exists, right?
So you're asking me if pharmaceutical companies take advantage of are you talking like a?
What I'm saying is what you're describing is happening now. That's what I'm saying.
That a lot of pharmaceutical and like even though we're talking about like in the medical field, like obviously what you pay in insurance is not what stuff costs. There's a lot of that. Yeah, I mean like
What I'm saying is all I'm saying is everything you just said is happening currently. That's what I'm saying.
Right, sure, okay.
Yeah. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying like everything you're talking about is already happening.
Mm-hmm.
And the government has been getting much, much bigger and stronger for a long period of time. And all I'm trying to, and all I would, I mean, I could say a lot of other things, but what I think is important is what I would say is we have a problem in front of us. And if we go for, let's say that you believe that democracy is good because it represents all the people equally. What I'm saying is, let's say that we go that route. If the people are morally corrupt,
wait, what is that route?
Like let's say that we go, let's say that we go your route, which is progressive, and we give the state way more power, and we make everything democratic, and everyone votes on everything. Okay, or whatever you're advocating for. I'm saying is the morality of the average person certainly hasn't been going up the past 100 years in the United States. So I think what you're doing is you're saying, okay, well,
are you Christian?
I consider myself a Christian. Yes.
Is that what you're basing your morality on?
No.
Okay. So when you say morality, what do you mean then?
Well, what do you mean? Because obviously I think we're going to have a different definition.
Well, I didn't bring it up. So I mean, I can tell you when I mean, I don't really like the morality argument necessarily, but I would say like, what I think is morality is, like if you're going to talk about like altruism, I think that morality is, I have like a very libertarian perspective of that, where it's not necessarily what good or bad is as much as like harm and not harming. That's kind of where my morality would be aligned with, if that makes sense, where it's not necessarily that you should be doing certain things. It's that if you are just, kind of living your life, and obviously it gets complicated, and not hurting anyone else, that's fine. But if you're actively hurting people, but you think that you're doing a good thing, then you're not, doing a good thing. If that
sure. And I don't disagree with that. Like if you want me to be give a technical definition of what I mean, and I'm not saying you are, but let me give you one just so it makes a little more clear.
Okay.
While I'm a Christian, I don't think the average person can even the average Christian can really comprehend what Christian morality is. So I don't even believe in using that as a standard in normal
very
conversation.
Inconsistent.
Yeah. So, so what I would say is, I take a libertarian-esque view. Actually, I take more of an anarchist view, which would be, the non-aggression principle. And I would say, up until the point that, you're being aggressed against, then, you shouldn't be using force upon people. But I think that those lines are actually a lot more gray than people want to admit. But in general, that should be the general rule, right? But before we could ever, and so like if people ask my actual political opinion, I would say, well, I would like to be an anarchist, but the problem is if people are not morally capable of following rules, then that's impossible, right? And honestly, I don't think humans are ever going to get to that point. But what I'm saying is it's a standard by which you should hold people accountable. And actually, I think the Democrats are more aware of that, and they use that utopian view. Not Democrats alone, but like Democrats, progressives in general. I think they actually espouse this view of, well, if we just treat people equally, it's kind of like an amalgamation of ideas that was in the founding of the United States.
You're getting
Treat
a little
people
off track. You're saying that the Democrats have what exactly?
Oh, sorry. What I'm saying is, I think the Democrats play more to that lip service to that idea than the Republicans do, right?
That idea
Like they
being
treat people equally, you know, don't aggress against people.
okay. I don't want to get into the non-aggression principle because there's a lot of problems with that as like a concept. I assume that's what you mean when you say that as a libertarian concept. That's I mean I said I have a libertarian view as well, but that's not what I meant. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page at that point. So when you're talking about your morality, I feel like you're kind of danced around that a little bit. What are you saying, that people are not like, they just like can't follow rules or what? Like, because I feel like if a rule is unjust and it hurts other people, then you probably shouldn't follow it.
Okay, let me make it very, very simple.
Okay.
You have rape, murder, assault, and theft. Those are the 4 big things that everyone can agree are, well, not everyone, but most people would agree is wrong, right?
Generally, sure. I don't know how like theft would be necessarily, but the other 3 I think we could all agree on.
Yeah. Theft gets into some complicated realms, right?
Fair enough.
So, yeah. So I think that's what I mean, right? Like, okay, let's take the first one. You know, do you think there's more rapes now or less rapes now than before? Probably more.
What is
right?
before?
Let's say 100 years in the United States.
Do you think there's more rapes now than 100 years ago?
Per capita? Yeah, definitely.
Did you think about
let's
that
go to
statement or what?
I'm sure that anywhere you look for numbers, that's probably going to be the case.
Do you think that we had a lot of accurate numbers from 100 years ago? Or do you think that we have enough like historical context that would make it seem that it's, I mean, like, that is so insane to say, but you know, I'll let it simmer. Go ahead.
Okay. Why do you, I mean, at best you're saying we can't measure it. So
yeah, but we can through like there's been historical scholars that have like gone over the like because we can't do that about murder either. But you know, motherfuckers getting murdered like left and right back in the day. Like you really think like?
Well, that's why I'm narrowing it down to the United States. I'm not going to go worldwide or throughout history. I'm just saying within the United States.
Back when like the slaves were getting raped by their masters, that was like a lower thing.
That's 100 years. I'm talking about 100 years ago. That's 1920.
Yeah, you said like before, right? So you just mean specifically 100 years ago.
Okay, so I'm trying to move the conversation forward. So
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. Assault. Do you think there's more assault now or less assault now than before
like
per capita?
Physical assault? Considering people used to, you know, I think like old west like towns, like where everyone's getting into a bar fight every like weekend. I cannot believe that you were gonna say that there is more assault now than there was 100 years ago. 1920s.
You know, I get the example you're using, but I don't think that it necessarily translates to the entire population. I mean, I'm from a part of the country where, you know, people were drinking moonshine. So, and, you know, it didn't see, you know, from what I heard from the old time people, they said it wasn't everybody participating in everything that we read about, right? Like it was a certain portion of people who were doing certain things, right? But okay, let's go to the next one. Do you think murder per capita is higher now or before?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
gun
so you think
violence
murder
might be, but I don't think that murder is.
Okay. And so you think things are better now than before?
Are you still watching the stream, by the way? Just like not to listen, but I just have something.
Well, I can't because I'm on Discord. So if I play it, I'm on my phone,
okay.
so I can't.
Oh, okay. No worries. Don't worry about that. I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, what happened?
I was just gonna show you like a graph of violent crime going down like significantly. But
sure.
I don't want to like trip you up or whatever. I know like doing it on the phone's like annoying.
And I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to being wrong. Like this is not like what I'm going to hang all my argument upon, but you know, I'm just trying to get a baseline so we can get, you know, move forward. So,
sure.
You know,
so why do you think that murder is more common now.
Well, I guess the question is, like I said, are people more or less moral? And if you think that if you think things are safer now overall, to some degree, I can say, okay, when I look out my window, things are technically. I think the United States is insanely safe. We have 500 million guns, and per capita, there's not really that many shootings, except for in a very small portion of
what
let's say urban neighborhoods.
There's like 20 mass shootings this weekend. There was 3 alone in Texas.
I understand that it's going up, and especially the publicized stuff. What I'm saying is per capita, compared to how many guns and people.
It's going up with the same rate of guns. It's gone up like exponentially, basically, in Texas. Texas has like a weird concealed carry thing where like basically, it's not weird, but like ever since like you were able to like legally, what's it called? Open carry, basically, where you're just allowed to like carry on guns whenever. In Texas, since that's been implemented in like, I remember the year, shootings have gone up by like 30%.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is it still comes down to the individual people who are making individual decisions, right? And what I'm saying is, like, if we don't have any measure or causation of what's causing things to get out of control,
If you say God, I'm gonna be so annoyed.
No, I don't get that because it doesn't. I'm not going to get into it because you wouldn't understand, and I don't think it's useful anyway. So, but no, what I'm saying is like, you see, however, I think that does play some role. But and this is actually one of my big criticism of the left is like, okay, go back to Nietzsche. He said, a lot of people think Nietzsche was a nihilist. I think he was recognizing, as you get rid of a moral system, if you don't replace it with another moral system, things will spiral out of control, right?
Wait, that's what you took from Nietzsche's writings?
Yeah, that's what I personally take out of it, yeah.
Is it just the line where he says that it's better to live as a man that believes God than to not?
No, I don't. I can't remember exactly which phrase. I don't even remember his individual phrases. I'm just saying, out of everything I've ever read from him, that's what I get out of it. But I think his ideas actually go back a lot further than that. But my point is, we're dealing with individual choices and people, right? And what I'm saying is that that's, in general, focus on controlling things through the government. And what I'm saying is, unless you're socially engineering people to become more moral, then that's never going to work. And the Democrats seem to be doing everything anti doing that, is what I'm saying.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense, but I definitely want you to elaborate on that, but I just want to ask this first. So if your argument is that people suck, so then a government made of people suck.
That's that's a very simple way of putting it, but
sorry, go ahead.
I would say you couldn't get around that, particularly because.
Okay, well then I want you to follow me down this line of questioning, okay? So do you think that you know when you fuck up? Like, when you've done something bad, or like, when you have hurt somebody?
Not always, but in general, yes.
Sure. Okay. So do you think that you wish you would not have done said thing?
Honestly, it really depends on the situation.
Sure.
It's hard to say
but I guess like more of a specific, do you either have a sense of regret and or a sense of, oh, I wish I would have done it a different way because I didn't really mean to hurt them that way?
Well, in my own personal life, I had very few regrets because I think I was acting on the information I had available as best as I could.
But if you realize you were wrong, you wish you would have acted differently, correct?
If I realized that I was wrong,
You're like, oh,
and
I was wrong at the time, and I really wish I would have known more. You know, like.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like,
Okay.
you know, I would say that I would go back and change it because that's a silly way of living your life. But what I would say is,
Right,
you know,
right. But you'd want to like you'd want to learn from that. Like, oh, that sucks that it hurt that person like that. Like, now I know that maybe they are sensitive to something. Like, I am now going to act differently in the future. Correct?
yeah, definitely. I think that's the best part of getting older is that you have all this experience to learn from and try to
Right.
act
So even
differently.
though as an individual you are not acting as good as possible, you now could contribute to something that, you know, like maybe like writing a paper or something that then would be like, okay, so now I've learned from this, we can now share that knowledge with other people or act differently to make
Yeah,
sure that
sure.
this doesn't happen in the future, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So even though you as the individual is flawed, you would still want a system that is some people who have made mistakes before you, right? Or you to spread down to like other people, to make systems that would work to prevent, you know, having the harm that you unintentionally, as much as it was, did to somebody, right?
Yeah, sure.
So then that would be a more perfect system, we would say, to have ruling outside of yourself.
Yeah, well, in theory, you know, and I'm not.
No, well, I'm not talking
I
in
promise-
theory here. We're talking that's how it
Yeah.
works.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, and I'm not. I want to preface what I'm saying is, I'm not saying this to trip you up, but what I'm saying is, in theory, that's what we have now, right? Like that's the way the court system goes, and in theory, it's better than anything that's ever existed before. Like, you know, jury trial evidence,
Right, because we learn from the experience that's happened. We learn from the injustices that we've done within our system. But the system of government, the system of law, it's based off of like the idea that like when something is wrong, we correct it, and it becomes like centralized for everybody. Like everyone is held to the same standard because we know what we fucked up on as a society. That's what like a society is, you know what I mean? Like we learned as a society those lessons, so now we have, I guess, grown up in some way, I guess we could say.
Sure. So give me a specific example of what you're talking about, just so I can get it, because I think I know what you're alluding to, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but if you don't mind,
I'm using that directly as a counter to your point, being that like, oh, because humans are imperfect, then like everything that we build is imperfect. Where you're correct that humans are imperfect, and you can have that ideology, I suppose. But I think what is beautiful about humans being imperfect and like being in a society, and what a government does, is it holds our imperfections and all of our mistakes, and we learn from them. We move on. We make it better because we understand that we're imperfect. So instead of like honestly like religion based, where you just like have like a set of rules that are never changeable. And I'm not taking that as a dig. I'm just saying that as an example, as a counter.
No, I understand.
We have something that is, like, a living document. We change and we improve. We improve our society over time. Like, again, spousal rape used to be legal. We realized what that did for our society. There was a lot of people who just didn't think about it, but then people came out, and then we understood what happened, or what that was doing to other people, the harm it was doing, and we changed that. And that's why the society, in my opinion, is significantly better, because it's, learning a lot from our mistakes. Even though we are imperfect, we're making it better.
So let's take this, because to be honest with you, I think the as important as all the other issues are, I do think that the relationship between men and women in particular is actually probably the biggest problem that the human race faces at this moment. So let's just take that as an example. Because I don't disagree with anything that you said. And, a lot of people on the right they say things that I think are stupid, although I understand what they're saying. They don't provide any nuance, so it sounds retarded, especially around like what
Well,
you're
it
talking
usually
about.
is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think it comes not from you, but from a lot of people on the left is also sounding retarded as well. But it's not for no reason. I don't blame individuals because we're kind of living in this time period where nuance is not really appreciated, right? So, what I'm saying is like, okay, let's say that and I actually agree with the left on this, is I think that there was a lot of problems throughout history where the patriarchy as it existed was used as a system where certain individuals did certain bad things to women in general. And I think
Well, and men.
no matter where you look in history, a bunch of men would kill each other, and then at the end of the war, the women and the children still had to suffer whatever came after that, or whatever conflict. Just to back up for 1 second, one thing I'll say about what you're saying is humans are kind of designed to deal with about 150 people, like in a tribe, right? Like, we're not really designed to deal with like mass media and a computer in our hands
Well,
that
we're not
connects us.
designed to do anything that I mean, the fact that we've created these things kind of makes it seem like we are designed to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
like technology isn't something that just appeared. We made it. We are directly designed to be able to deal with it because we did it.
Sure. Well, that's a whole nother conversation that I think is important, because I think technology is changing things in ways that we can't really fathom. Like, I'm sure you're about the same age as me, so you kind of grew up for a period of time where the internet was very little influence on your life, right? So you and I can still remember, but I think the people growing up now, they're not going to have that. They're not going to have that.
Yeah, but there's
that
plenty of
memory.
people who lived without like electricity. It's just that's like that's like humans' number one trait is that we adapt.
Well, I would say that there probably is going to be a very hard limit to what we can adapt to, or we'll have to change the definition of what a human is at some point, because we're going
We
to get
change
so far.
definitions all the time. That's fine. That's not a problem.
Yeah, and again, people can say it doesn't matter, or it's okay, or it's good, but what I'm saying is I think it's a dangerous concept to say that it's not debatable, but that's another issue. But I mention that because I think they're factors that you can't really look forward if you don't take them under consideration, because all those problems that you're talking about, I agree they happen. But again, I think it also is kind of like disempowering to women, because for whatever problems
Wait, you said that I'm talking about. What are we talking about here?
Well, basically what you're saying is, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but in general, the argument seems to go that, the patriarchy treated women wrong, and women got married too young, and they just popped out goods, and they had no
the
rights.
Patriarchy hurts men too as well, but sure, yeah.
Well, I would agree with you on that as well. I would agree with you on that. But in general, you see that argument, and all I'm saying is, whatever the problems with it is, it still doesn't. I think the disservice it does to women is it takes away their power, because women have immense power in a relationship, immense power in a marriage, immense power over their children, even under the patriarchy, and maybe even more under the patriarchy, depending on the morality of the men and the women involved, right? So I'm just saying that it's a little bit more complicated than the general.
When the man is seen as the head of the household under the patriarchy, how does she have immense power?
Because she's running the household of the man. So if the man is not there and he's leaving, she can have sex with another guy. She can spend all his money. She can take the kids and run. I mean, she can just.
Okay, but that's a patriarchal notion, taking the kids. You know that, right?
But I understand. But listen, what I'm saying is, women have always had a lot of power in relationships, and they still do.
Okay, but they've always had less.
Well,
Like
political
women
power.
couldn't get a credit card until
Maybe-
they were like the 60s, dude. Like, are you serious?
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that. I'm not disagreeing that women should or should not have the right to do those things. What I'm saying is, you're looking at it from a very narrow view of what power is. What I'm saying is relationship power.
I think I'm gonna be
Are
honest.
all-
I'm gonna flip that on you. I think you're looking at this at a very, very shallow view. So, what do you mean by relationship? Are you saying like, are we doing the cliche like withholding sex is the power, or how the fuck do you think that like when women were getting beaten and like they couldn't go to the police that was power? Like, do you think that like how when they had to have no fault divorces that was power?
Listen, what I'm saying is, you're making, when you say those claims, you're implying that it was just like everyone was doing that. I don't think that's
I'm not
necessarily
talking
true.
about everyone was doing that, but do you think that women in like Saudi Arabia have a lot of power because they're in charge of the household?
I think they have a lot of power that people don't want to admit. But do
Like
they have
what?
political? But do they have political power? No.
If you don't
they
have political power, you don't really have any power. And political power obviously comes in a lot of facets. But if you don't have the power to influence the world around you, what power do you really have? Like what you just like, what you can like talk to your kids and they have to listen to you? Like what power are we talking about? You can be a bitch and then like make your husband like unhappy? Like is that power?
Well, that last one is definitely power.
Okay, but
for
like
sure.
anyone has that. Like you think the husband doesn't have the power to make his wife unhappy?
Sure, but
So then they have
you
the
know,
same amount of power in that front, but then he just has the other power on top of that.
what I'm saying is, you know, the framework that you're working with, to a lot of people on the right, and myself included to some extent, although I don't really disagree with what you're saying. I'm just trying to contextualize it.
So,
Is that it's
but wait,
it's
I
very
want to stay on the power thing here, just because I feel like I want to follow that through with you. So what other power do they have? Women.
well, maybe you should clarify what you mean, because you know, when you
Well,
saying
you
political
said that
power,
women. No, you said women have a lot of power in relationships, and I want to follow through that narrative. So I want to
Well-
make sure that we're touching on every aspect. You're saying that like before, like women had like rights and shit, like they would have a lot of power in relationships, and I don't understand where.
okay. In general, if good people have a daughter,
If good people have a daughter,
in-
okay, weird phrasing.
in white Western European, because I'm going to use a different example in a second. In white Western
Okay.
European, in general,
Are we talking about a time
For the
period, or are we talking about now?
let's say, you know, since the creation of the United States, or you know, if you want to go back to Europe, we can do that. But in general, in Christian white European society,
What is white to you?
I'm sorry.
What is white to you? Are we talking about like?
No, I'm saying Western European people. You know,
Okay, sure.
like from
In America, got it.
west of Europe, west of Russia, and United States. and again, I'm not being racial. I'm just trying to narrow it down so we can get a
Sure,
baseline, because example after that.
Mm-hmm.
So, in general, if a good morally justified people who don't beat their wife and hit their kids, and you know, everybody's going to have marital problems and arguments, but you know, they're not doing the things that you're saying, and they have a daughter. Do you think that they value do you think a man values his wife and children, and do you think a wife values her husband and children? In general, in an ideal situation,
Do you
those
think that I think that people of that time period valued their families?
correct.
Sure.
And
Like on
what
a-
I'm saying is,
In
they
general.
weren't all not all those situations were abusive.
Okay, I
correct?
never said they were.
I know, but my point is, when you
Okay, but
no,
we have
Go ahead.
statistics on like there is a lot more than there is now. Is that not, you don't care about that? It just like, does it have to be 100% for you to care about it?
no, but what And look, I mean, I think it's a complicated issue, but I'm
Well,
just trying to get a baseline.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a baseline
Sure.
because if you go to Eastern cultures, like let's say China or Saudi Arabia or all these other places in the world, where do you think women had a better life overall and a better chance of non-abusive relationships? In Western European societies or east of there?
East of there? Wait, are you trying to make the
Meaning,
comparison between... Well, I mean, I think it's been pretty shit across the board, to be honest. Women have historically always gotten fucked over, you know?
sure, okay, but but the argument I'm trying to say is compared to what, right?
Well, I don't
Compared to
know.
what?
There's a lot of... Do you understand that a lot of evangelical Christians who think like having like a Facebook is like cheating and stuff like that? Basically, like there is an insane group of evangelical Christians that basically want Sharia law. So I really don't know if that's the right argument that you want to go down.
No, I'm not. But what I'm saying is, I'm from that area, by the way, so I know all about that. And people are manipulative in any moral system. I mean, it just kind of goes back to what I'm saying, which is people are corruptible, right? And at different time periods in their life, people may be more corrupt than other, but
You want to know what a lot of that corruption comes from?
Sure.
Religion.
Sure. And but I think that and I'm not going to disagree with you, but what I would say is, the secular humanists have their own religion, they just don't admit it. And so
That's not what secular humanism is if you're talking about being an atheist.
Well, what I'm saying is the moral system of modern progressives is a religion. They're just not honest about it, right?
I don't think so, because literally the definition of a religion is that you have to have like a deity, and that's not the case for progressive morality.
Well, in a way, I think the state and political power is kind of the deity,
but we can disagree with. Okay, so you're telling me, like, in Christianity, can you disagree and debate God and change God's will?
Well, I mean, I don't think I agree with most Christians, but in my opinion, you have to say that again, because that's
okay. Do you think that as a Christian, you have a democratic vote, as all Christians, that you can change God's word?
God's word? You mean is in the Bible?
Yeah. Can you, like, if you don't agree with like God's word, can you like democratically elect like a different one? Or is the entire religion based off of the fact that there is one God?
Well, this is something I disagree with most Christians on, because I think most Christians pick and choose from the Bible what they want, and they never try to contextualize what it was actually meant.
No, but you're not answering my question. You're trying to little pivot here a little bit. I want you to answer that question. Just say yes or no. It's fine.
Well, I just don't understand exactly what you mean.
I'm asking, you're comparing it to the government, correct?
Well, you said the word of God, meaning the Bible, right?
Right, but you're saying that it's a religion, and I'm saying that a religion has to be based off of a deity, like a god, correct? So that comparison is between government and religion, as in like government is the god of, I don't know, the progressive, right?
Well, political power and the government in conjunction, yeah.
Okay, so statement still stands. So you do agree with the statement that government and political power, whatever, that is the god of the religion of the progressive.
In a simplistic way.
You literally said that earlier, so I don't know if you're backpedaling or.
No, I'm not. I would say it's more complex than that, but in general, fair assessment, yeah.
Okay. So that's why I'm asking. You say it's complicated, so let's break it down then. So as I said, and as we both know, like having a religion has to do with a deity. So what is the deity? As I assuming you're saying that the, whatever system of government, doesn't matter. But I'm asking to compare it to another religion. if you're going to say it's a religion, like Christianity, you have a deity that is God. Do you have the power to change your God democratically? Like, does the people choose your like God's commandments or whatever?
I understand what you're saying now. From a actual Christian worldview, I would say the answer is no. From a practical, the way things work, I would say that's exactly what most Christians do. Is they just paint what they want to see on the religion, and then that's why.
Okay, but then is that the dogma for everyone? Does that apply to everybody?
I'm sorry. Say, what do you mean? Sorry.
Does it apply to everybody? Okay, so if you decide to interpret like a passage of the Bible, the God said whatever, and you interpret it differently, does it apply to everybody?
Sure. So you're saying like, okay, let's say like, one of the 10 commandments, and we say, okay, thou shalt not kill, and I say, well, I don't disagree with the way that you interpret it. And if I disagree, then does that apply to everybody else? Basically, what you mean is like, do I apply
can you democratically change what the entirety of Christianity religion doctrine is? Can you democratically change the words that were written?
In the sense that you're asking, I would say no, because I know what you're asking. But what I would say is I think people do try to do that within Christianity.
Okay,
to where they do.
Then you would say that so you're still standing by the idea that you think that government is the same as people who are not religious, would their version of religion is still akin to government.
Let me try to clarify what I mean. What I mean is, sorry, there's a motorcycle going by.
It's all good.
What I mean is, a lot of people on the progressive and look, I'm not singling out progressives. I'm making the argument to you, but for a particular reason.
Okay.
I think a lot of other people of different political opinions are falling into the same trap. So don't take this as I'm just singling you guys out. But what I'm saying is, you guys have faith in a particular worldview in absence of either context or evidence to support what you believe.
Wait. In absence of evidence. A lot of my beliefs are based off of scientific evidence. So if you want to talk about like a God, it seems like that would make a little bit more sense. But
No, I understand. Look, Christians use science for a long time, and so did a lot of other religions, including Muslims and everyone else. So, the data does not speak to what you do with the data. The data is just data, right? So,
right, but if I make my moral decisions based off of what is in a utilitarian sense of like what is okay, so do you think that the data where okay, for example, abortion, we're going to have the debate between religion and whatever, which is actually kind of ironic because most of the Bible actually is pro-abortion, but I digress. It's a religious argument, right? Abortion, the whole conversation. We can agree on that, correct?
Well, I understand that most Christians do make it a religious argument, and I think in general I agree with them. Although I do think that
okay, that's fine. Hold on.
But in general, I think there's a lot more nuance to it. And just to make one quick argument, just to give you thought on it, because I think it's very important. And again, this is not. I respect what you're saying, because actually I've seen you talk before, so I have a little bit more experience with your ideas than mine. So, and I'm not just saying it. I do understand where you're coming from. On the abortion thing, I think I have a good argument to why progressives should have a little bit of pause on that. And so here's what I'll say. And this is coming from my libertarian side, nothing to do with religion, okay? Once you make the argument that a helpless child's life, whatever, somewhere between the conception and 9 months.
Well, you're already wrong on the argument, because they're not a child. They're a zygote.
Okay. Well, listen. Somewhere between conception, when the baby's head's popping out, somewhere between those two, but somewhere between there, there's a human life there. Would you agree? Somewhere in there, right?
What?
Somewhere between conception and when the baby's head is popping
So
out.
it stops?
Somewhere inside there's a human life. Somewhere in that
Oh.
window of time.
This is like an annoying moral argument, but I would say they could be considered a person if they could survive without, being in the womb, like survive outside the womb. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, no, I understand. But again, I haven't even
When
made
they're
the
not
argument. I'm
like
just
sucking off, somebody else.
No, I understand. What I'm saying, all I'm saying is somewhere in that window of time, it goes from potential for life to a life. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Like
so
to a
there's a
human.
potential of a house to a house, but it's usually not a house until it's finished.
Yeah, but we're talking about a living, human, which is even
Okay,
I think.
well,
But even secular humanists have to say there's a difference between a human life and
I
an
don't
animal
think
life,
you
right?
know what a secular humanist is.
Okay, well, whatever you believe, you think that a human has more value than an animal or a house, right?
Not according to the fucking capitalist. No, sorry, I'm trying to make a joke. Yes, no, I personally definitely think that a human being has more value than an animal and a structure.
Sure. And all I'm saying is somewhere in that window of time, it becomes a human. And in my argument to to the progressives or whatever you want to call it, or even to a lot of Christians, because I think they miss this point, and it's an important point, in my opinion, which is once you say that a helpless child loses its rights to life because it's an inconvenience or whatever, or rape or whatever the case may be, once you degrade that human's life based on whatever that is, you've opened the door philosophically for adults to have the same consideration. And the reason I say that is,
what?
Listen to what I'm saying. I challenge anyone to go and take a medical ethics class and go and see what the medical industry says about human life. Because if you think that the argument applies only to unborn children, the same argument that progressives make about unborn children is the same argument that the scientific and medical field says towards all human life, because they are looking at it from a rational, evidence-based standard, right? And so what I'm saying is, once you open the door
Can
to
I
say,
walk you through something
Sure.
with this? Something we always have to talk about.
Sure.
So, say you're driving in a car. I don't know if you drink, but
rarely, a little bit here and
rarely.
there.
Okay, maybe like you got a text, right? You know you shouldn't look at your phone, but you did. And it turns out you ended up T-boning somebody, right? So you pass out. Obviously you had hurt somebody else. And you wake up, right? And the only way that this person's going to be able to live, something that you caused, is by being attached to your body for 9 months. Do you think that the government should force you? Whether or not you choose to do it, that's obviously your choice. If you feel like you want to do that, that's totally fine. But do you believe that the state, the government, should force you to stay attached to that person, where you're using your body to sustain them? When there's not even we don't even know if they're gonna live.
That's a very interesting point, and I will answer it. I just want to say one thing. It's an interesting point because you're comparing a sexual act to a car wreck, but I understand.
No, I'm comparing looking at your phone where you know it could be dangerous to do it,
right?
But you looked at it
Right.
because you wanted to look at it, right? It was something, maybe you were interested in the text. the text is the act. It's just it ended up with the car crash.
Sure. That's a very interesting. It's a very interesting argument, and I to be honest with you, I would have to think more heavily to give a more thorough answer. But what I will say is, I would say no, they shouldn't have the right to do that to you. But what I would say is there should be some sort of consequence, regardless, because your action led to an unintended consequence, right?
What? Because it had an unintended consequence?
So what I'm saying is, I don't think that the government should have the right to force you to do that. But what I do think is that there should be some consequence.
Okay, sure.
For,
but the idea of that is bodily autonomy, right? So, because when you're like, there's no other argument outside. You could say like consequence all you want, but like a lot of like people, especially right wingers, pregnancy is the consequence. Losing your body is the consequence. Having to keep them attached to you is the consequence that they want. They want pregnancy to be a bad thing to you.
Sure. Well, let me sparse it out for a second. And again, I'm not doing this to trip you up. I'm just doing it for the sake of clarity of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, okay, wait, I don't want to get to like I'm going to stop you just because I don't want you to get into like the nitty gritty of that. My entire argument that I'm saying is based off state related. We're not talking about morals here. We're talking about how you would want to have the state behave in that situation. So if you want to like what do you want the state to like do us like, that's not what we're really talking about. We're talking about directly. Do you want the state to have that much control over your body?
Well, let me say this, because I know where you're coming from, but I don't think you realize how slippery of a slope that you're stepping on,
What's the slippery aspect of it?
And I'm not saying that insultingly. I'm just saying, like, I think you're
I'm asking you for a clarifying question.
Very sure. Well, what I'm saying is, if you're saying, okay, should the state have the power to force you to attach yourself to someone to save them? And what I said was no, but there still should be consequence. If instead they take you and put you in prison for 10 years, they're still taking away your bodily autonomy, right?
And you're okay with that?
Do you think drunk drivers should go to prison for killing people?
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ability of the state to directly make you support somebody else's like life. See, this is what I'm saying. This is right. This is what I tried you to stop going down this road, because then you're going out outside of the metaphor, because that doesn't track. You know what I mean?
Well, but it does, because are you saying there should be zero consequences?
No, I'm not saying like you have zero consequences.
Okay, but if we're taking the abortion model, then what I'm saying is, if you're saying, okay, well, a woman shouldn't have to carry a child, I said, okay, but are you saying there should be zero consequence to her for making a mistake?
She gets an abortion. You think those are easy?
No, I know for a fact they're not easy.
Within the metaphor, okay, and within the metaphor, you have then the choice to go through a process to disconnect yourself.
Right. Right. So, so what I'm saying is, are you saying there should be no consequence?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by consequence? Like a punishment? Which one are we at? Are we doing like the metaphor, or are we doing the thing? Because again, that doesn't really track. So if we're talking about like, no, I absolutely don't believe that like if you get pregnant, you have like, does a man get a punishment for getting a woman pregnant?
Well, I think that's something that is open to debate.
Okay, let's debate it. Do you think a man has any consequence for getting pregnant?
But let's get clear. Let's get clear on what we're talking about, because I think we have to obviously go over what most people say, which is, rape and incest and stuff like this, like the exceptions to what we're talking about, right? I think those are a little bit more.
Okay, so if somebody runs their car into you, like, what do you mean? Why are we talking about exceptions? Exceptions are kind of pointless. Like, let's be real here. Acceptance don't really mean anything. Either you kind of believe in one or you believe in the other, or not kind of. You have to believe in one or you have to believe in like exceptions are such a lib bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter.
No.
Like, if you're okay. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. All right, I'll indulge you then. Why are exceptions okay then?
look, all I'm saying is, if you go to court, the circumstances of the event.
Okay, so
matter,
why
right?
are exceptions okay? Because
Well, I'm not
the
saying
bodily
that-
autonomy argument is not directly a one-to-one on abortion, obviously. It's just an aspect of the state's control over your body. So it's not a direct, like, it doesn't work in every other situation. But what I'm asking you is, okay, so you're against abortion, right? So you seem very clear on that, right?
Well, what I would say is, I think I have a complicated view on it. I think that, when it comes to rape and incest and these other,
Okay, so why
things that I
are
think-
those qualifiers? Like, what changes?
Well, what I'm saying is those are reasonable things. Those are reasonable. Why you're asking me why those are
why?
reasonable?
Yeah.
Because the incest thing depends on a lot of other factors, but let's just take the rape because that's easy to understand. Obviously, the act of being pregnant comes from something that already came from the absence of bodily autonomy, right? So the beginning of the pregnancy already started from a point where you didn't have bodily autonomy intact, right?
Sure.
So it kind of takes the moral obligation off the person who's getting pregnant, is what I would say.
Okay, so then it comes down to morality for you. So again,
No, well, what I'm saying is, if somebody puts a gun to your head and tells you to go rob a bank, that's not the same as you taking a gun in your hand and going and robbing a bank, right? Like there's a difference in that, is what I'm saying. Would you agree?
okay, but what's the difference? I'm saying there's like a literal difference, but what is your point here? So like you're okay with killing a baby if in your words.
I'm not saying with it. What I'm saying is, I understand.
So you're okay with killing babies under certain circumstances.
I'm not saying
the way
I'm
that you
okay with
explain
it,
it.
but I'm
it's
saying
acceptable.
I'm saying there's an argument to be had, because it's the person didn't have a choice in the matter, is what I'm saying. Right.
Well, the person didn't have the choice in the matter if they were taking birth control and like using contraceptives, and they still ended up getting pregnant.
I don't think that's as common as people like to pretend that it is. And
but that doesn't matter.
Even if
wait, that doesn't matter. It still happens.
And sure, and again, I'm not. Look, you're not talking to your average, right wing guy. I understand everything you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is, the argument over the state power totally discounts the fact that, that the people in a woman and a man's life should be like helping them make better decisions, and if they're not,
make
the
better
state
decisions. So do you think a husband and a wife, they're on double contraceptives, right? Like he's wearing a condom, she's on birth control. It fails. They should be forced to carry it to term. Or would that maybe encourage never, I'm not going to go down that road, but you could probably assume what I was going to say. If they wanted to get an abortion,
I mean, that's a good example.
You think that it should be disallowed?
That's a great example to bring up. My personal opinion, I would say that what's there. Here's where I'm going to say something that I don't know how you're going to feel about it, but in my opinion, there's no reason to get married if you don't want to get married, if you don't want to have children. The whole point of married is to have children.
So you think that you should not, like, every time that you have sex, like, okay, so what if you're like on the age cusp where it'd be really dangerous for you to get pregnant? Like you saw me on The Crucible, right?
I don't know if I saw that whole thing, but
okay, well, but you know who Rachel is, correct?
Yeah, I saw some of that. I don't know if I saw.
Yeah, she had to. They had to start doing contraceptives because she's had a lot of kids, so it's really dangerous for them to have children now. So it, like, to her body, like, she might die.
Okay, sure. I understand that.
Okay. Does that change your opinion?
Change my opinion.
Do you think you should just stop having sex? Both of you just should not pleasure each other anymore because
I see what you're saying. Sorry. Yeah. So what you're saying is, if a husband and wife is married and they have too many kids, and they get pregnant, should they be forced? I think again, maybe a lot of Christians will disagree with me this, and off the cuff, this is what I would say. I would say in general, if it's a medical concern, again, like the rape thing, you're it kind of goes out of the realm of moral obligation because it's becoming a life or death situation, right? So
okay, but you understand that
I'm not going to say that it's good to kill a kid, but what I'm saying is I understand that the situation is a lot more morally complicated than
okay. All right, that's fair. That's fair. That's absolutely a fair point of view. So, I'm gonna go obviously still within the same vein, but I want to ask you this line of questioning, okay? So, when we talk about legal like the overturning of Roe v. Wade, people's rights to abortion, bodily autonomy, all of that, like all of that mixed into like a practicality aspect. Do you believe in legally banning abortion? Even with your exceptions, I guess. Whatever.
I don't believe in taking away choices in all scenarios, like the ones we just discussed, which would be, rape and medical conditions. I don't think it should be off the table for people to have that as an option. No, I don't.
Okay. So do you understand that the way that it works out in reality, right? When we're talking about abortion bans, it does mean that people who are very much interested in carrying their pregnancy to term, if that baby is either unviable, meaning it's not ever going to be a child and it's going to become an incredible risk to you, and you might die, that practice is going to be outlawed, like the thing that would help or to fix that, because that is considered an abortion. On top of that, people who are who are wanting to have children, and their child dies inside them, they cannot be extracted. So they have to give birth to a dead baby, like Game of Thrones style shit, which, as we know, that's very risky and very complicated. Yeah. Do you think that is something that you're okay with taking, like the women taking the L's on that? Like we're going to kill some moms, but at least some, theoretical babies won't die.
Obvious. I mean, well, maybe it's not obvious, but obviously to me, no, I would say I'm not okay with that. But what I would say is, I think that from what I understand, those exceptions are.
No, they're not exceptions. They're not exceptions.
I don't know
if you ban abortion,
true.
They're considered abortions and you cannot get them. There's been plenty of stories.
I don't. Sure. And I've heard the stories.
I'm in Texas, my guy. I know they happen.
Okay. Sure. And, I'll take you at your word, but I would also say that I don't think it's as common as.
It doesn't matter. You're okay with that just happening?
I'm not okay with that happening. I disagree with that.
Okay, so maybe you shouldn't be for any sort of like. Because you understand that the wording in abortion bans are incredibly vague. So then it disincentivizes doctors. Like when when you have bans like in Florida, proposed or in Texas, where it's like
you're not arguing. You have no reason to argue with me because I already agree with you on that. So
okay, but I think you're not understanding the gravity of what.
I understand, and I think that.
So you're against abortion bans.
I think there's a big difference between someone who.
But all abortion ban
make the life choice, and then
how are they going to know that? How are they going to know? What are you going to legislate it? Okay, even with your rape exception, how do they prove that they got raped? Do you think like abortions usually happen in like you find out you're pregnant, right? At like 4 weeks. Stay with me.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I know that it's a complicated
I think you don't
situation.
understand like how silly the entire concept is. Like, it just makes more sense to me that it would just be like an option. What is the problem with it being an option?
So okay. I understand what you're saying. Let me make my argument.
Go ahead.
What do you think is the worst loss of life for adult humans or people that are alive already in history? What do you think is the worst one ever that you can think of off the top of your head?
The worst loss, like in terms of numbers? What do you mean?
Yeah, like what conflict do you think had like the worst numbers or the worst way of dying or whatever it is, right?
I have no idea. Is that an objective question? I don't know. Holocaust comes to mind. I don't know.
Yeah, let's use that as an example. That was, let's just say that was 6 million people that died, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so when the United States has killed 100 million babies, or 50 million, or even 1 million, one is more than we should.
Okay, so you think a theoretical fetus that cannot survive outside of somebody's womb is the same as you? You think that your life is the same as a random like dumbass clump of cells?
What I'm saying is, you know, if you have that attitude towards, and again, somewhere between conception and the baby coming out, right? Like maybe the first trimester.
Are you the same as that?
Well, I wouldn't be here if I was destroyed at that point, right?
Okay, but then, so?
But what I'm
that's how just the life works.
Listen, what I'm saying is, when you say that something that innocent and helpless has no right to life, you're also making the argument that humans
you're
don't
caught
have
up on the baby. It's not a baby.
At some point between conception and its head coming out, it is.
Okay, but do you think that abortions happen when it's considered viable? Outside of like extreme circumstances?
So
do you believe that like women are just like, yeah, JK, I don't want to have it, and they're just like, yeah, I'll just kill it then at like 9 months?
I think life is a lot more cold and callous than people want to admit. That's what I think.
Okay, but that doesn't happen. There's no statistics to support that.
But wouldn't you say that once of killing a 9-month-old baby is more than it should happen?
Is it a 9-month-old baby, or is it because if it's 9 months old, then it's been out of the womb for 9 months.
Okay.
You're getting kind of confusing here.
9-month-old fetus. A 9-month-old fetus, then.
Okay.
Are you saying that it has zero value as a human being at that point?
I'm saying that nobody kills them unless it's like because they're unviable.
But if it happened once, it's more than it should happen. If it's not one of these other situations,
okay, but nobody does that like for funsies. You think some like psycho doesn't like put like a coat hanger up their vagina and like murder their own like body? Like I don't know. But that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about legal laws against abortion, or
sure,
legal abortions.
But what I'm saying is, the exceptions that we talked about, and even if you add in all these other caveats, most of the unborn children that are killed are not because of some
they're killed when they're just zygotes. They're not children when they're just a massive, like, when you nut like jerk off or whatever, do you think that you're like killing like a potential child? Like you're being crazy with that.
You are, but at the same time,
yes, you are. Is that what you just said?
Listen, all I'm saying is this. Hold on one second.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. Take your time. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I don't know if you're still away.
Sure, I'm here. So let me just say what I wanted to get out, just so it's clear. I understand what you're saying. Here's what I'm trying to say. If the best we can do as a society that's progressing is say, well, a woman who ends up in that situation where she doesn't want a baby, the best idea we can have is, well, just get rid of it. And again, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if that's the best that we can do, I think we should really question the direction of our society is what I'm saying, right?
Okay,
like,
so wait, no, but the counter to that.
All right. What I'm saying is like, we should be doing preventative. We should be having better communities. We should have better families. We should have better fathers, better mothers, better brothers, better sisters. And if the best we can do is say, well, if it's inconvenient to you, or if it causes a problem, or you don't want it, let's just kill it. I think that we have to really sit back and look at ourselves and say, is this the best that we want for ourselves?
Oh,
and
socialist
again,
king here. We love that for you. So you're in full support of leftist values like socialism that makes it a lot easier to have families, right?
Well, what I would say is, why does socialism work in somewhere like Finland and Norway in the past? Well, probably because their culture was homogeneous, right? They have almost
Because
all the
they're
same
racist, they can have socialism. What the fuck does that have to do with an economic value of having them owning the means of production?
Okay, so you say that white Northern Europeans are racist, therefore they can have socialism. So does that mean that the Japanese are racist because they have 99.9% Japanese people?
Yes, I'm Japanese. Yes, they are.
Okay. And why? And okay. And so, and I agree with you because I've lived in Asia before, and Asians are far more racist than Europeans. And what I'm saying is, rather than just call people racist, why not recognize that perhaps it's a survival mechanism, or it's
Well, and more than anything, it just would seem like that there wasn't a lot of people that were there. Because have you ever been to like in the north, like their shit's all fucked, like where the days don't even work the same. Like it's really hard to get to. Like, what do you mean? Like there's not a lot of job opportunities necessarily in like the same way that like the United States has. Like I feel like that's like such a weird cop out. Like, but I'm talking about in terms of abortion. If you're saying that you want more like family values, like more, you understand that a lot of this is the problem of capitalism, right? Like the reason that people can't afford, a lot of reasons that people have abortions, especially if they're in relationships, they can't afford it. So you have 5 kids, having a 6th, you know how like I think in the first 3 years of having a kid, it's like $100,000. Well, in America, you think it's affordable for most people?
I mean, I have a child, and I can tell you it is hard and expensive, but it's more the time and effort than the money. But
exactly.
I understand what
so
you're
if
saying.
You don't have the time or effort or the money, do you think maybe it's more humane to not put yourself through it?
I think that's again, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's a lot more of a slippery slope than you think. But I understand what you're saying. But I think you understand what I was saying, which
what is the slippery slope? I don't understand what you're saying when you say that.
You're saying it's compassionate to end a life for somebody who...
There's no life. That's what you're tripped up on. There's no life. It's just a collection of cells. It's not like it's a fucking baby. Like it's not like killing a puppy that's looking at you, like, and then like stabbing it in the heart. I think that you've gotten conditioned like by like some, I don't know, Christianity or like influence that you have, where you think like every time anyone's having an abortion, it's just like getting sucked out like a full blown ass baby. You know, that's not how it works. It's literally just a clump of cells. Like if you do it, you take the abortion pill, which is what like 80% of abortions are done by. It's just like a hard period.
I understand all that, but what I'm saying is,
why is it so stuck in your head? You keep saying baby. Like, why do you keep thinking that? It's not. You're just wrong.
I mean, you can try to wiggle out of it.
It's not a wiggle. You're the one that's wiggling into this. Like, there's no reason for you to like think it's a baby. Do you think a women's like a heavy period is like Just like
I understand everything you're saying. You're not saying anything that's like surprising to me. I understand what you're saying.
okay, well, can
But
you
what I'm
help
saying,
me understand how you think? I don't understand why you think it's a baby.
because it will be
Okay, so is a like
a living creature, and it's not the same as like an animal embryo or egg or anything else, right? Like it's still a human or going to be a human, right? So all I'm saying, and look, I'm not saying that there's none of the exceptions. What I'm saying is, if you just say, well, this is the best option, therefore let's do it, and we don't address any of the other problems out here where the adults have to live and the children have to live, then you're just going to have mass levels of abortion, which is what we've seen. And all I'm saying is, if we decry the Holocaust, well, we've had 10 times that here in the United States from a potential thing. And again,
so then
people
you're
talk about
equating like a clump of cells to a living, breathing human being that has lived
Listen to
multiple
what-
years
this-
of life.
let me finish what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to cut you off. I want to make this point. We talk about racism. Who wants these policies? Progressives. And who did it affect? Mostly black and brown people. So, people talk about eugenics and all this kind of stuff. That's literally the purpose of these kind of things.
Are you a fan
And again,
of Kanye by chance?
I mean, not really, but I understand the argument, but that's just
Yeah, that's
it's
literally the Kanye argument. And you
but
know
it's-
that's
but
not
it's-
really,
but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's true. You know what I'm saying?
it doesn't really matter. Like, what are you talking about? Like, if
What, I
black
said
and
it-
brown people are having more abortions, who gives a shit? That doesn't, do you think like big abortions coming for like your money? Like, even though like Planned Parenthood will
what
give
I'm-
free abortions to
I'm-
low income family,
I'm using I'm using the progressives' own logic against them is what I'm doing.
how is that using the logic? I'm not saying that abortions are
Because you care so much about them, and then you've seen the degradation of their
because
family
they're
structure.
not, like, we're talking about like making the lives of the people, the black and brown people, the black and brown women here, seems like it's making their lives easier to not having to be forced to carry a pregnancy to term, so that they're able to pursue whatever they're trying to pursue or take care of their other children or whatever.
Well, why has their family structure eroded over the last 100 years? Why is it that
Over the last
they-
100 years, do you know the history of this fucking country? You think, why is the family of the black person eroded since the 1920s? Do you really need me to fill that in?
Okay, so let me ask you. So let's take the same argument. Let's say let's take the same idea and let's take it to Japan. Why is the family structure of Japan got to the point where people don't want to have children anymore?
Because of hypercapitalism.
No matter what race that you use,
Hypercapitalism and xenophobia.
or what place in history you use, the same phenomenon is going on everywhere. I'm just saying, for all the progressives want to care about the plight of anyone who's not white, I understand. But what I'm saying is, why is it that why is everything having a dysgenic effect on people if we actually care about human beings?
Wait, so are
much?
you talking about population like drops, or are we talking about abortion? Because it seems like that doesn't really track.
I'm saying, why are people not doing what's normal, which is pair bonding and having children and raising the
Capitalism.
children?
You know, Japanese work culture is like psychotic about this type of shit, right?
I do. I'm just making the point that it's happening to white people, it's happening to Japanese people, it's happening everywhere in the world. China, it doesn't matter where you go. And I understand you say
So
capitalism.
your solution is forced birth then. Like you gotta say what your argument is, because it really seems like you keep saying I understand what you're saying, but then you circle back to the same like right wing talking points that are, for one, like very racist, and two, like kind of confusing, where you're talking about like what people like inconsistently racist, I guess, where you're saying that black people should be having, like, if you're saying that black people are like mostly the people getting abortions, so do you want?
What I'm saying is they're growing up fatherless because of whatever social that they have going on, which again actually goes back to government policy.
Are you trolling me right now? You know why that is, right?
Please tell me why that is.
Okay, well, there's a lot of statistics if we're talking about Black people in the United States, like growing up fatherless. There is a myriad of reasons, which obviously is the historical sense of there was a lot of fatherless Italian people back when like the mob was very prevalent as well. You know why? Because that's how they made money. Because they were you know, obviously discriminated enough against. So historically, that kind of was the trend over time. On top of that, there is actually an unfortunate thing that is with a lot of low income, like poverty, with what is it? Welfare, where if you're married, you will lose some benefits if you're not. And a lot of the statistics that we're talking about when it comes to fatherless homes is based off of people that are unmarried. So there are still a lot of people, especially like Black people, who are together, but they're just not married because they're like, you know, gonna lose their benefits from welfare because our welfare system, well-intentioned, not set up well, not set up well at all.
I know all this. I grew up in the welfare system and in a broken home.
Right,
so
you
everything
know that a lot of the shit gets skewed and stuff.
So my point, and again, I'm not saying that to be a smartass. What I'm saying is, I understand what the problem is, but my point is, putting a Band-Aid on the problem isn't actually fixing the problem. It's putting a Band-Aid, and then as we see, we're trying to socially engineer the welfare state.
Okay, well, we're relating this to abortion, my guy. So,
well,
what's the problem with that relating it to it?
Okay, so let me make the connection for you.
Sure.
And again, it's not only Black and brown people, but what I'm saying is they always use them as an example and hide behind them as progressives, right? And I'm saying
they hide behind the Black and brown people. I'm always doing that.
Not you,
okay,
but
so
in
who
general.
Does that? What do you mean?
The progressive liberal people. That's what they do. They say they want to help them, but my point is,
the
if they wanted to
dumbass
help,
lib Democrats do it all the time. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and I think we both agree with that, right? And again, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying I'm using that as example
You
because
say progressives. They don't. Progressives don't do
yeah,
that.
I'm just trying to use their own logic against them, and not particularly against you, right? But anyways, my point is, once you incentivize people not to stay married, not to raise their children, and then you make you know, divorce easy and you do all these things. I understand the policy has good intentions. What I'm saying is, if we don't correct society, then you're only going to see those incentives continue to be used because
correct. Wait, so we should make divorce harder?
What I'm saying is,
Crowder fan?
what I'm saying is, it's not doing anyone any favors in the long term. So what I'm saying is,
doing a lot of people favors having abortion legal.
In the short term, you can make the argument all day long. What I'm saying is, it's still degrading.
No, I think it is in the long term. When they don't have to be connected to somebody, like even like financially viable for like 18 years. Can you imagine being a child that like was like unwanted? Like, I can't imagine that's good either.
I understand what you're saying, but you're
correcting. Do you think for society it is better to have a lot of children that are unwanted by their parents?
Okay.
Do you think that's going to be better for society? Like, seriously.
I understand what you're saying, but you're
no. Can you answer that? It's a pretty easy answer.
The easy answer is no, of course not. But but what I would say is you're missing so much context. We're living with fossil fuels that make it possible for 6 billion people to live. You're talking about
what?
Technological advances that give us so much convenience that we don't know what to do with ourselves. You're not talking about normal human existence that makes any kind of rational, right? Like, you're talking about things as they are now. And what I'm saying is,
things are like how they are now.
Right. And let me back up for a second.
Okay.
When you hear the Democrats saying we need to bring in all these people from all over the world because people here aren't having enough kids, do you think that's going to benefit the United States as a political entity?
By having immigration? Yes, it already does. It significantly does. That's why countries like Japan are getting fucked, because there's xenophobic motherfuckers that don't want immigration, so their country's gonna like dying, dude.
I don't think it's because they don't have immigration. They survive for thousands.
The reason why they're failing is because of their birth rates are fucked.
I understand, but they survived 1,000 years without immigration.
A lot of societies survived 1,000 years and then got fucked.
I understand, but what I'm saying is we're creating problems, and then we have some solution that's not really fixing the original problem. It's just solving a very small slice of the problem from on a piece of paper, but in reality,
you're saying literally everything that happens in humanity. You're being so general with it that I don't feel like you even know what you're trying to say anymore.
What do you mean?
You're saying we create problems and then we solve them. Like, yes, that's how humanity works. I really don't feel like you have an actual centralized ideology about this.
I was bringing in a bunch of people with a totally different culture, language.
You understand this is you're American, right?
I understand what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. People in America came here over the course of 500 years. When you just start importing...
they didn't all come at the same time. Like, they didn't come in waves.
When you start importing 3% of your population every 5 years...
What are we buying them? We used to, actually.
5 million people have come here in the last 5 years that we know of.
Why is it a problem?
No.
Is there some statistical value that proves that they're a negative for the country? Because all the stats that I know of said they're a boon.
So why shouldn't we go to the UN and force China and Japan and Russia and every other country to open their borders too? Why is it only
Why should we force China and Japan to open their border? Why would we do that?
Why should we open our borders to the whole world?
Because we want our country to be better and immigrants make this country better. I don't give a fuck if Japan wants to fucking suck, they can suck. I think that we should encourage them not sucking, but like, it's not my problem if they want to suck. That's their fucking freedom to suck. In America, we don't want to suck here. So we like to have like immigration that makes this country better. More,
almost everyone I know from another country, which is 90% of all where I live at, when I ask them how do they feel about all this immigration coming, do you know what they tell me? And I'm not making those. This is what
their
immigrants
opinions
tell me.
Okay.
They say I would say almost 100% of every immigrant I've talked to, you know what they say?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want everyone else coming here. And I asked them why.
Because they said,
they said, I left my country because I didn't want to live that way. So when they come here, they're bringing their culture and their ways here. I wanted to live like an American. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you have,
but being an American is multicultural.
It's not. Listen, what I'm saying is, if you have 100,
it's not.
Listen to what I'm saying.
You literally just said that.
If you have a glass of water that's 75% full, and you add 3 drops of vinegar, apple cider vinegar in it, you don't taste it. When you add 30% apple cider vinegar, you can barely drink it, right? It's a different concoction, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is...
Okay, but you can use apple cider vinegar in like a soup with a bunch of other like ingredients that would actually make it fucking fire.
Right. But what I'm saying is, do you think that society is being managed that well when our best option, and I make all this to make the point, if we as a society, as we are now, the best we can do is, well, we can't support the children that are being born in this country, so let's get rid of them. Now let's bring in a bunch of other people who can't take care of their kids where they're at.
Well, how do you know that they can't take care of their kids?
Better. If they can take care of their kids where they're at, why the hell do they need to come here? It doesn't make any... You see, like, the logic that you're using makes 0 sense either.
Okay, do you mind if I ask what like race are you?
It doesn't... I could tell you what my race is, but it doesn't really matter because...
You don't have to tell me if it's going to make you uncomfortable. I'm just asking. As a mixed race person, obviously think that it's cool, and I don't see the problem. So I'm just curious. It doesn't really matter what race you are. I'm just what is the problem?
and I'm white, but again, it doesn't matter because I could tell you things that would negate that being an issue. I just don't want to tell my personal details
No,
on
you
the
don't have to
internet.
tell anything about your details. That's fine.
Right.
I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah,
in that
again,
way.
it's not to obfuscate what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like you're mixed race, so I think you have a good perspective that I appreciate. But what I'm saying is,
But you
know,
don't want somebody like me.
No, not at all. I don't have a problem. It's not.
But my my grandparents were immigrants. We actually got interned. Is
I understand.
thoughts?
I believe you. And again, I'm not sitting here defending everything America's done, or I'm not defending all white people or anything like that. I mean, I'm a white person. I grew up in a 90% white area, and I can honestly say 90% of all the problems I've
Okay,
had
so
in my
you said
life.
you don't want culture to change, right?
Listen, I'm not saying that either.
No, you said you
What
didn't
I'm
want
saying,
people coming in to change the culture, right? You did say that.
I'm not saying. I understand what you're saying. That's not
No,
what
but
I'm saying.
you did say that.
Let me say my point.
Okay.
90% of all the problems I've had in my life, including with the political system, is because of white people. So,
I mean, yeah, everything that's wrong in this country is because of white people. Let's be real here.
well, here's the funny thing though. Like, here's what I say to people. I say, if America's so bad and evil and racist, why does 6 billion people want to come here? It doesn't make, it's obviously that's not the case.
Because this is the land of the free, my dude. Of course they want to come here. America is awesome because you know what? Because of democracy.
Because white people's culture made it. Sorry, say that. Anyways, so
because white people made it? Is that what you just said?
Are you saying that white people didn't make the United States under the political system that it is?
No, it was a shit ton of like. You understand that whiteness is not like a race of people, right? It's just like a position of power.
Listen,
you know, German people weren't considered white. But Benjamin Franklin.
I understand. Trust me, I understand all that. White Western European people came here and made the country, particularly British Isle.
Okay, you're talking about literally like the Pilgrims, because those bitches would not have survived without the help of the Native Americans.
I'm not even like I'm not even like this guy who says, "Oh, America has the best system ever." I'm just making the argument that the current political system that we are talking about was created by this certain kind of
political system that was made by white people.
Correct.
That was specific. That they specifically said they wanted to make a living document so it could be changed because they at least had the foresight of understanding that things are going to change.
Sure, and I think they had a lot of blind spots, and I don't particularly love everything about what they did.
Black people basically built this country, right?
Well, they've always been about 13% of the population, and again,
yeah, if we didn't have black people, we would have not had any of this. America would not even existed the same way it does now.
Sure. Well, let me tell you this: I don't think most white people, or even a large percentage of white people, liked or wanted slavery here, which is why it ended here first, and also, less than 1% of all white people in this country ever owned a slave. So to just collectivize
I would
and say,
assume
well,
that nobody in this country has owned, well, unless you work at a prison, I guess, but like that's a different.
No, but you know what I'm saying, like collectivizing guilt to all of a certain kind
guilt,
of people.
but you're talking about I'm saying that in response to the fact that you're saying that white people like made this country, and that's very silly. That doesn't make any sense because white people did not make this country.
I mean, I can also
like, you're gonna say like landowners made this country, so we should only respect landowners or something? Like, what do you mean?
No, listen. You
understand how silly your argument is.
I can be more specific if you want. Like, before the British Empire came over here and got involved, whites and the indigenous
before the British
population,
Empire got involved. What do you mean?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
When the original whites came over to America, they did have some problems with the Native Americans, but in general, they worked out their problems and had like
the Spanish, the English, the French, or which group of whites are we talking about?
Well,
here?
I'm talking about the British. I'm talking about mainland United States of America. I'm not talking about Canada. I'm not talking about
Mexico.
but
the Spanish were literally the ones that like discovered.
Well, the Spanish is a totally different empire than what.
You ever heard of Christopher Columbus?
Yeah, but they didn't take over the continental United States, right?
Nobody took over the continental United States. They were colonies.
That's my point. They were colonies that were basically independent groups living in Virginia and North and Virginia and South, right? Like
but
everything emanated out of,
sure. Whatever.
Yeah, and they lived relatively in harmony with
no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about U.S. history. Are you even American? Until the British Empire properly came over and started getting directly involved militarily. That's when when 1776 happened.
Once the Western expansion
they were
took
British
place,
colonies. They were always British. You're talking about colonies. They were British colonies. You know that, right?
Yes, but it wasn't a military expedition until the
Yes, it
British
was.
Empire.
The colony,
no, it wasn't.
Of course it is. You know
It
how
was made up of-
colonialization is? You have
but it was-
British forces to protect you from the natives, and that's how they take over your land.
But that's not how things actually worked out.
Yes,
They actually
it is.
they had to make treaties with each other. It wasn't just
What do you mean with each other? It was all British colonies.
Yes, and they made agreements with different native tribes. It wasn't just a slaughter east to west coast. It was a long history of like people working out their differences.
No, but you're talking about the British.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking
You're talking
about
the British making treaties with the native. What
talking-
year are we talking here? Because we're talking about the colonies. Those are all owned by Britain. Like, you understand what the entire reason America, the 13 colonies, wanted to rebel against Britain, who owned all 13 fucking colonies, was because they were not getting any representation in their affairs, and they were still getting taxed.
And that's how most Americans feel today. So what's my point is the whole point of me
that's how you have representation.
I don't think most Americans feel very represented by their government.
Okay, sure, but that doesn't mean that's not the case. Like, we're not. Were you on January 6th? Do we need to
But my whole point of everything I'm saying is to contextualize. Like, it's not just a black and white people bad, brown people good. It's
it seems like you're saying brown people bad, white people good. Like, I feel like you're kind of self-reporting a little bit about your entire mentality.
I'm pushing back on the narrative that is common among progressives, which is, America's so white and racist and evil. It's like, that's not true.
Well, you sound kind of racist, so I don't know. You said you're white. I'm not saying that everyone's saying that, but you sound a little racist, so that might be a factor there that maybe is actually accurate, that maybe you're self-reporting because you're not understanding that you have, whether or not you intend to have it, racist values. I'm not saying that, because you do seem like a reasonable person outside of some of the other things that you've said, especially recently, but if you do legitimately understand what I'm saying, and when I'm talking about stuff, and when I'm talking about a race, I think that you're just maybe misguided in a lot of things, and I think that it is a tactic maybe that you've seen from like right media, where you tend to kind of, because it really seems like a lot of self-reporting on your end, where you say that the left is doing things that clearly the right does.
Well, right. Well, let me try to explain why you may think that some of what I'm saying is racist. My whole point of what I'm trying to say is, if you want to divide and conquer people, which is basically the oldest tactic in military history.
Wait, why am I wanting to divide and conquer people?
I'm not saying you want to.
Why is anyone doing that?
Because it's a lot easier to control people when they're divided. So my point is, why do you think,
this is what I'm saying. Everything you say is a self-report.
Why do you think the progressives want to invite the entire world to the United States?
Okay, so
why have they done?
Okay, so that would mean, that seems like that's not dividing. That seems like uniting.
Do you think that
seems
the
like
rich
it's uniting?
White people, it's of course it seems that way. That's called
because
propaganda.
It is. Okay, no, it objectively is.
It's called marketing.
It's called marketing.
It's like marketing. like
How are the
marketing and
left
sales.
marketing to like this
You,
is
would a successful political movement say, we just want to divide and conquer you
Do you
so we
think
can control you?
inclusivity is dividing?
I think that's the goal of it.
So being more inclusive, like having more people represented, having more cultures represented, having more coming together, understandings of each other is dividing?
I'm not. I think the way that it's being done, that is the purpose of it. I'm not saying that the idea of
But
doing
how
that.
does that end up with that? Like, it seems like maybe, like, I think that maybe you're like doing a little loop-de-loop in your head here. Like, think
No, I
about this. No, hold on. Think about you say that, but like, think about this. Honestly, just take a second. Why do you think that the left wants more inclusion? Do you think it's some weird, sinister plot to divide people? Or do you think it's maybe something that they're interested in being inclusive because they have like empathy for their fellow person?
I promise you, I'm going to give you an honest answer.
Okay.
Here's what I think. The average person who thinks they're on the left, and again, I'm not discounting the right
Thinks
from
they're
all this.
on their left. Okay, you can't use that language if you're going to be honest about it. You got to
Sure.
phrase it a little bit differently here.
Well, I'm just trying to give some nuance to it, because what I'm saying is the right wing as well is very confused and muddled as well. But we're talking about progressive, so I'm not critiquing the right at the moment. I can, but I don't. That's not what I'm talking about right now, right? What I'm saying is people on the left believe in the ideals of what you're saying, and to be honest with you, I do too. I think that actually most of what we see going on has been somewhat successful in that realm. And so when I know I said a lot of things that say, "Oh, I don't want immigration in the United States." I'm really not saying that. In fact, I get along in general, I get along better with immigrants and Native American than people born in the United States, okay? In general, in my personal life. But that doesn't take away from the point I'm trying to make, which is
You still wish they weren't here.
no, that's not what I'm saying. The point that I'm trying to make is that the people who are pushing this idea out from the institutions, like schools, mass media, banking, all these interests are aligning. You know, it's like the banks.
Are you going to blame
the
it on
company,
the Jews? Because I think we
No,
might have
I'm
to
not.
end this conversation if that's where it's going to go.
I understand why people do, but I don't think that's what's really going on. I
understand
think
why...
yes. Let me get the point out.
Is that your understanding?
I can make a nuance.
I'm getting a little worried here.
I can make a nuanced.
No, you don't have a nuanced opinion. Okay, you're
but no,
stretching the line here. Say your last point, or
I didn't even say anything about that. You're the one bringing it up.
Yeah, but you're the one that's like not saying that you're like, oh yeah, I understand why. You said a little bit of that. Let's say, are you a Nick Fuentes fan by chance? I'm gonna start being mean to you, to be honest. I mean, I think we had a decent conversation, but
let me get my point out before you just assume what my opinion is, right?
Well,
let me get my point out. You didn't even let me say what my point is, right?
Okay, what's your opinion on the Holocaust then? Did it happen?
I'm sure something happened, and I'm sure that it was bad.
All right, I kicked him. Piece of shit. Nazi piece of shit. Yeah, that was the last straw on that one. I mean, it was a generally interesting conversation. I think it was interesting to pick his brain on some things, but I mean, one of the big things I find very helpful is to break down people. Oh, shut the fuck up, you Nazi bitch. And you know it was funny. I don't know how to ban people. Funky, ban him. I don't know how to do it. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if he like wanted to talk again at some point, because I do find it helpful, but that was getting in like a really fucking fucked place, and I'm not having that right now. Like, fuck you. I want to know the gravity of the situation. If that's unacceptable speech for you to just like question shit like that, like, no, stop. You're being an idiot. I do appreciate him coming on to talk to me. That was, you know, obviously always a brave thing to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, he said, what did he say earlier? He said, well, people say that. It's like, shut the fuck up. Stop being a coward, Nick Fuentes fan over here. I mean, yeah, I know, but I don't necessarily think you should disregard talking to them because I think it's useful to talk to them. I think, like, knowing, because he seemed like a very nice person, and I'm sure he is in his daily life. That's what's important. The idea is, like, knowing, like, nice people like that still could be, like, basically Nazis. You know what I mean? Like, he has horrible, like, points of view. He just isn't as bad as a lot of other people. You know, he seems like he's probably like a really nice person to hang out with. Like, he seemed very cordial. Like, he wasn't like calling me the N-word or anything like that. Like, he was, and that's the important part, knowing that people like that still have those values. And yeah, like, also the reaction I think is from you guys is also somewhat important to know, like, what like he comes off as outside of what he's saying directly. I mean, I enjoyed the conversation. I thought it was interesting to have, especially like earlier on when we were talking on less contentious subjects, we'll say. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's the entire point. That's the entire point of why it's useful. A lot of people in your life, I'm sure, have these ideologies, but they mask them in certain euphemisms, which, as we saw, if you talk to them enough, they end up turning into this. So if you think that your fucking racist ass grandma isn't basically a fucking Nazi, like, you follow her level of ideology, it ends up there. Yeah, I had to, like, you know, get him to talk about it. And hopefully he understands that, oh shit, that's really bad that I think that way. Because I've been there too. I had some really bad, I used to be super transphobic, like, and it was because I had a really bad mindset, and like being challenged on it was really helpful in ways. So I don't necessarily think we should condemn the guy. Again, like, I appreciate that he came on to talk. That was very brave of him. I just don't want to deal with it today, you know? I don't mind talking to him another time, if he wants to, but I think that it was, for one, the reason why I kept talking to him was because I thought I kind of wasn't sure where it was gonna go with that, and I figured it was gonna go that way, and I thought it would be really interesting to kind of unwrap it. I mean, everyone who, sure, but I'm just saying, like, somebody who does, like, I mean, honestly, if somebody's, like, more, like, directly, like, racist, there's somewhat of a less chance that they're, like, mega Nazi, but, like, when you have, like, the values of saying, like, oh, I don't like immigrants, like, I don't like, you know, like, the right, like, honestly, a lot, you know what's really scary that we need to understand is, if the right wing wins, right? If the right wing wins, and if you're listening still, my friend, if the right wing wins, what happens? We lose democracy. Marginalized people have to either go back in the closet if they're gay, trans, or whatever, or they're gonna get literally killed or imprisoned. And again, we're already seeing this in other countries, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a fantasy. In Nigeria, you can go to jail for like 20 years for being gay. They passed a law that this is not something that doesn't happen. Okay. You know what also is possibility of happening? Any sort of ethnic race is going to get jailed or killed. That's what happened if the right wing wins. No democracy, nothing changes. If I win, if the left wins, what happens? What happens if the left wins? You get fucking healthcare. You get more inclusion. You get better education. And maybe you can't call somebody the N-word. Even if we do have bad policies, you still have democracy at the end of the day. You can still change it. But if the right wins, you lose everything right now. Trump said in that town hall, he's gonna fucking... Okay, right, we need to watch... I forgot, we need to watch what, yeah, Elon, by the way, is, like, stepping down. Unrelated. Fucking, AOC... Comments on... She actually said, like, something pretty...
Tonight, former president and current presidential candidate Donald Trump answered questions about the verdict that...
Right. I just want the AOC part. She said something, like, really insightful. That was a dress rehearsal. Trump said he's gonna do it again. He would not say that he's gonna accept it. If he loses, he's gonna do another fucking January 6th. The fact that he did it the first time, and he doesn't disavow it, he's gonna do it again. I don't think you guys understand how serious this is.
Cortez, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, it's a real honor.
Our country is not that old. We're kind of around that time period where we could literally get overthrown.
And a pleasure to have you here tonight. I'm sorry that this is what we have to be talking about. Yesterday, when
God damn, I love her piercings.
That verdict was read, I think a lot of people felt like there was real progress.
I feel like I'm related to her somehow. I think we look similar.
In American society for victims of sexual assault. Today, listening to the howls of laughter as the former president of the United States made fun of a woman that he was found criminally liable for sexually assaulting, to howls of laughter in the room. It felt like something far worse than backsliding or regression. I'm not sure what to call it.
Yeah, that definitely worked in Russia, dude.
Wonder what you make of where we are as a culture.
Well, you know, I think even yesterday what we saw was the profound courage and sacrifice that a survivor like E. Jean Carroll makes, and survivors across the country make, many who often go unrecognized in the courageous act of coming forward to tell their story of an assault. And I think what we saw tonight is a continued demonstration of the sacrifice that women and survivors of sexual abuse across the country of all genders experience, and the sacrifices that they make in order to come forward and challenge power. And what we also saw tonight was the consequence of doing that. They sacrificed their anonymity, they sacrificed their safety, and they sacrifice all of this because we continue to live in a society where an overwhelming amount of structure.
I shouldn't be focused on this, but AOC's hair is so silky. I'm jealous.
Allow this abuse to happen and find it permissible. You know, I know you said earlier that you will not comment on the platforming of such atrocious disinformation, but I would. I think it was a profoundly irresponsible decision. I don't think that I would be doing my job if I did not say that. And what we saw tonight was a series of extremely irresponsible decisions that put a sexual abuse victim at risk, that put that person at risk in front of a national audience, and I could not have disagreed with it more. It was shameful.
I think a lot of people are going to echo those points in the coming hours and days. The behavior of the president was,
Yeah, AOC is great. She's not perfect, obviously, nobody is. But I just wish she had a little bit more of a stronger presence. Because, like, I like her politics. She's very effective, and I think maybe her, like, very muted, like, obviously she's really strong. She gets so much shit, like, and it really just nothing seems like it bothers her. She's got like a really interesting affect. I don't know how, like, she just, like, even like the way she talks sounds a little bit young, and maybe that's like something that she's gonna work on. Like she's got like a plan where mean, I think that she definitely is somebody who is very passionate about her district. Everyone likes her, like in her district, and that's like amazing. Like people like she is very loved in the districts, and I think on the world stage generally, she's, you know, she gets a lot of shit that she doesn't need to, and I think that she's really good. But I don't. She just seems very, I don't want to say inexperienced, but if we're talking like as a presidential candidate, obviously she's still very young, of course. But I really think that she has a lot of potential. And I think as a progressive candidate, she could definitely be up there, you know what I mean?
You know, our expectations for it, I think collectively are fairly low.
I don't think she needs to skew more middle. I think that she needs to be more leadershiply and aggressive, like just in her affect.
But he exceeded even those low expectations. I have to ask you how you felt about and how you feel about the revisionism around January 6th. We have heard for months now that January 6th rioters, insurrectionists.
Wait, is that you, Coppercat? Like the actual Coppercat? I just realized.
There to steal an election are heroes, people who've been treated badly, people who deserve better conditions because they're being treated like quote unquote hell. The president, former president, echoed that and suggested he might pardon many, if not all of them. You survived January 6th, and I believe you said it felt like you were going to die. I think it's really important in this moment to champion the voices of victims. And as someone who is a victim that day, how does this all feel to you? How does this narrative feel to you?
You know, I made a statement about 2 weeks ago. And in that statement, I stated that January 6th was just a dress rehearsal for some of these folks.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And I believe that the former president really echoed that sentiment tonight. Why else would you pardon people who perpetuate?
Mine or hers? What do you mean? What do you want her to do? It's a fucking padded jacket. Little bits. You don't like anything, dude.
Terrorist attack
I don't know why you even read your messages.
Capitol, other than for reasons to support the person in a potential effort to do it again. We also saw that he refused tonight to say and commit that he would not only recognize the results of the 2020 election, but also refused outright
I've been doing debates, dude. Check out the library.
Acknowledge any outcome and respect any outcome of a 2024 election. This is a profoundly dangerous moment. What we saw on January 6th was a dress rehearsal, because what we are seeing is that being set as an example in state legislatures across the country, in the ability to really suspend democracy in states like—
I think she's just a petite person, a little bit. You need to chill.
Tennessee and Montana, where they are following the president's example, and they are committing truly unprecedented acts in attempts to either expel, censor, or generally bar members, duly elected legislative officials from entering their legislative bodies in which they have been elected to. This is a profoundly dangerous moment to see someone deny it, for him to also be platformed in the lie that he somehow attempted to call the National Guard. I will tell you, we were barricaded in a room with the lights off, and that entire day, hearing the screams from outside our window, trying to figure out if we were going to break the glass to jump out, and if so, how would we not be recognized or killed on the street.
I'm not good enough for her.
And we knew when the sun was setting that night and the National Guard had
Yeah, I don't know why people downplay January 6th so much. Like, I mean, I know why people do, but like, I remember watching that shit live and I'm like, why are you guys not freaking out about this? Like, this is crazy.
There was no indication that help was coming. It was terrifying, but that would not hold. That won't.
No, I'm too much of a liability You know what I mean?
Don't even hold a candle to what Donald Trump is capable of. He was stopped on January 6th. Let's remember that. He was stopped from what he ultimately wanted to do. And he repeated.
This is important. He was... Okay, if Donald Trump got what he wanted, democracy would have ended on January 6th. He would have killed them. If they would have gotten to... If that group of people, the rioters who killed multiple police officers would have seen AOC, they would have killed her. If those rioters saw Mike Pence, they would have killed him. The fact that he failed didn't mean he didn't fucking try. We need to stop confusing incompetence for what's the whole whatever? I guess the opposite of that phrase, where like his incompetence doesn't mean that he's not fucking evil and a demon and he was going to do something horrible. Just because he failed at it didn't mean he tried it. Our country's not that old in the grand scheme of things. There are countries that this happens to all the time. Burkina Faso, an African country, has been getting cooed back and forth. Do you think the average citizens don't think the same way that we do? Oh yeah, well it's happened, whatever, but like, it's not gonna happen this time. Like, they're probably more used to it, obviously. But it doesn't matter, he tried. He tried to do that. A lot of libs just bury their fucking head in the sand. He tried, and he said he'll do it again. I don't know why he isn't in prison for treason. Every single one of these, he's pardoned everyone in January 6th. That's what's so insane about the CNN thing. This man is a fucking criminal on so many levels. And you know what it is? It's the Republican Party. Do you see the leftist party doing any of that? Do you think, or not leftist, sorry, the Democratic Party doing anything like that? You know what the Democratic Party should be doing? Calling for his execution. If we had any fucking sense of power as leftists, the Democratic Party would be calling for his fucking head. Because what he chose to do and what he incited, and not just him, a lot of people in the fucking Republican Party that supported him, their heads too. They are literal traitors to this country. They tried to overthrow our democratic country. That is not American, and they should die for it. He said he wants to repeal the Constitution. This man doesn't believe in freedom. He wants to be the king. Let him die like one. I don't give a shit. Let's just disband the entire fucking Republican Party. I wish the fucking Democrats would do anything. They don't want to do anything because it's like, oh, we want to school. Like, I mean, that's the lib take. That's when I say when the difference between libs and liberals or whatever. That's literally what I'm talking about. Where they're just afraid to use power. Especially in the Democratic Party. You don't see people in the Democratic Party doing shit. Nobody's trying to overthrow democracy in the Democratic. I know it's a crazy idea that in the Democratic Party, they don't want to overthrow democracy, but that is a staple of this fucking country. We don't live in a fucking monarchy. And I'm not going back to, the fact that people are pro-monarchy, what is his name? From The Crucible. I'm having a stroke here. Whatever, doesn't matter. Rachel's husband. The fact that this man is Andrew. Oh, that was an A name. Thank you. Yeah, big thought. Yes. The man is pro-monarchy. This is America, dude. We don't have a monarchy here. Everyone gets to have a say, including your dumbass, okay? And that's what I believe in. That's my communist patriotism, okay? My socialist patriotism. Even your dumbass gets to have a voice, but if you say some dumb shit, you go to jail. Or if you try and overthrow the country, I mean, not say dumb shit, sorry. If you do dumb shit, you go to jail. Yeah, one party rule is basically, yeah, exactly. That's what they wanted. They wanted to overthrow the government. Do four as a, yeah, they don't do anything. They just like, they suck the boot of Trump because they're so unpopular that they need like a strongman. That's how dictatorships start. This country is amazing. That we were able to, okay, a weaker country than ours would have fallen to Donald Trump. You know why we know that? Because every dictator in the fucking world that already exists takes tips from Trump. And it works for them. That's how you know America is actually great. Because it fucking survived the bullshit storm of January 6th. Because there was enough reasonable people that didn't show up to that ridiculous, psychotic break into the Capitol. Because people here have freedom to make their own decisions and they know what's going to happen to them. There are some people that are going to be deceived because, of course there is, everywhere. Because people are fucking dumb as shit. It just is how it is. Like, we see what's happening in Ukraine, right? Putin, if he was... Okay, you know how, like, that story about Trump, like, wanting to walk up to the Capitol with people, and then, like, his Secret Service is like, no, it's gonna be unsafe, don't do it? Putin doesn't have that level of that, really, at all, when it comes to, like, any, like, I know it's not the direct response when it comes to policy decisions, but think of that as a metaphor, where Putin destroyed his entire country. I think hundreds of thousands, like millions of people maybe at this point have like left the country. He's doing a terrible thing. He's losing. He doesn't have any checks and balances, where in America, we have checks and balances. And that means in every facet of the life, the fact that he was going to go walk up to the, like, that was a terrible idea. That was a, like, his Secret Service detail was absolutely correct to not let him do it. Because it would be incredibly dangerous for him individually, among, like, other reasons. Like, that's what I love about this country is we have fucking checks and balances as much as we need to fix a lot of shit in this country. Okay? We need to fix a lot of shit in this country. But the fact that we as individuals, me and you, assuming you live in America, me and you, we can do it. We can work on it. We have the ability to talk about it. We can work to fix this shit. They don't have that. I think that we as Americans don't understand a lot of the time if you don't pay attention to geopolitics, if you don't pay attention to how little rights people, like, you can't even talk badly about Putin in Russia or you go to jail. Can you imagine if that happened in America? If I'm talking shit about Trump, I go to jail. If you talk shit about Joe Biden, you go to jail. Like, no, that's insane. That's not democracy. That's not freedom. He shouldn't have a Superman shirt on underneath when he got out of the hospital for COVID. Wait, did he say that? Did you just make that up? Yeah, L Trump. Social media a little bit, yeah. Yeah, they've been cracking down on Russia about memes. Oh, there's a story in Russia, it's very sensationalized, but it is real, where somebody's daughter did like a pro-Ukraine. Oh, also they hate ChatGPT because apparently it's too, like, westernized, so good luck on that one. That's like the main crux. I mean, like, if we're gonna do an analysis on why Russian, like, authoritarianism is always going to fail, it really has to do, hold on, again, I guess we're kind of done with AOC talking. It really has to do with the fact that they're not able to innovate and they're not able to have an imagination. So authoritarianism will always fail because, for one, it's very exclusionatory, where it's generally around like some sort of race or ideology, whether it be religion or, you know, like, or race or skin color or whatever. It's always going to fail because you're just kicking out a group of people that could be contributing to your society for no good reason. You are excluding people that could help. You're removing diversity. Diversity is statistically productive. For, I mean, kind of obvious reasons, if you really think about it. You have more people, and you have obviously more workforce, and you have different backgrounds of people, so you have different like mindsets. The way people think are different. It's, you know, it's like the Star Wars or Star Trek thing, where it's like diversity is really good to have different people from different. It doesn't have to be like race necessarily, just people from different like areas, right? Like all of it's always going to be very innovative. So fascism by nature is very like one guy, no checks and balances, and exclusionatory of most people. So it kind of seems obvious in a lot of ways that one guy being at the top, that's not how society was made. Society was not made by one fucking guy. It was made by a group of people that came together collectively to go against their own like faults to create a better society. Like I was saying earlier, for, you know, for the next generation. Then you pass it down. You do it collectively. It's a collective. You don't want one strongman at the top. You could have somebody, obviously, who's like, you know, a leader that helps to guide the group of people, like your cabinet's supposed to be. But if their voice is the only thing that matters, this is one person. That's not what humanity is based on. It's never been based off of just one person. It's always been a collective. That's how we advance. And that is why fascism will always fucking fail, because they don't want that. They want one guy to be in charge, and it's never fucking worked to advance things, and it always, because if that person's an idiot, what do you think's gonna happen? You don't have any checks? You just let this fucking idiot, like, you think if Donald Trump was in charge of this country with no, like he would have gotten killed, like, he would have gotten this country nuked, he would have, like, accidentally nuked this shit. You know Russia's, like, bombed their own country recently? Do you think that's because the people that worked there actually knew what was happening, or do you think it's because they were afraid to say it because you just, like, gulag them? There's a reason that the military in, there's a reason that, I don't know if you remember the beginning of the Ukraine war. Or invasion, sorry. A lot of the reasons why they didn't have enough fuel was because they lied to them, the people that were going to that, and a lot of people were siphoning that shit out and selling it because they're a poor country, dude. Well, yeah, of course Ukraine's bombing itself. That's because there's people in Ukraine that they need to bomb. Okay, the thing is, there's nothing in Russia, like, there's not like Ukrainians in Russia that they need to bomb, my dude. I don't know why that's confusing to you. But a lot of, like, Russians, like, military people, even, like, not necessarily higher ups, but, like, they were, like, siphoning out gasoline to sell to, like, people because, for one, they're getting no pay. And two, they're lying to their fucking people. And it didn't make any sense. The generals didn't even know. Because a lot of them were higher ups that were still selling this shit. They have no fucking, they have such a false patriotism. And that's what they do. They just hide it behind, oh, the second Putin dies, the Ukraine war is over. I'm telling you. The second he dies, it's over. And he knows that. Yeah, they're also selling shit like that. You can't do that if nobody's invested. You just like, oh, just do what I say. Like, it doesn't work. That's not a good fucking basis to have a fucking government. Or I'm gonna kill you. It doesn't work. How many times do we have to see it fail? How many times do we have to see it fail to understand that we don't want that? But we still have fucking idiots in this country that want to support Donald Trump, another idiot who's gonna die soon. Let's be real here. He's an old bitch. They're gonna overthrow democracy for him? What is he gonna do for you? He's gonna raise your taxes and lower the taxes of the rich? Yep, that seems like something that would make sense. Oh, God. He's already failed. Maintain them and led to the giant traffic jam. Yeah, they fucked that so hard. I mean, that's again a logistics thing. They don't give a fuck. Because it's one guy doing it. He's like, oh, then he gets mad later. It's like, you had that one boss. We've all had that one boss, right? Who is not good at, like, divvying out, like, responsibilities to his workers. And then they just get mad at you when he didn't tell you that you were supposed to do it. That's straight up what Putin is. He's just that guy that gets mad at you later where you're just like, why didn't you do that better? It's like, you didn't tell me to do that. What the fuck? Like, I didn't tell that person to give that command. You just told him to do that. Why didn't you go through the right channels? So I would have known. Like, he's just... he's like an Elon Musk type, like, idiot. You know what I mean? Yeah, ironically. Never live on KFC or burger. I mean, it's kind of surprising. He does seem like he's pretty with it. I mean, I know he doesn't drink. I don't know, maybe that's part of it, but... It's a psyop, Copper. But he's gonna try it again. What is he gonna lose? He's gonna die soon. You think he doesn't know he's gonna die soon? He doesn't give a fuck. He's gonna die soon. He wants to fuck up as much shit as possible. Yeah, he does think that. Won't win the nomination. I mean, who's he gonna win? DeSantis hasn't, like, claimed. Again, I think we missed a lot of the median voters. Like, I think that generally the CNN thing was horrible in terms of not necessarily... Well, hold on. Wait, did we watch this? I want to watch it again, even if we did. Oh, again, yeah, by the way, Elon Musk is, stepping down. That announcement, I've had a new CEO, ex-Twitter. She will be starting in 6 weeks. My role will be transitioning to being executive chair, so CTO, overseeing production. So he's just going to be doing the exact same thing that he was doing earlier, which is nothing. Besides tweeting. His name is also Hassan. I'm not talking about Hassan. Yeah, Mehdi Hassan. Thought his, like, coverage of that was really interesting. Because Mehdi Hassan is really, really good at debating. Oh my god. The man needs to not tweet this much. This is what's known as false dilemma.
He was invited to sit on a stage in front of a crowd of Republican voters to answer questions and predictable.
Oh, he's just doing it. Also, he's English, so it's really nice to hear him talk. Oh my god, you don't need to tweet this much. Mehdi Hassan, chill. He made a video yesterday. Hold on. I'll get there. Hold on. I'll get there. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Needed to get my my steps in here. Oh, Hassan is in the UK. I forgot. I legitimately think he would have gotten banned like I did yesterday if he wasn't in the UK. Oh, here it is.
Disaster for anyone not named. The CNN town hall tonight was a disaster for anyone not named Donald John Trump. It was a disaster for CNN. It was a disaster.
Okay, but you didn't watch it live, so.
Disaster for American journalism more broadly, and it was a disaster for anyone who cares about the future of our democracy and, truth. The format was ridiculous, a town hall full of Trump supporters who cheered on and applauded their hero as he spoke on stage. 7 of the 9 audience questions tonight came from people who supported Trump.
I really like Mehdi Hassan, to be honest. I don't know if it's cringe, but like, I don't know. I've seen like 2 things from him and I really like his debate. He's really written books on debate and he comes fucking prepped.
Trump's 2020 re-election bid. And as for host Caitlin Collins' questions, they just didn't land, and there weren't enough follow-ups. When Trump falsely claimed that
little bits. God damn it!
tonight was
I blame
a
you for that.
disaster for anyone not.
I was gonna pause it. You think everything is cringe? Shut up. You think I'm
Donald
cringe?
John Trump. It was a disaster for the election bid. And as for host Caitlin Collins' questions, they just didn't land, and there weren't enough follow-ups. When Trump falsely claimed that he had never said the Constitution should be terminated, Collins didn't correct him. When he falsely claimed that Democrats execute babies, Collins didn't correct him. When he falsely claimed that he had finished building his border wall, Collins tried to correct him, but he just talked all over her. And when...
Okay, so I watched Vosh's coverage of this, and if you guys remember what I said yesterday, and I feel a little vindicated because I do trust Vosh's opinion, as we know that Vosh is a good debater. Whether you love him, hate him, you know he's a good debater. I think that it was absolutely intentional and or the wrong decision to have a woman talk to him. That's what I said yesterday, right? And Vosh said the exact same thing. Because you know that all of these Trump supporters, they're not going to fucking listen to a woman because they're sexist pieces of shit. Exactly. They're sexist. You know they're sexist. So do you want to like ignore, do you want to be a lib and just ignore the fact that they're sexist, or do you want to be tactical about it? That's what I said. I said, I don't think that they should have had her do it. I kind of think that. I think that she was set up. I think she was a little bit set up where they knew that she was not going to do well. It doesn't matter how hard she fucking tried. I don't think that she's even like that good of a person. I think I don't trust a woman with like no lips. That's kind of like this is my phrenology. If a woman has no lips, she's probably like a fucking fascist. Like generally that's how because they're probably like basically either like very almost dead. So like their lips are like curling into itself because that's what's happened after you die. Or they're just like mega white. Because if you know anything about lips, basically anyone that's not white has really good lips. She's got fucking conservative lips. Come on. What is her fucking name? What is her name? He said it. Collins. You know. Oh my god, am I gonna get DMCA'd for this? Yeah, I don't trust this. This no lip habit. She's got like a little bit of a mustache like curve. Not that she has a mustache, but like the curve of her lips just looks. I don't trust a woman that has that type of lips. I'm telling you, it's like a phrenology thing. You'll say like, look, AOC, beautiful lips. Rashida Tlaib, I don't have a picture of her on hand. Beautiful lips. That's my phrenology, okay? Let me have this. Wait, did I? Oh, here it is. Mehdi Hassan, beautiful lips.
Terminated? Collins didn't correct him. When he falsely claimed that Democrats execute babies, Collins didn't correct him. When he falsely claimed that he had finished building his border wall.
What do you mean? AOC's got a... What is this? You think that's the same as this? Where's her lip start? Get out of here. Caitlin Collins also, I think that she wrote an article once. Hold on. I heard this. I don't know if it's true. But I think it's going to be funny. Rating attractiveness of Syrian It autofilled. Ranks. Wait, is there a link to this or what? Honest for our white nationalist website? Wait, is this just a random tweet? What is this? Daily Caller used seriously hot alleged refugees to challenge governor's minds. His name is Andrew Husband. The Daily Caller stirred up internet reaction machine when 13 we'd take immediately. Entertainment editor Karen Collins wrote, "Well, oh wait, hold on. Okay, what do we? Oh, okay, the Daily Caller. Wait, what is this? It's probably some like, is it a far right thing? They're seriously hotties. I don't have to judge these people. Where's Caitlin Collins part of this? Did she write this? Oh, Caitlin Collins. Please disable ad block, then refresh the page to comment on the Daily Caller. To comment, you will need either to log. Okay, I don't give a shit. Once logged in, you will be able to. Wait, what? You shouldn't write anything? Display to other users to go to my account. What? No, I don't think that they gave it out of seniority. I think that was intentional. They knew that she was gonna look bad, and then because CNN, the bigwigs at CNN, they're fucking conservative freaks, dude. The guy that owns CNN is like a fucking Nazi. He bought it. He's like a fucking like bazillionaire or whatever. That's a really weird article. I don't even want to delve into that. Them have more and more. Yeah. Well, he said that. Yeah, he said that he wanted that, right? He said like just make news. California give reparations to Caitlin Collins. Absolutely not. That bitch doesn't deserve anything. Okay, let's shift to something more fun. We have some time. This is gonna be a long video, but let's shift to something more fun. It's the title of the video. I didn't. Oh fuck! I don't even have it open. One of my, it's still gonna be political though, so don't leave if you want to talk about politics, because one of my favorite things is fucking sovereign citizens. Sovereign citizens are the most fucking fun thing to ever talk about, because it's gonna piss you off. They're talking about it. They've been talking about it for a while.
All of the right.
I started watching it and I was like, I have to watch it with the guys on stream. I was getting so excited. I was like, I really wanted to watch it. The first part's a little weird and cringe, but I guess we'll stay about that. It's gonna be a 2-hour video. I don't know if we're gonna get through it all, but I really wanted to watch it with you guys because yes, we are absolutely gonna get them yanked out of some fucking cars. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to talk about this. Everyone's a sheep now. Well, maybe the, no. Sovereign citizens are cringe. I would never call a Munecat cringe. We love her. They're brave? Well, let's see.
Back in 2016, when I actually used to leave the house, I noticed someone had been paying probably tens of thousands of pounds to display extremely vague and essentially meaningless billboards around the UK.
Legal name fraud. The truth. It's illegal to use legal name. Why?
Legal name fraud. It's illegal to use a legal name.
I already said that, guy.
I'm very confuzzled.
Dude, England still like looks so fanciful to me. Like, look at how cute these places look. This is a real place.
If it was
I've been to England multiple times and I still can't believe
it.
it.
A billboard wasn't. Meh. Google it later. That's what I'll do. I'll Google it.
I thought it was going to actually explain it. 5 minutes of my life
Don't
wasted.
even Google legal name fraud. I found their website and I was even more confused than you.
This video explained nothing about the so-called legal name fraud, but it...
Okay.
did clearly show that this is a piss-poor, dangerous rider.
ID's illegal.
No, it isn't. Total cross-eyed badger spit.
Break it down. It is illegal, prohibited by the righteous creator.
On the nice road in miles per
2,
hour.
in the direction of, for the purpose of.
It's all clear to me now, just what those billboards are about. I think the government is using the names of people as collateral.
Use, to practice, to take
The
advantage
government
of.
is a creation of man, and the creation of man can never be above.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that this argument was going to come back to me today in that debate.
Man, they
Legal,
always need you our
pertaining to law created
consent.
by man, a
Everyone
contract.
baffled about this. Take a little bit of time out of your day.
Okay, by the way, I didn't get consent from Munecat to post this, but I know she's a leftist, so I assume she's a fake leftist if she DMCA's me.
And do some research into it.
I
In
know
the
she would
time
never
that
do
it
that.
takes to watch EastEnders, you could understand a lot. Docile.
All right, Steve. I will. Fuck you, Steve. That took way longer than an episode of EastEnders. Way longer. All right.
I feel that. Just like my English counterpart. Except like way more talented. And on YouTube speedrun. Yeah, fuck yeah. My dogs are English.
Let's do this.
You guys are tyrannical bullies. You're trying to extort money from me. Don't give a...
I do not consent. You've got no right.
That's the only police brutality I'm okay with, is if it's against a bunch of fucking retard libertarian sovereign citizens. That's the only time it's justified.
Sovereign citizens. They're like libertarians playing an ARG. They drive around like they've got the rainbow star in Mario Kart, but when they get stopped by police, they think they're playing GTA 5 and can turn the lower wanted level cheat on by repeating, "I do not consent" 20 times to law enforcement.
A free inhabitant is they are allowed to. They're free people. They
Amazing how much how much voiceover work you have to do to sound like that. Like, this is what you sound like all the time.
have all of the rights of a U.S. citizen without following any of their laws.
Well, that would just be pure anarchy
No,
if that were the
no.
case.
The worst part about sovereign citizens is they make cops look good. That's the worst part. They make cops look good.
But then they get their driver's side windows smashed in. In other words, probably the only group of people who could ever
They do a lot of... Okay, I'm warning you. Okay, from what I know about sovereign citizens, they're gonna bring up maritime laws, traveling along board... Like, I'm not drunk driving, I'm traveling while drinking. They don't believe in their legal name, and they do not consent, which I guess she already said.
Possibly make you feel sorry for cops.
Is a parent, and don't touch my vehicle. Don't touch my vehicle. Don't touch my vehicle, and don't touch my person, sir. Sir, don't touch my person. Great, don't
So, this guy's got a printout. We love that.
touch my
And
person.
apparently they like physical documents.
I want to talk to you.
Other than confusing people a little bit, the billboards never really created much of a splash in Britain. There were hundreds of them, but the Advertising Standards Authority reported that it had received a total of 7 complaints and admitted that they were confusing, but it wasn't a tip on how to get 3 free pints and Wetherspoons, so no one in Britain was...
I feel like that kind of would have been a good marketing campaign if it was for like actual marketing. Legal name is using your legal name is an illegality. Come to our speakeasy where we won't call you by your legal... I don't know. It's like an eye-catching thing, but it's not like marketing anything.
Was going to find out what they meant. Apart from me! The woman behind those billboards is called Kate of Gaia, a guru of the UK arm of the sovereign citizen
Law
movement who
enforcement?
go by free...
No, because then that gets missed. I mean, we do if you're talking about internal affairs.
Freeman on the land. She has plenty of material.
Not on citizens. That would be psychotic.
Online for you to rifle through if you'd like to educate yourself. But unfortunately, you have to really take some time just violently bashing your head in with a cast iron pan to even start to understand what the hell she's talking about.
Oh my god. How's this gonna go?
Yes. This is the first one I've seen here. And as you can
I was like, how's this person driving? Mirror brained.
see, this is in an answer. Thousands and thousands of people is going to see this.
And there you go, and there's truth kicking you in the face.
In your face, legal name fraud.
But looking at the sovereign citizen movement overall, there's a sort of pan-smashing method to the madness. It's a conspiracy theory, but like all conspiracy theories, it's got a coherent narrative, an explanation that simplifies the complex and frustrating nature of the real world and gives it a clear,
oh my god, he sent me an
comforting
essay. Don't like Nick Fuentes. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not anti-immigration. Okay, I'm not even reading that.
Satanic devil worshipping cabal.
It's weird because every time I challenged you on it, you said everything that implied that you were
and
bad.
much like every conspiracy theory I've ever investigated, my personal conversation with these people in my head goes a little bit like this. There's something frustratingly wrong with the world. I'm being told that if I work hard, I'll get rich, but the harder I work, the more I seem to be slipping into debt. I feel like my labor value is worth more than the amount that I get paid for it. I have a growing distrust in the media because social media content conflicts with mainstream news. Because profit-seeking platforms prioritize engagement over fact-checking, and I feel more and more disconnected from reality every day. And the problem is Jewish.
I also think it's really funny that the automated YouTube thing put in the like the context for sovereign citizen. I don't know if that's like a thing that you do intentionally, but if it's not, it's very funny. Like same as like the Twitter one where it's like just to make sure that everyone knows what we're talking about.
Deep state elite pedo cabal that's intentionally lying to you via hidden amendments in the US Constitution and NASA images of the curvature of the Earth to cover up the fact that they're torturing children to extract adrenochrome from their blood and using farmed babies' foreskins to live forever while worshipping Satan in the basement of a pizza shop. Shall we start with our friends in the good old US of A? Because that's where this all started. It's your fault. We're gonna need to take a deep breath. American sovereign citizens believe... Okay, let's stop there. No two sovereign citizens believe the same thing, and therefore no two journalists nor two academics who have written papers on the movement have given...
It's a long video, he might be.
...theses on the subject which have come to the same conclusion about their belief system. What they believe, why they believe it, or how they act on those beliefs, which made this probably the most frustrating video I've ever had to research and pass into a script.
It'll be fun, though.
But
we're gonna see a
let's
bunch
give
of
this a go.
citizens.
Most of
Sovereign
them
citizens are my
believe the
favorite.
general
They're so
theory
stupid.
that the United States of America went bankrupt and the federal US government has been a private corporation since sometime during the American Civil War, or 1871, or the 1933 Federal Reserve Act and the abolishment of the gold standard, or 1971 when Bretton Woods was abolished. One of those four.
The United States declared bankruptcy on March 9th of 1933. At this point,
The American
US
flag got
began
turned upside
taking out
down.
loans from a private, non-government affiliated corporation called the Federal Reserve.
The private corporation of the US government was then covertly sold off to private foreign investors. And how do they intend on paying back these massive loans?
Oh, she actually started it, okay? Full horseshoe on that one. You made us do this, okay?
Swonga.com? No! They think that the wording of certain amendments to the Constitution
Everything goes
actually mean that
watching you,
every
Dad.
federal US citizen has a straw man, a corporate entity that has its own secret bank account
You
that
did
these
this, you're
foreign
English.
investors pay a large amount into when you're born. And the collateral for this loan is your labor. You have to pay back this loan with your income tax, fines, and fees. You consented to this contract when you signed your well, you don't sign your own birth certificate as a 0-year-old. You consented to this contract when your parents...
You're 9 months old.
Well, you
You're
didn't
a
even
full-ass
consent to it.
baby,
You were a
dude. What do you
baby.
mean?
Your parents sold you off to these foreign investors when they signed your birth certificate, or if you're American, it's your social security number, normally. That means you silly, squishy flesh and blood person with your smooth brain, have committed joinder, which means you entered a contract with your corporate entity strawman, whose name is your name, but in all caps, you see.
My name is spelled Asher Edwards, first capital, all lowercase. Edwards, first capital, all lowercase. And this is the birth name given to me by my parents.
But you've been tricked into signing
I
this
didn't consent to
contract,
getting born.
which means you can
A lot of them
revoke your
do that.
consent. Then you don't have to abide by this Admiralty contract law anymore, only common law.
Maritime Admiralty Law is what's known as the law of the water.
I'm telling you, I know enough about these idiots. Those maritime
It is
admiralty.
superseded by civil law and only applies to those who willingly contract themselves into it. The definition of
doesn't make
Admiralty
any
Law
sense.
is a body
I
of
just don't even
private
know why it's still,
international
like,
law
talked about.
governing the relationships
it's
between
literally
private
never worked.
entities which operate vessels on the oceans.
You'll get it by the end of the video. Trust me, you'll get it. Your silence renders you complicit in Admiralty law. You must make it known you opt out of the slavery. And the more annoying you are about it, the better.
Help! Help! I do not consent! I do not consent! Help! Help!
Due to the federal
Why does it work
government
for
being
women, am I right?
illegitimate, county sheriffs are the only true
Completely
authority.
misunderstanding.
I'm Sheriff Kenny Boone. Please, please talk to your kids about drugs. Talk to your kids about drugs.
Good luck with that, guys. But you might be thinking, oops, I signed one of these trick contracts. I got my loyalty card stamped at the Freedom Ice Cream store.
Oh my god, don't be
And it
racist.
had my name on it in all caps. What can I do? Well, don't you worry. You can reclaim your sovereign status by paying for my course.
What the fuck is this accent?
Only $9.97! Like every other grift on the fucking goddamn planet, the product you're paying for is advice, which has extremely ambiguous value. So I'm gonna massively oversell it and then exploit a loophole in which I can dispute how reasonably priced the service was to your credit card company when you attempt to charge
she's gonna
back.
do
It's only
Irish.
$9.97 right now, down from 50 trillion. So you're actually saving loads of ambiguous value if you give me your 16-digit credit card number right now and the expiration date and the CVV code on the back too. No, it doesn't matter for this bit that your name on the card is in all caps. No, that doesn't count. That's not joinder. Are we done? Okay, right. Thank you. Let's go. First of all, you're going to need to revoke that silly birth certificate or social security number contract by sending loads of incoherent documents to various government agencies, written in red or green ink and signed with a bloody thumbprint. Yep, you're going to want to make sure that government agency has both your DNA and fingerprints on file, because that's how you get privacy. Cut that social security card up, cut up that driver's license as well, and get rid of that license plate. That's joinder. Oh look, that's convenient. I have a drop shipping store on Amazon you can use for all your sovereign needs.
Hello. Hi, I'm Officer Woods from Snow Police Department. The reason I stopped you is it appears you have a fictitious license plate on the back of your vehicle. This is a Supreme Court case law that says you're required to get out of that car if I ask you. If you do not, I'm going to force you to. Hold on a second. I'm calling my lawyer.
Oh no! You got pulled over because an officer spotted one of my very legal license plates. Okay, well do not identify yourself to the officer or produce a valid license, because that's joinder.
Are you refusing to identify? No. Okay, so what's your first
I
name?
just don't get how these people get on this, because like it's literally never worked in the history of like any ever situation.
Sir.
Good citizen, how's that?
Nope, doesn't work.
Ensure to pull an Uno reverse card so that they commit joinder to their straw man instead.
You guys ever think that Reno 911 was an underrated show? Because the entire point was to make cops look like shit. But like, it was not appreciated enough. Anyway, sorry.
Silly cop.
Can I get your name and badge number for the record, please?
Can I get your badge number?
Here's a printable form you can print off and shove in the officer's face. What kind of officer doesn't love filling out 2 pages of paperwork at the side of the road?
What is what?
This.
Well, it's a lot of information here.
Okay.
I have to...
This is the most like Reno ass shit I've ever seen. Oh, it is. Of course it is. Doesn't remind me of Reno 911.
That arise statute.
It was not propaganda. They made them look like idiots.
Okay.
I think it was like anti-propaganda. It was some ACAB-aganda.
Policies.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm not interested in anything you have to say about that.
Has he refused? Okay, well, you're gonna want to go full Karen.
If you go get your superior, he'll clarify that he can be set free because he does not have to have a license.
Don't touch me, dude. Don't touch me.
Wait, how's my impression? Do I sound like her? I feel like I'm doing a really good job sounding like her. It's like I'm like listening to Helium. I'm doing my anime voice.
Thoughts? That like actually really hurts to do. Please tell like that for your 24 hours. No, I think I would actually die. No, I paused. Stop.
Makes the cops look completely incompetent at little bits. You're just being very contrarian.
I'll read everything that you guys say with that. If you add little bits, I'll read it that way.
Get your supervisor. You're not allowed to fucking touch me.
Oh, what are you doing, disaster?
Remember, you're a flesh and blood person.
Wait, by the way, are you guys getting ads? I don't know how YouTube works, because I'm not running them, so... I hope you're not. Maybe this is like a good thing? Have you guys gotten any ads?
Wait, have you guys gotten any ads?
No, let's fucking go. Maybe we should always stream on YouTube.
Not a corporate entity doing 150 and a 55, zooted out of your mind on a rare strain of magic mushrooms. Despite the visions on the back of your own head being shaved by gremlins. You can still see the road, right? You're a human, you're allowed to do that, because that means you're not driving. You're travelling.
Can you prove that I'm driving?
Sir, I need to see your license and proof of insurance.
Am I
driving? You know what's kind of ironic about a lot of this is there is some, like, merit to, like, sovereign citizen, or not, like, the idea of it, but, like, the thing of, like, can you prove I'm driving? But you shouldn't tell the cop that. You should have your lawyer make that. Did you prove that he was driving? Like, I watch a lot of law stuff because, I don't know, I'm a weirdo and I find it interesting. And there's plenty of people that get off on like DUIs because you couldn't prove who was driving. You don't do it. You let your lawyer do it.
Driving?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not. I'm traveling.
State of Oregon, you're required
it's not. I have the right to travel. It's my 14th Amendment right.
If you were a
The irony being saying if you're traveling, that doesn't... That kind of is like worse for you. If you just didn't say anything.
Commercial video, you'd be contracted under state law, but because you're a
oh my god, how long is she doing that weird
flesh and blood person, there is no contract compelling you to abide by the officer's demands.
Who do you work for?
Step out.
I do not
Step
have.
out of the car.
I do not have.
Step out of
Spoken like a white man, just shoot him. You know what? If you're not racist, just shoot him. You gotta balance out the numbers.
the car.
A contract.
You know to balance out the per capita numbers, just shoot the white man.
Business with you.
I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
Silly officer still won't comply and tries cuffing you, then it's time to sound
So I'd be a super chatter. I don't think you can do that.
all of the alarm bells, baby!
What's wrong? What's your RAS? Help! 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 Fucking
is the most white privilege shit I've ever seen.
Next, you're going to want to threaten to sue the officer and the officer's straw man. You're gonna get sued. You don't even know what you're doing. I'm telling you, I'm gonna fucking sue you.
You think twice because I will sue you and your person.
Next,
I will sue you and your person. The fuck?
You're gonna want to threaten to call the police.
Oh, by the way, fun fact about in Texas, some woman properly using bullshit laws, got pulled over for being like in a carpool lane or some shit, and she was pregnant. So if they considered her fetus like a life, they're like, get away with it.
On the police. It works, trust me.
It's really
I once saw one of them arrest himself.
No, fuck, help, call the cops, dude. Touch me, dude. I'm calling 911 on you right now.
Keep your hands where I can see
I'm calling 911 on you right now.
Help! 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 Call the police! Call them!
We are the police.
No!
Stop!
Again, stop! The only time police brutality is good.
What are you doing right now? Yo, can I talk to a sergeant? Can I talk to a sergeant?
You're trying to attack my nuts! That is not proper use of that device!
Oops, did your nuts get tased and now you're in court because it was a crime or something to not identify yourself at the side of the road or produce any documents and then resist arrest? Well then, you must have done something wrong. Well, first of all, you're going to want to represent yourself. All lawyers are speaking this kind of special language called legalese, which...
Yep, that's what they always do. They always represent themselves because, like, lawyers are like, that's not how the law works. And they're like, no.
Is intentionally meant to confuse
any of you guys
you.
watch the
Don't
Daryl
fall
Brooks-
for it.
Brooks
You
case?
know your rights. Just deny that you're the corporate entity and continue to refuse to identify yourself as your straw
That's a
man.
compliment to Trump at this point.
I don't have a last name.
You don't have a last
No.
name? What's your first name?
I don't have a first name either. I don't have one.
You don't have one?
My person does, but I don't. And I don't wish.
This is what, like, people think, like, trans people are. Like, this is, like, what, like, ironically, like, most of these people are, like, right-wing psychos, but, like, this is what, like, normal people think that, like, trans people want to be referred to as. Like, I don't have a first name. I don't have a last. It's like, oh, you guys are freaking out about trans. Sovereign citizens exist, dude.
Wish to create joinder with you.
Okay, could you get Mr. Hall for me then, sir? Where is he?
I go by that name, sir. My name sounds exactly like the defendant's, and I'm here to settle that matter today.
Ask about the oath that the judge took. Was it to uphold and defend the Constitution? Or are they operating under common law or admiralty law?
All courtrooms in this country are maritime admiralty law courtrooms that process people, aren't they?
Yeah, he was.
Come on, we have to come up here. We can't record
What
your
laws do you
back.
guys operate under?
The laws of the state of Kentucky.
Oh, yes. As in, like, admiralty law, common law, etc.
Hang on, what's that
Like the stream if you have no first or last name.
flag there behind the judge? Has it got a gold fringe on it? Well, that means the court is representing admiralty law. That means it doesn't have any jurisdiction over you, only a straw man.
Every time you see an American flag with a gold fringe and gold tilt attached to it, it represents the corporation.
What is this video?
Not the country.
Wow. Oh, wait, is that a gold bar between you and the judge? That looks just like the bridge of a ship. Well, now we know for sure it's an admiralty law court. They're just out here doing pirate cosplay and expecting us not to notice. Do they think we're...
Yeah, like, I don't know, is this like a coat post? Like the ultimate coat post being like a sovereign citizen? Like, they can't actually believe this is gonna work, right?
stupid?
See, you deal here with Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction, which deals with persons, which I am not.
What are you? Are you human?
I'm a man.
You're human?
Just say you're trans, dude. I love how none of these fuckers will just say they're trans. I wonder, maybe the ultimate way to make this work is if you're like a trans sovereign citizen, which I've literally never seen. But maybe that's like the apex. Let's make that like a conspiracy theory. It only works if you're a trans sovereign citizen. They're the only actual sovereign citizens is any trans person.
I'm a man, yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Under common law, if there's no injured party, there's no crime. Tax fraud, avoidance, not a crime. Were you speeding but you didn't plough anyone down? Crimes against the state aren't real. That's not a person. Ask to see the victim. Is the entire state gonna walk into the fucking courtroom?
What's the next evolution?
Ha! Look at me. I'm Texas and I'm a victim.
Wait, she's been doing a Texas. She's like doing like a fucking Scottish accent this entire time.
I don't think so.
And
I didn't think so. This definitely a Texas accent. It's what we do is Texas accent like this. Not that I'm from Texas. Kind of offensive. Look at me. I'm Texas. I'm a victim.
using a turn signal is not a crime. You do not have a victim. You must have a victim.
Oh, it didn't work and you still got fined? Well, you...
The camera quality on that was way too real. I don't know if that was like a reference.
You must have done something wrong.
I don't have it. Well, okay, let's be real. I know an actual Texas accent. I know an accent here. I'm willing to fucking school shoot up all of you in a video game because I'm playing my because that's what actually there's the real problem. It's mental health. It's not because I got 14 AK-47s and I have not talked to my family in like 14 years because they all hate me because I keep telling them every single time I talk to them. I talk about how Donald Trump's the best. I talk about how Donald Trump's the best and how every single one of them's going to hell. And I don't know why they don't want to talk to me anymore. It's weird. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. I don't know why they don't want to talk to me no more. Because Because I'm telling them the truth? Because I'm telling them the fucking truth? Like, what, they can't handle it? Well, that's kind of their fault. It's kind of their fault I'm going to shoot up this school because I got 14 AK-47s and or AIM-16s because actually that's not AK-47s are some communist shit. So we actually don't like the AK-47s. So we have the M16s, which I think is also like a Soviet-made weapon in some way. But doesn't matter. I don't know that. So that's why we're going to shoot up this school with the Soviet-made weapon. In a video game. This is not how I actually talk. I'm playing a character. I'm playing a character. You can tell it by the accent. Is it too real? Is the accent too real so that you think I'm not playing a character or something? Again, I don't talk like that.
Wrong there. You didn't follow my extremely clear instructions properly. Maybe you need to take the course again. Oh, and did you know your straw man has their own bank account with between...
Okay, unironically... This is not a defense by any means of like obviously I'm joking in the comments. I don't even know where any schools are. I'm an adult with no children. Do you guys know where any schools are?
$620,000 and $20 million in it, and you guessed it. You can access it, but you'll need to buy my next course. That'll cost you another mere $997, down from 78 trillion.
I didn't know that it was profitable to be a sovereign citizen, because I don't know why. It doesn't work.
Today only! Actually, in the...
My accent's too good, don't clip it.
Next 1 second only! Quick! Quick! Great! You've chosen to access your straw man's account.
Alright. I only did it because her accent's so bad. Alright, so I blame her.
You can do this in a variety of ways. So remember how we said that the government sets up your strawman account in your name? Well,
the sovereign citizen scam kind of okay, I'm pausing a little bit too much. It gives me a little bit of the By the way, while I have you guys here before I forget, we're doing a 24-hour stream on Saturday, so we'll probably be doing it on Twitch. I might try and dual stream it. I don't know how to do that. So my guess is I'm probably not going to figure it out. Because I can't even like mess with it until I get unbanned, obviously. So it'll probably just be on Twitch. I have been enjoying streaming on YouTube. I feel like it's like a whole new world here. But yeah, anyways, so just to shout that out. We're gonna keep watching, obviously we're not ending. I just wanted to shout that out before I forgot.
First of all, get all of your money out of that fraudulent foreign-owned bank account and put it into my bank. I'll keep it safe. You can't trust that silly FDIC insurance, but you can trust me. Random guy you found on Facebook. You don't want to use those...
Yeah, the most Texas Facebook.
Fake notes the bank gives you. You're going to want to use these bills of exchange. Send one of these to the Secretary of Treasury, along...
Yeah, if you just write a bunch of stuff, that definitely will work.
With a copy of your birth certificate. This will discharge your portion of the public debt, releasing you from all the debts and liabilities.
I don't really give a fuck if it allows it or not.
abilities of that silly straw man. Now you can use these bills of exchange to pay for goods with fees straight from your straw man's account. Treasury Department
The most Texas thing is saying straight from the account.
will then take the amount required straight out of your Treasury direct.
As long as it's switched. Okay, well the thing I would need to do is probably set up like a DGG. Again, I made this joke last time. If I did an NGG, you guys would be N like Vosh or D like Destiny, DGG, VGG. It would be NGGERS. So that's probably not a good idea. Just you want to be NGG? Because my name starts with N. Yeah. I think Dylan does it. It would be great memes, but it's not the first time I fucked this up. Oh, Coppercat might remember this once. I changed my name. Okay, so there is a character in League of Legends called Rengar, right? And my name is Nina. So I was wanting to change my name from like Princess Nina to something else. And then somebody suggested Neengar, like Nina and Rengar. So I actually changed my name to it. And then I realized what that fucking sounds like. And then I was like, oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. I immediately, okay, because I had like a free name change from like Riot points or something, or like, I don't know, I had some points that were free. Then I paid immediately to like, oh my god, I just realized what that sounds like. Okay, I did not intend when I chose my name being a Nina that combining my first part of my name was gonna make this shit so complicated. I was like, okay, because one of the worst things about it is if you go to your, there's websites. I used to be really into League of Legends. There's websites where you can see what people's names used to be. And then like, that was in like the history of what my name used to be on League of Legends. I was like, oh my god. I did not think that through. That's why I'm thinking about the NGG-ers this time. I'm thinking it through to not make you guys look bad. I've gone through it before, okay? I have fucked up. I know it. Alright, let's continue the video.
Count, because that's a thing I did not just make up. Another way you can do this is by harassing the IRS with a process called redemption, in which you file bogus 1099 OID forms with a fake withholding.
Wait, maybe I should just start spelling my name backwards. It would be A-N-I-E-N? A 9? I'd be like A.GG. I just feel like
to claim illegitimate refunds, and sometimes this actually works because the IRS is woefully underfunded. I mean, it's legal, it's your money, you're entitled to it. Now, some softsits like to sprinkle a little flavour over this baseline narrative. Little zest, a little newt, a little squeeze.
I mean, it's funny, to be honest. It's really funny. But I don't really... I don't know. It is really funny. But come on, you know you guys wouldn't fucking... Like, nobody wants to, like, admit that you're, like, a Vosh fan or whatever. Like, I don't want to have the conversation about being racist, because it's just, like... I just think it's, like, a weird way to attack me that I don't find very... interesting. You know what I mean?
of lime. Some of them will throw in a bit of God, quoting Bible verses and saying the Lord granted them inalienable rights regardless of the Constitution or the laws or whatever.
Instead of owing the best part of their day to an employer, they could be living in freedom as they advance the kingdom of heaven. Some peacemakers have learned that the way to quit paying taxes to Caesar is to live in voluntary poverty.
God is my authority, and He is the
Yeah, let's see how that works for you, my guy.
only sovereign there is.
And some of them will throw in diplomatic immunity.
It's a limited diplomatic immunity. Again, see, folks are like so mind controlled.
Is he gonna trying to kill himself? Why does he have a headphones in his garage in his car? There's so many levels to why I'm confused about what this situation is. Is the car running? Is he like in a series of like committing Sudoku or what? Is his wife inside and he doesn't want to talk about these things in front of her or something? Like, what's going on here? What are the headphones plugged into? His phone? There's so many questions.
They'll say, Paulie thinks he's special. He's going to do what the servants do and have limited diplomatic immunity. Yeah, why not?
Many of them just...
Oh, from the government surveillance.
Really don't like paying tax. They won't file tax returns. They think income tax...
He's always traveling through...
Maybe he's like broken unconstitutional, and many of them have bought into schemes on how to avoid income tax legally.
I am an autonomous government agent here to steal your livelihood. Not so fast. I'm Sovereign Filing Solutions.
And I'm the Sovereign. We're teamed up.
To bring you
the truth without censorship.
And since the government has been an illegitimate...
Maybe democracy was a bad idea. I'm just kidding. I still stand by that. I will always stand by that. I'll make that joke, but even those idiots should be able to vote.
Corporation since 1871. Some soft-sits believe that Donald Trump, when he, of course, is reinstated and finally drains the swamp and does all of them arrests and all that, will become the 19th president of the United States.
Trump will not be sworn in as the 45th president of the United States on January 20th.
You should not be able to talk this well, less eloquently, if you're gonna do this psychotic shit. I need like voice training where you like emphasize all of your words very distinctly. You're very purposeful with like the things that you say. You should not be allowed to speak like this.
Trump will take office as the 19th president of the United States.
So, like, despite being intensely anti-government, they really want to taste Daddy Donald's boot. A few of them were present on the January 6th
consistent with the libertarian ideology
event and have attempted to use sovereign arguments in order to absolve themselves of their crime.
Oh yeah, I've heard that a lot of them have been using sovereign citizenship, which, as we know, has literally never worked.
And some of them just aliens.
So yeah, there's a trick. There's a trick that's literally never worked historically, but I'll teach you it. It requires a lot of complicated juggling, and it's never worked, but I'll still teach you how to do it. If you want to buy my course, it's like $8,000. It'll definitely get you out of anything, even though it's never worked before, because you know what? Lack of imagination, nobody's ever tried it.
They think friendly aliens will visit Earth one day and conduct some kind of mass culling event of all the public...
Why is this like a church website? This is the same formatting of like church websites with this like dumbass swoop.
Officials, because they're all...
Wait, hold on, I didn't read that. First contact, the actual mass landing of Galactic Federation of Light. Oh god, you're gonna end up in like a bunk bed with, you know, $3.15 in your pocket and pudding in your stomach. Hopefully you guys get the reference I'm making. Ascending Masters, being of light who have had past lives on Earth during Earth time, achieved full consciousness of highest level, merging body and spirit. Oh my god, this is just like Scientology.
Mass culling event of all the public officials, because they're all evil reptilian aliens that are already here and are infiltrating our governments and banks, and 15 members of Congress signed the NISARA Act, which of course abolished the IRS and income tax, and it reintroduced all constitutional law and established world peace in the year 2000, but they kept that secret. But on the day of 9/11, this world peace agreement was meant to go public, but then something...
Oh shit, it goes back to Hassan. Hassan did all of this. He said America deserved it. He's the ultimate sovereign citizen. That's why he's never been prosecuted for as many crimes.
Thing happened. Aliens!
We are not from here. We came here.
The mission, inform humanity about the first contact mission of the... Alright, you know what? Star Trek was a fucking mistake. Apparently. Rare humanity for full consciousness. Do you think that she had this on her thing, or did they leave this on for their video? Because I would kind of believe it was more of their mistake doing this. This was from 2013. February 2013. He does have a small head, that is true.
Here, 900,000 years ago from star systems, star nations all around the galaxy. My sister Susan and I were mutually convinced because both...
Oh no, it's definitely him now. Okay. You may ask, who is Sheldon? Since I was a toddler, I have had teaching/learning experiences abroad craft. Oh my god, this is like actual mental illness. My sister, well, he's from space. What do you want from him? My sister Susan and I were mutually convinced that we were really raised by our space family, the Syrians. Like, from Syria?
Both of us went up all the time. That we were really raised...
This is my journal documenting actual... That is not how you spell reconnaissance, is it? Missions I made in my transport scout ship against warring dinoids, threatening to attack my home planet, Camlam. Dude, I'm like brain broken in a way where I just assume people are trolling, and I need to stop doing that. I need to like... I think it's like a cope I have. Like, I'm like, there's no fucking way people are this retarded.
By our space family, the Syrians.
The Galactics are here to liberate Earth from the satanic... You know what's... Okay, one of the funniest things about these, like, weird, like, weird pseudo-religious whatever, like these, like, crazy non-establishment cults, they all turn back into the same religious base. Like the same tradition that we've had for hundreds of years, where it's just misogynistic, traditionalist, like it's not any different. The entire ideology just turns back into like trad shit. And yes, they are very stupid, obviously. Cyberlink Power Director. Why she looks so smug?
Well, it sounds pretty...
That looks like what she's gonna do right before she Sudokus herself.
Harmless, make-believe, E.T. roleplay shit, doesn't it? Who doesn't want to clap some alien cheeks?
Isn't it part?
I would like to join your alien cheek clapping club.
You might be wondering if the sovereign citizen movement's conspiracy narrative is heavily based on the American Constitution and judicial system. How on earth did it spread to other countries with entirely different histories and legal systems? But before we get into that, I would like to introduce you to today's video sponsor, Holtzkern. Holtzkern have a franchisor.
Nice try! We love you, Munecat.
In this paper by Donald J. Netolitsky, he documents the global spread of the sovereign citizen and freeman on the land movement and breaks down 6 main concepts that run through them all. Number 1, everything is a contract. Number 2, silence means agreement. Number 3, legal action required.
You know what's ironic about this? This is literally the is this guy like a psyop? Because this is like the anti-lawyer, lawyer statement. Like, if you're a defense attorney, this is literally the exact opposite of everything you should do.
Wise and injured party.
Nothing's a contract. Silence does not mean anything. Don't feel bad about being silent. Like, literally, if you're a defense contract.
Number 4,
legal action requires an injured party. That is not true at all. Government authority is defective or limited. What the fuck does it even mean? Okay, no, not if you're gonna be under the strawman duality. What the fuck is that?
Government authority is defective or limited. Number 5, the strawman duality. And number 6, monetary and banking conspiracy theories.
That's not really advice anymore, right? What the fuck?
And then these will be embedded in these 4 main concepts. Number 1, humans are innately subject to a basic law, usually called common law. Number 2, malevolent actors and governments have imposed additional legal rules and limitations on personal freedom beyond these required by the common law.
No, you don't. You don't have to invoke it. You can just not say anything. What you do have to invoke is your right to an attorney, which will make it so you don't have to talk. If you ever get arrested again, like I've said a million times, just ask for an attorney. They cannot, if they continue to question you, unless you're in Canada, if they continue to question you, know your rights, that's against their rights. Okay? If you were under you're Mirandized and they continue to question you, they are violating your rights.
Number 3, those additional rules and limitations are optional, but that fact is concealed from ordinary people. Number 4, individuals can revert to only being governed by common law via the pseudo-law memeplex. So there you go. Now you can take the business model, the know-how and the procedures and the branding, but the way you run your specific grift franchise is up to you.
I'm gonna be honest, it's already 11. I think we can get through this video, but we're gonna have to speed it up a little bit.
You, and you're the one who has to repair the broken ice cream machine. I should be charging for this shit? 997! But if you have to translate the Sovsit franchise across borders, well, it might make things a little bit more complicated.
No, not Canada!
The Canadian arm can be traced back to the US tax protester movement, and one Canadian detaxer, Eldon Warman, who spent some time working in the US and got convicted of tax evasion, and around the same time, his wife took her own life.
You know who really doesn't send their best? It's not Mexico, it's fucking Canada, dude.
And he has since believed, or at least said he believed, that she was assassinated by the IRS. He moved back to Canada in the 90s, bringing with him ideas that he had taken from the US detaxer movement, in particular from Roger Elvick, who would teach people how to file bogus forms with the IRS for rebates, something called the redemption movement. Basically, the scam was get people to commit fraud against the IRS, but tell them it's legal using lots of convincing sounding pseudo-law gibberish. When they find out that it's illegal or that it doesn't work, you've already got their money, so fuck them. Tell them they did something wrong. Warman's main scheme up in Canada was this detaxer.
We love this website. I absolutely trust this.
But he would incorporate Sovsit ideas into his process to make it sound more legit.
Stop. We have Steven Crowder. Okay, I counter you, Steven Crowder. We'll do like a Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I counter you, Steven Crowder and Jordan Peterson.
Rather than saying that the social security number set up the contract, it was actually your birth certificate. And instead of using misinterpreted amendments of the US Constitution, he'd use misinterpreted clauses of the Magna Carta and assert Canada was still operative under English common law, and the Canadian Constitution was
legally binding, absolutely. Well, I also counter you this guy. Walter
illegitimate and a trick to get you to sign into maritime law contract. And Eldon Warman walked so that Robert Arthur Menard, a stand-up comedian and massive pothead, could run.
Knowledge that the recipients can use to pay for their utility bills for
definitely trust this guy.
The rest of their life, and it's all completely lawful.
Menard originally spread the word of the detaxer movement online through cannabis growing forums, attracting a mostly left-leaning audience. What Menard really wanted, in addition to not paying tax, was to be able to grow pot at home without being penalised and get access to a daughter that he'd had with an underage mother.
People are going to be thinking right off the bat, something like this. I don't believe it.
This led him to be very passionate about the whole birth certificate fraud thing, telling his followers that acceptance of a birth certificate meant that you were selling your child off to the foreign investors, and in all legal sense,
This is when you go, like, way too libertarian brained.
Your child becomes a vessel floating on the sea of commerce.
You're going to sign it in blue ink right across the stamp. You have to be able to point them to your right to do this. And that's what your birth certificate information is for. So, since we're very nice, courteous people, of course, we're going to send them a courtesy letter full of instructions explaining
Tim Pool Canadian or some shit?
To them how this remittance is in fact the payment, and when properly presented by them to the Minister of Finance, they will get paid through the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So send them a courtesy letter telling them what to do with it.
Has this ever worked? No.
Menard's theories didn't have much consistency in themselves. He couldn't decide whether Canada had been sold off to British bankers or a US corporation, but such is the nature of the grift, when your victims are seeing dollar signs, they're unlikely to comb through the fine details.
Now, I've already spoken to a lawyer for the federal government concerning our right and our ability to access the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And
Trump's gonna be Canadian if he keeps getting indicted the way he is. You know what I mean?
bear in mind, right now there's a surplus of like $5 billion there. I've mentioned our right to access it in order to meet our basic fundamental needs. There was no argument from that lawyer concerning our...
Is Nick Fuentes Canadian? There's another, like, really prominent right-winger that's Canadian. Oh! Ted Cruz is Canadian!
right to do that. People who have never read...
Oh, yeah, we thought about it at the same time. Yeah, Ted Cruz.
Say the Income Tax
That's the
Act
ultimate O.
will claim that we are wrong for our...
Who's arguing with it? Grumpy, how you gonna counter Ted Cruz? How you gonna fucking counter Ted Cruz?
interpretation of it when we have read it.
But Menard's movement caught the eye of Dean Clifford, who added a little white supremacist skinhead flavour to the grift and attracted the more right-wing libertarian paramilitary followers.
Stop government, stop everything.
Nope, that's not, you don't, that's like a half of a point for the shit storm that Ted Cruz is. I don't even know who that is. Dan Aykroyd? Oh, from like Ghostbusters? Stop it.
And when they have to come and beat you for sitting...
I mean, we love our Canadians, but stay in your country. I'm just kidding. Let me stay at your house if we need to flee the country, if they get a little bit too upset about the lefties.
We're going to find out who's a
No, I just didn't... I don't see it written that often. I know who you're talking about.
Government, who's not. We're going to find out who's tyrants and who's not. We're going to find out who's...
Wait, this guy's... Goddamn Canadians. Well, you got this guy now, so you got to do another one.
Despotic, fascist shitheads,
you
and
need
who's
like
not.
10 to counter Ted
2016
Cruz.
is going to be the year of freedom. Come hell or high water, we are going to have our freedom, and it starts this year.
They're not here to tell us what to do. That's not their fucking job.
Where is this man? Is this what all of... This is what I assume all of Canada looks like. Confirm or deny, Canadians. It's just a wasteland with one white guy talking about right-wing politics on a swing. Like, just nothing. Confirm or deny this is your state, or your state. I mean, future state. Let's be real here. We should invade Canada. We gotta get rid of you. We gotta get rid of the degenerates. Are you gonna deny or confirm that this is what all of Canada looks like? It's just one white guy talking about right-wing values on a very rusty swing. Alright.
And in hindsight here, if they shoot me, I trust you people will carry this through and do it anyways.
He also ran for councillor in Clearwater in order to work for a government he thinks is illegitimate, and got 11% of the vote. Robert Menard's adaptation of the Sovsit grift to a Commonwealth country made it oven ready for its journey across the Atlantic Ocean. In the UK, it became less fervently anti-government, but more targeted towards the vulnerable
you
people.
use it as a counter to Stevie Crowder. You can't use it again.
looking for an easy way out of debt or obligation to pay insurance, fees and taxes. This allowed it to sort of bob under the surface, undetected by authorities, as they appeared more like a decentralised group of tax frauders. The Occupy London protests in 2012 were actually infiltrated by some UK freemen, taking advantage of the anger at the tax avoidance of the 1% and essentially offering a way for the poor to use a similar scheme. But obviously, when the poor avoid tax, it's illegal, stupid!
The Law Society is basically enslaving everybody through a body of words. They've got their own language called legalese. The person is legally defined as a corporation.
The Guardian, wanting to cover the left-wing and liberal commentators, actually published 2 commenters-free articles written by people promoting illegal tax avoidance schemes, which are still up to this day, guys. This tagline is straight out of the Sovereign Citizen Playbook, what the fuck? With links to their websites and calls to action. This one, at the end, tells people to Google lawful rebellion and freemen on the land. Ah! During the pandemic, some businesses in the UK, which were forced to close, thought that they could display their favourite...
I only know American sovereign citizens. I'm a little out of my depth here.
Magna Carta clause number 61 in their shop window, and the police would just be Thanos snapped into oblivion upon reading it. And even up in Scotland, as recent as 2021...
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be honest. I want to get back to American shit. UK for I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a fuck. I don't have a lot of time tonight. We're running out of time here.
Of course, this meant that there were no consistent set of rules governing society, and it was a bit of a chaotic shit show based on the whims of the landowning elite. At least we sort of solved that, right? So in 1154, Henry II took the throne and started getting a little bit fed up with this judicial disarray, so he figured he would devise a system which would formalise these judgments across England.
I bethinks that the punch idea is I don't know, I'm Italian. I just think it was the additional cups. Yes.
Whilst collecting some nice little remittances for himself in the form of fines paid by naughty little carrot thieves.
I love how bad art was at this time. I find it very funny. Like... Do you see that? There's like this bug that just keeps like suiciding or Sudoku. Oh fuck, we're demonetized, bro. Into I don't even know if I am monetized. Like into like random parts of my screen, and it just like slams into it.
So Henry appointed some trusted judges to travel around England to settle disputes instead of the Lords. These decisions would be based on previous decisions the judges had made on similar cases, so everyone would receive the same punishment for the same crime. A common punishment under common law.
Is that haircut? Oh god.
At the same time, Henry was getting super fed up with this archbishop he'd appointed, Thomas Becket. At the time, the church had its own judicial system, one which would punish laymen with violent deaths.
Bro, we used to suck so much at art.
But if its own clergymen did the same crime, it was alright, because, like, God had asked them to do it or some shit. King Henry wanted to have...
Well, yeah, it is weird, but, like, it was kind of... Look at this Chad-ass looking horse. It was pretty much intentional. Because that's when they would, like, kill the artistic people. This is what, like, you know how, like, Russian art is, like... bad, like been like fucking stupid. Like, did you see the parade, the pathetic like 2-tank parade they did on Victory Day? Like, not that that's like the extent of it, but like their music choice, you know, like not when you stifle the creatives again as an authoritarian, your civilization is gonna turn into a bastardization of one that will be forgotten as soon as you die.
The church subject to his royal court, so even clergymen were bounded by the laws that had been made by his appointed judges travelling around the country. Becket wasn't too happy about this, but eventually agreed.
I kind of like this, to be honest.
After loads of medieval bickering. Now, of course, with this being medieval England, it wasn't all happy common law utopia ever after. You see, Becket had agreed to this, but instantly regretted it. To cut a very long story extremely short, Thomas Becket ran off crying to the Pope, saying, "Why, the king made the church concede to royal law." And of course the Pope was like, "Nah mate, God is the real top G. We gotta stop this." And a bitter feud carried on between Becket and Henry until 4 of the king's knights literally sliced Becket's brain out of his skull. The original agreement was revoked, but nevertheless, over time, common law prevailed and Henry II had established a new judicial institution in England and even went on to introduce the concept of juries.
I like how they accurately interpret that everyone fucking hated their lives.
This system worked alright for a while until a couple of kings later, King John came along and kept starting loads of expensive wars and losing them. The barons got fed up with paying for them, so they wrote up the Magna Carta and banded together to force him to sign it in 1215.
That was like the beginning of democracy, bro. They're like, you know what? You're an idiot. I don't think that one person should be able to control everything. We're gonna figure it out as like the ruling class because we're fucking way more in charge of your shit. So sign this shit so we get power.
It was basically the first ever agreement that said, hey, maybe the king shouldn't be able to just like, you know...
Oh, I didn't pre-watch, okay? My bad. I should just let her cook, my bad.
Do whatever the fuck he wants. Maybe there should be some sort of agreement between, like, more people than, like, one. A bit like a parliament, but it wasn't a parliament yet. It was actually just 25 barons, elected by other barons. And in much the same way, the king ran off crying to the Pope, saying that he'd been made to sign it under duress. How very soft of him. And the Pope was like, nah, God wouldn't like this. The king and his bloodline have the divine right to rule. Nothing to do with the fact that his relatives were the ones who happened to kill the most people. No! God gave this king his power, and he should be able to spend as much of the baron's money that he wants to kill more people to try and stay in power.
We call that, in colloquial language, I guess, the combination of a Pope post and also, more importantly, a Copa post.
The power that he got from God. Yeah. And then the Magna Carta was repealed a whole 3 months later, and then that caused a load of civil wars. Yeah!
Wait, is that guy doing that thing where, like, you spin the... Hold on.
And then the Magna Carta was repealed a whole 3 months later.
It kind of looks like he's doing that thing that you can do with a pen. You can, like... You spin like a pen. You know what I'm talking about.
And then that caused a load of civil wars. Yay! Look, my point is, the Magna Carta was merely the first attempt.
Pause my computer.
All of sovereign citizen movements, such as Ireland, who substitute references to
Wait, what happened? Oh my god. How did that fuck this up so badly? I gotta stop fucking around with shit. I'm like skipped ahead so far.
It was edited and rewritten bloody loads of times, and only 4 clauses of it remain to this day, and none of them have anything to do with lawful rebellion. That phrase doesn't even appear anywhere. You see, that's the thing about laws. You don't sort of write them down one time and then that makes them infallible for all eternity. Even if you use the word forever, they get changed, they get repealed, they get replaced, until they barely resemble their original form. A bit like the Sugar Babes, or Simon Cowell's face. Do you understand now?
No.
In fact, if we were going to take the 1215 Magna Carta at its word today, for some reason, then no woman would be able to accuse someone of murder unless the victim was her husband. And on top of that, there was literally no mention of the serfs anyway. It literally protected the rights of 25 barons who were elected by other barons. No one else, not those little carrot-stealing fuckers, which is what you essentially are, sat there in your Ford Focus shouting about joinder to a policeman. You can blame J.K. Rowling for a lot of things, of course, but I also blame her for making people think that any words that sound a bit Latin-y have sort of mythical powers attached to them. Like, sovereign citizens think that they can just recite this 800-year-old document in front of a police officer, and all of a sudden they get fucking expecto patronum.
You're a sovereign citizen, Harry! Hagrid, you're pushing me over the fucking line!
Common law still exists as part of our legal system. It's not a separate, secret law system that you can just unlock with a cheat code. Statutory law, made by an elected government and written and codified into acts, has actually been built gradually on top of common law, which helps because common law actually isn't all that consistent when you have a load of judges with their own sovereign brains making them up. Statutes can help fill in the gaps and codify common law, and they can also change any common laws that don't apply anymore. You know, like the ones we wrote in feudal times! Do they want to go back to when these laws were relevant? Is that what they want? For everyone to just jump in a time machine and turn the clock back 800 years when women were essentially...
Yes. Yes.
subhuman and perpetually pregnant in the vain hope that the 13th kid you popped out would live longer than fucking 7 days, and you started grueling physical labour on the family farm at 12 years old before your entire family died of the bubonic plague, and everyone's piss and shit literally ran down a channel in the middle of the road that you lived on. Is that what they want? Because if so, fucking go on then. Go ahead. Take back control. We only really repeal laws if
Yes, that is what they want.
we need to, because it's a lengthy, complicated process. It's a bit like a house of cards. You don't want to go messing too much with foundations in case it all comes crashing down. But Parliament in itself is, I'm sorry, sovereign and can absolutely abolish any law that derives from the common law system if it wants to, because it's elected by we, the people. And if a new statutory law disagrees with the common law, then that new codified statutory law takes precedent. So that's why we still technically have some archaic laws that are still in place.
Unironically, though, they get hands down better than AI art does.
Because it's too much of a bother to repeal them, and no one's really enforcing them anyway, because no one's really doing them anymore. Like entering the Houses of Parliament wearing armour, or firing your cannon within 300 yards of residential properties, or taking your cow for a walk in the daytime. We know you freaks only do that under the veil of darkness. Now, when we Brits went round colonising people everywhere and telling them how they should run their countries, because we know best, we introduced English common law to those countries, including America. And because a lot of trade had started happening over the seas, Admiralty law became a thing, and us Brits used it to force American colonies to pay the stamp tax, which you weren't very fond of. So when America decided to be independent, the Founding Fathers modelled the Constitution after the English legal system based on common law, but it started lots of philosophical arguments and lots of compromises were made. They basically cherry-picked the bits of English law that they liked. Put simply, your natural rights are...
No. According to that conversation, the English didn't start being a thing until after the Revolutionary War or whatever.
Essentially your freedom to be left the fuck alone to do
the
whatever you want to do. They're not protected by law, but they're the sort of philosophical buttery biscuit base that we built common law on top of. Freedom from interference. Your common law rights, made by those judges I was on about, are the first layer, the cheesy sponge of man-made laws that were built on top of the buttery biscuit base of natural rights. Civil law, made by elected governments, is the lemon drizzle on the top. Does that make sense? Is that a
No. I'm lactose intolerant, doesn't make sense.
Good analogy? Or am I just hungry? And yes, legislation gets more and more complex all the time, but it's not some deep state cabal in cohorts of lawyers trying to bamboozle you. It's because humans are scheming little fuckers who like to try and find loopholes in regulations. And then those loopholes have to be plugged, and then they'll find another one, and another one, and another one. And soon enough, you have contract law, which evolves out of disputes from previous contracts. And then iTunes has 56 pages of terms and conditions you have to agree to, including one clause which makes you promise not to use their software to make nuclear weapons. Yeah, I'm sorry, I know how awesome it is to extract uranium ore to 99 luft balloons. If the complexity of today's society, which has now gone through an industrial revolution, was still only reliant on a common law system, can you imagine the fucking chaos we'd be living in right now? It would be people going around saying, my common law rights dictate that I have the freedom to use genetically engineered 4-year-olds to rewire the copper pipes in my asbestos lined medicinal nuclear weapons to get ready to invade my neighbour because they didn't pay their grass growing surcharge. The law system is chaotic and complex, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, my English accent is better than her American one is.
But this is an attempt to create order in a chaotic and complex industrialized world. But all of these batshit beliefs that the Magna Carta is still somehow in effect has led people to literally post petitions on the Parliament website demanding they introduce an option to withdraw the consent to be governed for free beings who are not corporately owned entities. Another entertaining rejected petition that can be found on the Parliament website is this one, calling for the removal of the outdated SDKV Act 1666 because it apparently assumes that people born in the UK are all dead. I mean, we are inside. Have you seen where this
But her British accent is better, is it?
On a Tuesday morning. This is one particular part of the grift that's unique to the UK. I don't know if I'm saying this right. The SDKV Trust.
SDKV Trust.
It's the British arm of the Sovsit fiscal misconceptions concept, which purports to give the griftee access to a...
Which purports to give the griftee... Oh, you're right. I do just do Australian. And it's not Australian, it's New Zealand. It's almost like... I don't know if it's worse or better.
A source of secret free money or a mechanism to refuse debt, all for a fee, of course. So the specific act that this is based upon...
She's got a really specific English accent.
...is called the SDKV Act 1666. Okay, another short...
Hey, my French accent is good. Shut the fuck up. I've actually done a lot of work on it, okay? Give me some French phrase, and I'll nail it, dude. Voulez-vous de chat? Voulez-vous de chat? Champs-Élysées. Oh, Champs-Élysées. I don't have to like read it. I feel like I'm better at reading French. Champs-Élysées. Excuse-moi? Et peut-être? Et j'ai levé. Bon? D'accord. What's the cliche like the growl at your sister? Mignon. Évasion. Ah, de vie. Gênant, comment ça se passe? Je veux, le vos plats. No, c'est bien. My favorite part about French is just like ignore a lot of letters. The French are such extra, you know what I mean? They're so extra with what they say. S'il vous plaît. Thank you, Coppercat. I'm telling you, I've told you that for years. I think I'm pretty good at the accent. I think I'm pretty good at accents because I just have like autism in that way where I just I pick up on like that type of stuff, but the language not so much.
History lesson. Short this time. 1666 wasn't a great year for London. It suffered from the Great Plague of London that killed a quarter of them, and the Great Fire of London, which displaced a load of people because their houses burnt down. So the landlords, the poor...
Just move. What's the problem?
Poor landlords were like, this is a bit of a shit show, I want my rent, and they passed an act which allowed them to declare their life tenants dead if they disappeared and took all of their properties and assets back. But if they reappeared alive within 7 years, then the tenant would get all of the stuff back. But the grifters used this to say that under this...
Right. It's a Sestu Kai Vai Act of 1666. I also think my southern accent's pretty good.
This act, the private corporation government can declare you dead at sea, open up a secret account in your name, and take ownership of all of your assets. And they've made this sound more convincing by smashing two legal terms together.
What do you mean, no? Shut the fuck up, man. You know
the SDK Trust and the SDKV.
Hello, Butterfly. They are probably going to kill me for the information that I'm about to share with you. So please share this video worldwide so everyone knows the truth around my assassination. Even though here it states, I'm already dead. DAS. Dead at sea. Parliament created an act behind closed doors called the DSTV Act of
TikTok's ruining entire generation.
1666. Sounds like Satan was at it again.
Wait, does he think he's Australian? That doesn't sound Australian at all. Have you guys ever had Vegemite? I have not. I think I would hate it though.
I had to consciously absorb the information in so many batshit looking PDFs and...
Alright, so if we're gonna actually do an Australian accent, it's not Australian, by the way, it's Kiwi. It's actually very particularly Kiwi. It is very good, and I will not have any fucking slander here about how my accent sounds bad, because it's great, and it's one of my best ones, mate, okay? So, I've never had Vegemite, but I'll be open to trying it. I don't know what it is. Is it... What is Vegemite made out of? Because I hope it's made out of beer. Marmite? Of course it's a good Kiwi accent, you know that. That's my best one. I've been doing this shit for years. Wait, is this yeast? Like the infection? What am I supposed to do with it? Where am I going to put more yeast? But it's bread already. Why? Wait, why would I be putting yeast on top of bread? Is this like a... Is this like a... what's that dish? What's that dish? It's like egg sauce with egg sauce. It's like eggs Benedict, I think. I think it's eggs Benedict. It's like egg sauce with egg sauce. Right? This, I gotta stop talking like this because I'm really gonna say the C word, and we can't say that. We can't say. No, I've gotten a little bit more Australian.
Web one-ass looking websites for this goddamn video. But this particular Australian version of the narrative is also using the Magna Carta to assert that it protects the rights and freedoms of all men in Australia.
In 1215, King John signed the Magna Carta, guaranteeing that he would protect the rights and freedoms of all men. And that Magna Carta still protects our rights and freedoms today.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive that those 25 barons managed to consider the rights of Australian people in 1215 when British people wouldn't know they existed for another 555 years. But also, according to this website, some judges didn't use the Queen's proper title when signing the Oath of Allegiance. They just said Her Majesty rather than painstakingly recounting her full title.
Yeah, see, Their Majesty. We want some emperors up there.
Which is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland and the Commonwealth. So somehow this means that states since 1975 have not been under Australian federal jurisdiction, meaning all Australian laws since 1975 have been invalid because of a communist agenda, and that means that you don't have to wear masks and they don't work anyway.
You are being shagged by a rare parrot.
They shot Lord of the Rings here, alright? You don't gotta be like that. Gotta respect our fucking country. You gonna track us all down to just this one video? I love his face.
New Zealand Soviets will often cite the Treaty of Waitangi. I'm going to have to look up how to say that. New Zealand Soviets will often cite the Treaty of Waitangi as their version of the Magna Carta, which has its own completely fucked up history. But essentially, Soviets argue that this was completely illegitimate, and the law still represents the Declaration of Independence of New Zealand, which came before this and granted New Zealand.
No, we're Kiwis. We don't have to do your fucking bullshit laws.
An independent state. But in much the same way as the Magna Carta, it has historical significance to the country, but does not have superior constitutional status, and is subject to the sovereignty of the elected New Zealand Parliament. So these Kiwi Soviets are selling diplomatic immunity CPAS cards for $50 New Zealand to the Maori community with promises
There's like 5 people who live in New Zealand, dude.
That the holders won't have to be vaccinated.
Very legitimate looking card.
Or quarantined and only have to abide by common law, and can even get them out of jail or get their children back from social services. And this lady claims that she's a descendant of one of the signatories.
Love that she did it backward. Wait. I think this doesn't even make sense if it's hold on. We can do we have a lot of high budget stuff here. So hold on. I feel like this doesn't make any sense even if I flip it. God damn it. Well, does it make more sense or less sense? More sense or less sense? Number 1 or number 2? Not what I meant to do. It doesn't really make that much sense, even if I'm reading it backwards. I know, I was just doing it to be funny. Like, information displayed on your ID cards, name and card, and then Wakamanga, title, example, Kakaiki or Matao or Owakai Kara. Turns out that wasn't English.
Signatories of the Declaration of the Independence of New Zealand, which...
Wait, there's still information, hold on.
Lady claims that...
Information displayed on your ID card, name on card.
She's a descendant of one of the signatories of the Declaration of the Independence of New Zealand, which...
Wait, what the fuck? I want to steal her information!
Lady claims that she's a descendant of one of the signatories of the Declaration of the Independence of New Zealand.
Alright guys, steal her information, quick. Her number is 00000. The independent number. I bet that's just a coincidence. Oh my god, I'm getting like...
Zealand, which somehow gives her the right to make these C-Pass cards, which are supposedly recognised all over the world.
The government is known to do something called the straw man, where they basically...
That shit ain't, like... Okay, you can see my glasses. These are, like, fake-ass glasses, dude. I don't know why I want to keep doing this, because I don't think there's any reason to do it, but I just find it funny to just, like, claim that people have fake glasses. So you can see that my glasses are obviously real. And like, look at mine. You can see, like, it refracts the light behind me. Shit looks different when it's behind me. You can see behind her, nothing looks different. I'm saying it. She's being an ableist right now. What is she, like, stolen valor of blind bitches like me? Fake ass.
Use your birth certificate and trade you on the international stock market as stock. And
fake glasses, fake ID.
That's really
fake flag.
And weird.
Fake bookcase.
Here is my
fake hair.
One of my great granddad's
fake granddad
signatures down the bottom. I also heard that the Treaty of Waitangi.
Oh my god, NGG. No, stop. That's such a bad idea. It's so funny. I don't know. I'm considering it, but I know my greater part of my brain is such a bad idea. Oh, you want to be an NGGer? No, nobody wants to be that.
Was really made so that the New Zealand company could exploit us as a nation, and it's kind of apparent because
that's what it sounds like.
It's getting pretty bad. And then this weekend, me and two girls, we're going to go and try and get some of our friends out of
Alright, this bitch's got fake ass glasses.
Jail. We're gonna try and use the cards and try and use our rights and see how far we can push it.
And then because of this whole COVID thing, you know,
we're gonna try and use our cards and our rights and see how far we can push it.
Everyone's required to go into quarantine, but because of this bad boy, I didn't have to do it. I got to come home to my house, which was awesome.
But they don't seem to go down that well when you try and use them at a traffic stop.
Where do you live? I live in my body. So why are you such a dickie?
I live in my body. You're... Oh my god. Ireland.
Fuck you, I'm drunk. Fuck you, I'm drunk.
Other European countries have had similar but smaller sovereign citizen movements, such as Ireland, who substitute references to common law with the medieval Irish Brehon law. The movement grew in 2008 when the Irish Freemen used the property crisis to target people facing foreclosure. One of their members, Ben Gilroy, a sort of prototype Lee Anderson, campaigned in a local by-election by staging a shout-off of the local sheriff to prevent repossession of someone's house.
Told me you didn't know the section, and you're the one enforcing it.
For the last 31 years.
For the last 30
And
years.
the Constitution, you don't need to know the Constitution.
Yeah, but look,
the banks have also securitized this mortgage.
Thanks very much, guards. Thank you.
He declared it a victory when the sheriff wandered off, but the property was actually repossessed when he returned a month later. He then took part in the 2019 European election, gaining 2% of the vote.
A lot of people are asking why I carry a hurley stick. Folks, elections are no more about between left and right. It's between right and
Did you focus your fucking camera? What's going on here?
wrong, good and evil, and we are really troubled in this country with state corruption.
You didn't have, like, anyone besides your, like, Parkinson-riddled aunt to do this? Like, no shame on her, but I'm just like, maybe she's not the best person to do your camera work.
That's one of the things I intend to take care of if I come back here with the office of MEP.
Gilroy has since had a barrage of legal action taken against him and multiple stints in prison for his vexatious litigation against Irish banks, election expenses violations, and for promoting a fraudulent scheme in which he took payments from people whose properties were at risk of foreclosure with the promise that he was using loopholes in mortgage documents to put their properties in a trust rather than having them repossessed by banks. Yeah! Go, Ben! Smash that corruption! Yeah! But the movement in Germany has reinvented itself the only way Germans know how, with extreme efficiency and meticulous organisation. Rather than a decentralised group of separate followings with calls for freedom from government at its core, the German Reichsbürger, or Citizens of the Reich movement, rose in 1985 and has since grown to around 21,000 members. And
nothing bad happened in 1985 in Germany.
Wants to be the government. It originates with a claim that the German state is now a corporate entity and calls for the need to restore the real Germany, which involves the restoration of the German Reich as it was before World War II. According to the 1990s,
that's not going to cause anything bad.
19 Weimar Constitution. Similarly, Reichsbürger will use cherry-picked phrases from official documents in order to justify their ideology, and they believe they're the ones who should replace it. Their revision of Germany's history includes Holocaust denial, the refusal to pay taxes to the illegitimate government, and in much the same way, the movement attracts those who have suffered economic hardships. Due to this belief of a threat, mostly from Jewish people, but also from immigrants in general, adherents will justify violence, which has led to them being labelled as hands-on neo-Nazis, being one of the most heavily armed.
Hold on, that just looked really funny the way that they were running. I just want to run that back.
From Jewish people, but also from immigrants in general, adherents will justify violence, which has led to them being labelled as hands-on neo-Nazis.
I love how these people always film their, like, war crimes, basically. This is gonna get every one of these people, like, jailed. They film it.
Being one of the most heavily armed right-wing extremist groups in Germany.
Let's turn to Germany next. Police have made 25 arrests against members of a far-right terror group suspected of planning...
Maybe they shouldn't have recorded it, you fucking idiots! This is what I'm saying. Nazis are dumb as shit, bro.
An attack on Parliament.
In December last year, 25 lead
members... Don't be a Nazi, dude. Just... You don't have to be like this.
Of the Reichsbürger plotted a coup against the German government by creating
you don't look cool, you're gonna go to jail. It's not like it's like an edgy, like... thing to do because you're counterculture and you're like young. It's not even that fun. If you want to be counterculture, be a fucking hardcore leftist. Because everyone's gonna hate you. Your parents are gonna hate you. They're not gonna understand. You're gonna be too you're gonna have too like much theory that they're gonna get annoyed at you for it. That's like the counterculture that's like fun. You can dabble with being a tanky for a little bit, you can still be wrong, but like, you know, just don't do the Nazi thing.
A shadow cabinet.
You will go to jail for that.
From former officers, former soldiers, even a former judge of the National Parliament, and a man formerly...
You know, if you really want to be counterculture, play Mists of Pandaria WoW. Nobody will agree with that. That's the ultimate counterculture.
Of German nobility who has since been disowned by his family. The homes of these 25 people were subjected to a coordinated raid by 3,000 police officers. Due to crossovers with the right-wing populist political party Alternative for Germany, which will not outright deny their revisionist claims in hopes of recruiting more members and their connections to high-profile figures, the Reichsbürger seems to be growing in number significantly faster than their sovereign citizen counterparts around the world. The idea that...
Exactly, say that.
That the German state is illegitimate in much the same way as other countries bodes well with COVID deniers and other conspiracies like QAnon.
What do you mean, dude? What do you mean, pop? What do you mean, you? What do you mean?
You want to talk about ultimate counterculture? Be like a if you're a dude, be like a really radical feminist that fucking hates Andrew Tate. Literally nobody you talk to will like anything that you say. They won't understand it. But just do it anyways.
Believe. What do you mean, dude? What do you mean, pop? What do you mean, you? What do you mean, believe? What do you mean, dude?
Also be really aggressive. Be a really aggressive, hyper, because you'll probably get pussy left and right, and then they'll be really annoyed about it. Like, that's like, kind of like counter, like, the young boy phrase. Be like a hyper, like, feminist, but like know about like like don't like be like, oh, women good, women pretty mid, but women okay. Be like really women okay, and like hate Andrew Tate. You're gonna get mad pussy, dude. That's literally the best advice I can give to anyone.
One thing about Sovsits that has really stuck
little bits, I swear to God, shut the fuck up.
Out to me is their unmitigated obsession with semantics and syntax and capitalization.
This is all done through a form of word magic. A simple perversion of language has made it possible to convince people around the world that these alternative laws apply to them. The Barron's Dictionary of Banking Terms defines a certificate as a paper establishing an ownership claim. So right there, we notice that everyone with a birth certificate is defined as being owned.
Sovsits will constantly break down words
society,
into syllables and tear apart the etymology and individual meanings of each word, like language itself is some kind of code that's been hidden from us all in plain sight.
That's
birth certificates are issued to us
you guys ever
by
watch Dune?
the dock.
That's
Just as
literal word
shit
magic.
are given birth certificates at the dock. It's about commerce. We come from our mother's waters. Your mother has a birth canal, just like a ship. The ship moves by the sea currents, just as we are able to move by the current sea.
This is why Federal Reserve notes, which we call money, paper in our pockets, greenbacks, that doesn't generate currency. That doesn't generate electricity whatsoever. So how is that currency? You're the currency, because the current runs through
You shouldn't be this psychotic at 11:30 a.m.
you. So you're the one creating money. All of this information relates to how the general public are still legally tied through
Ennis Ledges. Oh, did he spell something wrong? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Ends? No, oh, the law. Okay, so it's
Maritime Admiralty Law.
Anyone know what the word refuse means? Well, it's what an electrician does when something breaks, they want to rejoin it. They put a refuse into the wall. So when you refuse to have a lawyer, what are you actually saying? Can everyone here read and write? Then you...
okay, I think she might actually be like a real, this is what we need. We need more libertarian trans people.
or running major program. And look at the word slave, slave-a, which is to slay the truth, ve from verily, ve.
But most of all, they're really obsessed with legal terms and Black's Law Dictionary, which they will attempt to quote to absolve themselves of any legal responsibility.
The legal definition of register, which is once again in Black's Law Dictionaries, is transfer of title ownership.
So when it seems like government officials, court clerks, or the police are speaking English, they aren't. They're speaking legalese.
And when they don't have a Black's Law Dictionary to hand,
burn her! She's a witch! Burn her!
They'll simply Google the meanings of words, and being heavily subject to cognitive bias will jump to wild conclusions.
Or so, okay, let's look up the legal definition of so. Ooh, state-owned enterprise. I cannot make this up.
One guru that took this to the extreme was David Wynne Miller. He created an entire dialect which has been adopted by sovereign citizens the world over called In the Truth. He eliminated all verbs, pronouns, adjectives, and adverbs, and instead uses prepositional phrases, hyphens, capital letters, and colons, and he would introduce himself as David hyphen.
This is mental illness, but I don't know what's going on here, but I kind of like the aesthetic.
Hyphens, capital letters, and colons, and he would introduce himself as David Wynne Miller.
My name is Plenipotentiary Judge David Wynne Miller.
Has that ever actually worked?
I punctuate my name because it makes me a fact and not an adjective pronoun fiction.
He claims he broke the mathematics of language, proving it is in fact a linear equation, and his formulas can be used to prove the Magna Carta, the Constitution, and...
Alright, Razor's giving me the sign. Violent terrorism, what the fuck? I want to finish this video, but I feel like I never finish videos. I guess we'll finish this section, and then I'm just gonna leave it hanging. But you guys can watch the rest of the video, I guess.
Currency are invalid. When his dialect is used, there is, he claims, no need to rely on context to deduce what a sentence means. This was apparently established to combat the nefarious government agencies trying to bamboozle you with their stupid nuance. Softsits seem to take David Wynne Miller at his...
Sometimes, when I like speed things up, I feel like I actually can understand it better.
Word for this, despite his other claims that 9/11 was an inside job because the post office secretly replaced all the furniture and steel beams in the Twin Towers with plastic replacements because the physics
I think I have to hyper focus on it. I feel like I have to hyper focus on it, and that's why like I notice it more.
Plastic allowed a magnetic pulse to bring down the towers.
So concrete, steel, and glass are all plastic. That was the World Bank of the United States, controlled by the United States
I'm not trusting somebody with this type of haircut, dude.
Postal Service.
Oh, and he turned Hawaii into a verb and held 25 seminars for the Grateful Nation.
Hawaii into a verb. Bro, these people are nuts.
Who then crowned him king, and at the age of 25, a surgeon removed both of his kidneys and he died, but then he sprang back to life during an autopsy.
I do take ADHD meds, and they do help.
The doctor, who had never operated on a human being before, cut my right adrenal gland out. Then he thought he was supposed to remove my left kidney, which was healthy. So he cut that in half. It was flatlined and died on the operating table. They couldn't jumpstart me, and I wound up in a
This guy wants to be Tucker Carlson so badly.
morgue, cut in half, my heart hanging out of my chest for 35 minutes. My heart started beating, and they rushed me back upstairs.
Okay, he's just lying about this.
I woke up 2 hours out of surgery and stayed awake for 8 consecutive years, going to school full-time, working 2 full-time jobs. 2 years ago in London, they discovered the gene that causes aging in a human being. When I died when I was 25, my aging genes and my cells died also, and my DNA.
This man thinks he's immortal. Yep. Oh. I also cope that I think I just have an interminable amount of white claws, but I know they will end at some point.
Stopped aging at the age of 25.
He died in 2018. Everyone in this video needs their entire video on their own. But these obsessive ideas about the true meanings of words and phrases can manifest in dangerous ways with people who suffer from mental disorders. In 2013, Jared Loughner shot 6 people dead at a public event while attempting to assassinate a congresswoman who had brushed off a question that he had asked her months earlier, which was, what is government if words have no meaning?
On the test, he wrote something interesting, like an equation that said eat plus sleep plus brush teeth equals math, and it was just something very random, you know, this off the wall.
You notice that for some reason the video that you looked up, all of the related videos about leaving America. Say something? I don't think so. These are all literally about leaving America.
Comments that just showed you how disconnected he was from the class and from the students.
It later transpired that he had been suffering from paranoid schizophrenia and had been following Miller's work. The belief that driving is different from travelling also comes from this obsession with semantics. Your driving license name is in all caps, so that's the license of the straw man. The all caps theory stems from David Wynne Miller, who reckons he looked up the government style manual and discovered that all names in italicized all caps meant that they are a vessel or a ship floating on the sea of commerce.
Are we in agreement that I am a man? I don't know your gender, so I'm not going to assume that. I'm telling you that I'm a man.
Then sovereign citizens used Black's Law Dictionary.
I'll be honest, I was really hoping to see more sovereign citizen videos. They're so fun.
And cross-referenced it with the UCC to deduce that to state you are driving is to unwittingly place yourself in admiralty or commercial jurisdiction, and the term driver is defined as one employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle, and therefore...
Why can I understand this better?
It should be self-evident that this individual could not be travelling on a journey, but is using the road as a place of business. So there you go. I'm sorry, now you know exactly why Soft Sits call cops road pirates, which actually makes them sound pretty cool. Don't do that.
Get out of the car. You're a road pirate. You're a road pirate. You're a road pirate.
Likewise, the automobile connotes a pleasure vehicle designed for the transportation of persons on highways and is a private property in use for private purposes, whereas a motor vehicle is every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes on the highways and the transportation of passengers and property, or property and cargo. And Black Law's Dictionary defines license as the permission by a competent authority to do an act which, without such permission, would be illegal, a trespass, a tort, or otherwise not allowable.
Okay, so if you're gonna... Okay. I'm not putting it away if that's, like, the... I feel like you do that. Call a cop a... Wait, is that what you said? A road pirate? You can call cops road pirates if you're a sovereign citizen.
So soft sits deduce from this that a license is permission from the government to do something that without that license would be illegal, and travelling is not illegal, therefore you don't need a license. Oh, and also you don't have to stop at borders or sobriety checkpoints. Just get out your freedom school script and take it from there. I want to go on my way immediately. Please advise me as soon as I am free to leave. I do not consent to any searches.
Yeah, say I don't consent. That's all. It always works. It's never not worked.
I do not consent to any further detention.
Yeah, I don't connect.
Detention. You know how it works at this point. Start with the law that you want to be exempt from, whip out your Black's Law Dictionary, and then work back.
Again, as much as I'm an ACAB person, sovereign citizens deserve it.
Backwards from there. Or just take a common word, chop it up, and rearrange it. Did you know that do you understand the charges actually means do you stand under the charges? In the Supreme Court decision Smith versus United States, 1993, a guy decided to swap his gun for some cocaine one day, and this culminated in 9 Supreme Court justices.
As you do.
Debating the meaning of the word use. The laws surrounding drug deals without the use of a firearm are different from doing drug deals with the use of a firearm. So they were all debating what the word use means within the context of this law. Did they mean use as in using it as a weapon, or would the word use incorporate the usage of a gun to trade it for drugs?
Let's assume that your client was successful and was not arrested, and a friend approached him the next day and asked him what happened to his MAC-10. Could he reasonably...
This is like no joke, some shit that I did when I was in like high school, or like freshman high school. I got in trouble for like a dress code violation because I went to a Christian school and they were all psychotic fucks. So I went through like the book, the law basically that we had, and I like picked out like poor wording, and then wrote an essay about it and submitted it to the administration. And of course they didn't fucking read it. No, I never got anything back from it. I don't think it was well written to my Yeah. I told you this story before. Yeah, I like very, very like, I think I would have been a good lawyer, to be honest. I like very snarkily did it because I was like, obvious. It was probably like so shit, like written because it was like really long time ago. But like, again, I'm like a freshman in high school. So at the end of it, it was a full like 5-paragraph essay, you know, it would be like a, you know, you'd have your introductory paragraph, and then you'd have your like 3 main paragraphs, and you have your conclusion. I did a straight like 3-paragraph like I was so annoyed about it. I was such a piece of shit, dude. I've always been like this. Why would they? I don't know why. Like, well, I didn't expect them to read it. I just expected it, like, it was like a political stunt in a way. Cause I told, like, I did not go to a big school, so I just said that I was writing it. I did write it. And then I went into the office, submitted the thing, and a note with the principal's name on it. And then left. Like I was doing something, which is like mega cringe in a way, but it was but unironically, that's kind of how you would generally do it. I mean, yeah, I said like some snarky shit about like how there's like a Bible verse about like not. I mean, it was like super atheist, and like that's kind of how I ended up where I am. Obviously, like where. They were like the thing I was complaining about was dress code. So then I cited a bunch of shit from their like thing, and then I related it back to the fact that there is like you can't even wear like in the Old Testament you can't wear like certain fabrics together. So I don't know how well I did that argument, but I know that's what I did. God, I wish I could see that. There's no fucking way I have anything that I could ever find that for. But yeah, I do remember doing that. Yeah, yeah. I was like Redditing like I was IRL Redditing. I also wrote like an essay about how one of my English teachers should have gotten fired because she fucking sucked. Not only like, and my mom was actually kind of proud of me for that one for some reason. I think she was just like proud that I was like passionate about stuff. The other one, I mean, she was proud of me for both of them, but. I don't think that I actually did a very good job on other one. I mean, again, I'm like talking about like being 15, dude. So I can't imagine I was really that good at it. Made it worse to follow the Bible. They actually did make it worse the next year, so I don't know if that was related.
Respond, I used it to obtain cocaine.
Not in the context that the statute prescribes.
Was your carpenter if he traded his hammer for the board, and he was asked what happened to his hammer, and he said, I used it to obtain this board. Would one reasonably think that he used it to hammer someone's head to obtain the board?
No, I think somebody could reasonably interpret that he pulled the board off the wall by pulling out the nails.
This was a bypass on this round.
You can never engage with a sovereign citizen. Just don't even do it.
Supreme Court justices will sometimes bring in numerous different dictionaries to debate the meanings of specific words in the Constitution to come to long, grueling decisions. It's not down to full colon Gary of the family Tibbs Googling on his laptop the meaning of the word drive. Language is full of colourful linguistic tools at your disposal, which are there to convey meaning and nuance, and they all work independently within different contexts. Repetition, synonymy, ellipsis, substitution, anaphora, alliteration, euphemism. There's no rules, and that's what makes it beautiful. But this is also an obsession even our mate Geordie Peterson has sprouted recently. Yeah, I found a way to put him in this video too. Trigger warning!
Do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe?
Yeah, the new thing that they... blue? The thing that they're putting in... The dumbass right-wing answer to Title 42 ending tonight, it's not gonna pass.
Believe. And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean, except belief in God. And I think, no.
I don't know, Geordie. What do mean? But this obsessive desire to have control over the meaning of language can often be used as a disguise for a desire for a fundamentalist approach towards power, which brings me to the origins of the sovereign citizen movement.
You think I was going to do a funny little intro for a chapter in a video called White Supremacy? You think I was going to do that? You think I was going to write a funny little song about white supremacy?
I love it when I'm trying to write a video script as light-hearted and humorously as possible on a subject that's built upon the hilarious backdrop of racism. The Posse Comitatus were a group of man-children who came together in the 70s because they had a hatred of the government and a love of racism and anti-Semitism in common. Why don't these people just get a hobby? They overlap significantly with the Christian identity
That's what I'm saying.
Adherents. People who believed that, based on certain extracts of the Bible,
Bro, this is a war crime in itself, having this being your logo.
Non-white people are not human, and that Jews have a satanic plot to take over the world. Hilarious! The posse's charismatic World War II veteran, insurance salesman, and minister leader, Bill Gale, developed a particular skill in which he enveloped his agitprop in official-sounding...
You know what? This hairline, not the master race, my guy.
...legalese by invoking cherry-picked phrases of the Magna Carta and the US Constitution and stripping them of all the context they were written in at the time to imply that they had superior jurisdiction over statute law because they were divinely inspired. The Midwest farming crisis provided an ample recruitment opportunity for the posse. They infiltrated the demonstrations of those whose livelihoods had been ravaged by capitalism and promised them...
Is this... No way. Hold on. That looks so cartoonish.
Farming crisis provided an ample recruitment opportunity for the...
God damn it, Joe Rogan. I know somebody's saying, but...
Posse. They infiltrated the demonstrations of those whose...
You know what? I think we should actually do a white genocide. Fuck it. I know what a meme of the white genocide is like, where like, oh yeah, you fuck like, you know, an Asian person or something, and then like that means there's like less white babies. But I think it's fine. Even if we were doing a literal genocide. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm making a joke, obviously. I'm going a little buck wild. We're on YouTube, so I feel like I can say that. Oh, what? Oh no, it would be terrible if I got banned on this platform and never stream. No, okay. No, I'm joking. I am joking. But let's be real. You think anyone would miss any of these people? Well, to be fair, they're probably already dead. But if this is like, if this is the pool of men to choose from, just think about it.
Livelihoods have been ravaged by capitalism and promised them a red pill. It is all in fact a conspiracy, a fake system built atop a real system that was based on your freedom, your natural rights under common law. The conspiracy...
Okay, nobody's watching this far into the stream.
Narrative proved to be effective at recruiting Christians who wanted a way out of the system but would have been deterred by hateful rhetoric. Soon posses would sprout into existence all over the US, each with a paramilitary arm. The setup was built upon a tradition where...
Hey, I stand by what I said.
A county's sheriff would appoint a posse of 7 local white Christian men to keep the peace. Under Gale's version, the tradition would involve the posse also holding the sheriff to account and reserving the right under natural law to publicly hang him.
I'm not actually racist against white people. I'm just racist against white nationalists. Because they're always, like, the worst, like, of the white people.
If he didn't hold government officials to account. Gale started selling a handy guide for anybody who wanted to start their own posse, which was then basically plagiarized by another leader, Mike Beach, reduced to a version only 16 pages long. Pocket-sized racism! Soon, many gurus realized that paramilitaristic racism was profitable and sold seminars, cassette box sets and guidebooks, little sheriff badges and little decals and frameable posse charters. But
I'm not going to pop up that.
The movement would come to an end in the 80s after a televised manhunt of one of their leaders, Gordon Carl, which resulted in his death after a shootout with police, which isn't really very good press.
Good evening. 2 U.S. Marshals are dead. 3 other law enforcement officers are wounded following a gun battle near Medina, North Dakota tonight. 2 suspects are in custody. 3 others reported still.
Just like everything else in this country, it's all fucking white nationalists that are doing the shootings, and they end up getting killed by the fucking police, the ones that they think should be protecting them. Fucking idiots, dude.
At large and believed to be.
Gordon Call is considered armed and extremely dangerous.
A 3.5-month manhunt comes to an end in a shower of smoke and bullets. Hello, I'm Tom McGee.
And I'm Sasha Fu. FBI officials have not confirmed it, but they believe they have killed Gordon Call, the man wanted by authorities since last February for the deaths of 2 years.
Shooting finally stopped. There were 2 bodies. One burned beyond recognition, but believed to have been each Gordon Call.
The economy also recovered, which is never very good news for the grift economy. But the belief system hibernated, waiting for a new movement. The sovereign citizen movement, which had originally...
The funniest thing about Nazis is they always lose. They've lost. They've lost throughout the history. They're still losing. They're still taking fucking fat L's. So if you want to be a fucking loser, be a fucking Nazi and take more fucking L's and then just get killed. So it always is going to go for you. There's no fun part of being a Nazi. You're never going to enjoy any second of your life if you decide to be a Nazi.
Originated in the 60s, smaller fringe group satisfied this need, but it was less overtly violent, racist, and anti-Semitic. Bill Gale's theories about the US Constitution, however, prevailed with the sovereign citizens. And unsurprisingly, if you're a massively racist shitbag, the amendments to the US Constitution...
More like Lotzi, am I right? Because of how many L's they're taking.
That you're going to have a problem with are all the ones that gave ex-slaves rights. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery if you're not in prison, but Gale taught that it was never truly ratified. The real 13th Amendment, apparently, is the original one that was never ratified, but they covered that up. So what was the real one? Well, it was one that denied US citizenship to anyone with a foreign title of nobility. And you'd better limber up for some mental gymnastics here, because lawyers use the title Esquire, so this means that they're not US citizens, so they don't have the right to work in the US, because they don't like...
What? Esquire is like you can be like a Esquire if you're like a lawyer.
Lawyers. The 14th Amendment gave ex-slaves citizenship, but Gale taught his followers that it actually covertly created a new class of citizenship which made you property of the federal government of the United States. So it was slavery that all Americans were being tricked into, and you could actually opt out of the slavery and remain only a citizen of your...
This is literally me trying to, write my essay about, not wearing the same dress code. This is literally, 13-year-old me not understanding how actual like shit works.
State, if you were a clever white person.
To be fair, I feel like I was probably It actually got to the point where I was talking to my family about legal action, but they never want to do anything, so.
Slaves are the ones who don't know that they're enslaved. And we all have invisible chains on us, and we don't know it. What truth?
Wait, did he do them all oh, yeah.
That you are a slave here.
If you owned a slave, you'd probably provide them with a shirt. Just because that slave is wearing that shirt and is wearing those pants, does that mean he owns them? Even though you bought the clothes on your back, you don't own them because you are working for a corporation who is allowing you the privilege of using them. I'm not a racist, I'm not a bigot, I believe all men and women should be equal.
Okay, I feel like saying I'm not a racist, I'm not a bigot, I believe all men and women should be equal means I know the irony of saying this, but like I think if you have to say that, you're probably all of these things. He's probably a racist, he's probably a bigot, and I don't think that he believes men and women should be equal. As we proved with our friend that we spoke to earlier in the night. He said that he's not any of these things, but everything that he said proved that he was every single one of these things. So...
The first phrase of the 14th Amendment is, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. Gale taught that the word persons only refers to the artificial persons, i.e. the slave who is property, the straw man. The word jurisdiction is singular, so he said that meant one federal jurisdiction. So therefore, only enslaved straw men are subject to federal jurisdiction. The word and implies they created federal citizenship for slaves alongside state citizenship.
God, it's like somebody who's like grammar police, dude.
For sovereign individuals.
I was born in America. Yes, I'm a state citizen of one of the several states.
Which state?
Idaho.
That's your Idaho state?
No, I don't have one.
You don't have one?
My person does, but I don't.
The 16th Amendment, which allowed federal
My person does. Are you like a dog?
income tax, is of course also illegitimate, and it just so happens that the 17th Amendment after that was never ratified either, the one that allows people to
It's just so weird. Like, it's literally never worked.
Directly vote for senators, because remember, the only real authority over you is your local county sheriff. So basically, quite conveniently, the only parts of the Constitution that are valid.
Yeah, they think they're living in Dune, where they got a language mancy or whatever the fuck that Razor, what's the thing in Dune? Like, what's the thing in Dune where they speak? Like, that's like their power. Okay. Old womanese, he says. Yeah, basically. But yeah, it's like that power where they just like that's what they think they have. They just like speak certain words.
And legal are all the ones that were written before black people had any rights in America. This racist revisionism of America's history ties in with the tax protest movements of anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists nicely when you incorporate the narrative about the Federal Reserve being a private corporation owned by Jewish people. Now you can say that partaking in this post-gold standard money system
Bro. Wish I was Jewish. They seem really fucking powerful.
is akin to being enslaved by Jewish people, brought down to the status of property.
I mean, obviously we know that's like the narrative that you always have to do. Your enemy is insanely powerful and also weak at the same time. Like, honestly, if the Jews were this powerful, like, it's fine. I don't see what the problem is. It's so stupid. These conspiracy theories are so fucking stupid. I need to end the stream in a minute. It's just so stupid.
Again, I don't know what you were expecting. This.
Oh my god, yeah. You know, I'm gonna end it on the part of this video that says terrorism. Alright, thank you all for being here. I assume it's just you and me at this point. It's getting late. It's over past minute. There's a flood warning, Razor. I don't know, it's just a flood warning. So hopefully I don't die to that. But we'll probably be unbanned tomorrow. I don't really know what we're gonna do tomorrow. I think we're probably gonna do a YouTube stream tomorrow. Maybe switch over halfway through. But you'll definitely see me tomorrow. I'll be honest, I don't think we're gonna finish this video. I do want to watch more Sovereign Citizen videos. We have so much stuff to cover. Yeah, hopefully I don't die. And if I get you know, the idea that just like as like a skit that just like went into my head is like a sovereign citizen getting swatted and how that would go. Anyways, thank you all for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully we will get unbanned. It'll probably be around 7, but we'll probably start early, around 6:30 Central Time on YouTube, and then we'll switch over. So have a good one. Thank you. I don't know how to host people on this. I don't know if that's even a thing on YouTube. But thank you all for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow.